So after 15 years of living, is he really just dead inside? No talent, no skill, not a single thing he can use? He slaved away just to scrape together a meal, only to have his whole life get snuffed out by a truck at 30. A trembling girl stared down at him, calling out Jink like it meant something, but it doesn't, because that name isn't his. He blinked awake and found a worried stranger staring down at him, her face lighting up as she finally got to say Mr. Jink was awake. The girl snapped, telling him she'd seen him drop out of nowhere right before His Royal Majesty and His Royal Highness immediately sent the convoy away, then ordered them deported. The girl confessed she was terrified, saying her heart was shattering in real time. But Sato cut her off, and the whole situation spiraled out of control. The D-Zinc story completely threw him for a loop, so he demanded the girl tell him who he was and where he was, and she went pale, horrified, ready to call a doctor. But Sato slammed into her path and snapped, "Don't!" The one standing there was D-Zinc Nonland, the 14-year-old heir to the Duke of Nonland. He's been riding in the royal convoy and standing with the Risalto Kingdom since he was a kid. Today, His Royal Highness ordered him thrown out of the kingdom because his Nonland family had been elite spearmen for generations, and somehow he was terrible at Sujutsu. So he started acting out, and that's probably why His Majesty couldn't stand him, because somehow he'd been reborn as this boy. For some crazy reason, he suddenly remembered Sato Jim Kuro's whole life, every detail, and now those memories are lodged in his own head too, like he's living his past twice. He'd stumbled across it in a book once, and yeah, rebirth into another world is real. These memories were the evidence, loud and undeniable. Then a girl named Elsa showed up and told him, straight up, that he'd fallen. But today, the master is acting nice yet. Sato can't shake the feeling that Jinkuro's personality is still steamrolling everyone. Sato straight up asks Elsa if it's true he's getting deported, and the maid confirms it, saying that once His Royal Majesty dismissed the convoy, Jinkuro was ordered to leave the kingdom. They decided Esther would take the throne, and then they yanked Mr. Jinko's aristocratic title away, ordering him to vanish from the kingdom within a month. After it was done, Elsa clapped her hands over her face and burst into tears. She felt terrible for the boy. D-Zinc suddenly understood what old Nonland already knew: he was about to get deported. And if you step outside the capital, monsters will hunt you down. It's basically a death sentence. Even after the rebirth, he stayed the same inside, still feeling like his life was completely worthless. D-Zinc shoved aside his old clothes, decided to change right then, and even stepped in to help right as everything erupted. Suddenly, Jinx stared at a glowing screen hovering right in front of him, screaming that Elsa was a level 18 professional servant. He had zero clue what was happening, just a blur of computer game stats like some cold spreadsheet, so D-Zinc grilled Elsa and asked what it all meant. But the girl couldn't make heads or tails of it, and she panicked, convinced something was wrong with her face, so that whole screen stayed invisible to her. Only D-Zinc could see him. It was pure chaos. D-Zinc could actually see the screen floating in midair, and the info on it just showed Elsa. Right there, a whole list of her skills. Then Jinx's eyes locked on one detail. He had uncovered an insane power, a demonic eye, something so rare it feels unreal. Is this for real? D-Zinc tried to check his stats, but the screen stayed blank. Nothing showed up yet for me. He focused hard and decided, if I'm going to use this power all the time, I'd better train it properly. Because back when he first saw it in games, you never had to grind just to pull it off. Finally, the moment he could breathe, he checked his stats, and there it was, level 9, but 0 profession, and every skill sitting at level 1, so all he had was jutsu. Level 25 in physical strength, level 6 for assessment, and level 3, courtesy, and to top it off, he had a vault plus a bonus for non-land drops. The skill list threw martial arts and magic into the mix, and Jinka couldn't help but grin. He was already level 9 from the jump. The spear proficiency was just at level 1, and that's exactly why everything played out the way it did. He suddenly clocked it. Everything had a rank system. His swordsmanship was S tier, but his Sujutsu and Cane skills were stuck at the dreaded F. Fire magic B, water magic S, air magic B, earth magic A, alchemy A, and healing. SDZNK's mind blew up when he realized evaluation is all about reading statistics. And on top of that, he had an S-level enchantment skill he couldn't even wrap his head around. No way, this can't be happening. He knew only 3 people in the whole world had this ability. Jink was so over the moon that Elsa asked what was going on, and he completely forgot she was even there. He was riding pure triumph, thinking that with her, there would be 4 of them with this rare power, and that meant he could boost items. For the first time, he felt locked in. He was finally glad to stay alive in this world. Right then, Esther showed up at Dzink. He hurried to the door. To make matters worse, there was nothing he could do, so he finally stepped in, slipping some money into the mix and handing over a spear to help him out. Mr. was Jing's younger brother, one of the rare people in that house who actually understood him, and Jing immediately thanked him for the spear. Even if he'd never pull it off, he still didn't have the talent for it. So he finally told Esther about the money. Link pleaded for him to grab something, but every merchant in the city turned him away because the moment he lost his title as an aristocrat, his reputation crashed. So it's best you handle the shopping for him. The younger brother nodded and took the job, while Jink told him to use that money to grab every single thing on the list he'd hand over later. The very next day, Esther stormed out and ran his older brother's errand, grabbing every single item on the list. Zora noticed the army of servants Esther had lined up for him, and it hit him hard. Yeah, even though he's the future celebrity from the non-land house, this kind of setup still feels way too huge. Jinku's younger brother blurted out that he couldn't haul all of this stuff alone. Then Jinku snapped back, "Yeah, I know." Once every last item was delivered, Dzink leaned in and told Esther, "I'm leaving this country soon, and you won't be with me." Since his father shipped him off, Dzink discovered it actually has storage power, so he snapped at his brother, "Don't you dare tell a soul." He only just found out about it, so he slammed everything in here. Esther was shocked out of her mind and couldn't wait to peek inside that vault. His ink outing hit the air, and Esther swept her gaze across the magic vault, stunned by how huge it was, while he grinned and said his brother was doing great. Then Dzink cracked and checked Esther's status. Turns out she'd only reached level 11. And yeah, he had a storage facility too, but it felt like he didn't even know it existed. And the older brother instantly clocked that Esther's status was showing nothing about whether her ability could be evaluated. He scanned Esther with ink eyes and demanded a tiny bottle of his own blood. Then my brother leaned in, asking me straight up if I truly wanted to sign that contract. Link shot his guest down with a grin and told him straight up, if he didn't want to, he didn't have to. Esther promised that if his brother wanted it, she'd do it gladly. Then Jink hurried to thank his brother and begged him to point out where the Adventure Guild was, so Jink could rush in and register. Esther was buzzing to help her brother with everything, and he swore it was all so easy until the 2 brothers hit the city street together. Passers-by trailed after them, spitting ugly words, and the moment they recognized who it was, they realized DZ's Inc. non-land was being deported then. Cheers turned into gloating. Jink told his brother, "I get it all." But his words didn't sound like he agreed, and Esther snapped at his brother not to let the crowd's noise steer him. Dzink nodded along, and the whole city swore that deporting a Dzink was just the handiwork of some barely talented aristocrat. Jin caught wind of the gossip and realized he'd been dropped into a body with serious power, someone who crushed the commoners without a shred of mercy. But Nanny Elsa has been raising him like her own since he was a kid. You can't blame her. Still, when you rewind all of Esther's life, it's wild how anyone could ever explain why she'd miss a brother like that. Jink and Esther showed up at the guild building, and a brisk receptionist at the counter told them to swipe some blood onto their guild card. Then boom, they'd be officially G-ranked adventurers. Then she quizzed the young men and asked if they wanted to end with a quick rundown of the guild. Dzink couldn't help it, even with all that brutal red tape in the registration. The girl leaned in and said an adventurer's rank can run from G all the way up to SS, starting at G at the very beginning, but if he comes back again, he won't earn the same rank as before. Like, if you skip guild life for about a month, he's going to rack up way fewer points. He hasn't even realized she's been talking a mile a minute, not because she's nervous, but because she wants them gone ASAP. That evening, Jink decided to get ready. He warmed up by sharpening his skills with sword practice before dinner. From the stats alone, he's clearly a sword master, way better than Sujutsu, and that ranking? It screams S-class. We swore that if he'd known his stats from the start, everything would have turned out different. Then Jink swung his sword like it was nothing. He kept drilling his punches into a special dummy, and then, whoa. I couldn't believe how light that 14-year-old's body felt. He wrapped up his training and immediately worried, what kind of parting gift could he possibly give Esther?
Tell
He had one goal: use Esther's blood for what he was planning, and for his brother's sake, he couldn't mess it up. At the dining room of the non-land mansion, dinner was set to explode right there. At the head of the table sat Gordon Non-Land. Pam! The old man whipped around and told him this was his final meal here, because tomorrow morning he'd be gone. Zink said, "Yeah, I know." Then my father snapped, asking if he'd ever fought as a swordsman, before his son nodded back and fired. "So what's going on?" Old Non-Land went silent, and Dizine declared he'd be packing up to leave first thing tomorrow morning. Locked in his room, the young man double-checked his gear. If it didn't match his level, it wasn't good enough. And right now, his enchantment sat at the 3rd level. Every single piece of clothing handed over 3 power points, each adventure wear: trousers, the right and left boot, chorus, both adventure gloves, plus the glasses and the cloak. Jink ended up with 27 points, and now he's sitting on 25 points of raw physical strength, and he guessed that if he strapped all of it on, his strength would jump to 52 points. Wondered just how strong it could be, then figured tomorrow would be a blast. He chugged the mono potion, then couldn't stop thinking about what to get Esther. Maybe something from the blacksmith shop would finally fit him, since he'd already sold every last household thing. He carried a spear his grandfather handed down, crafted from mithril, then traded it away for a gold bar, and somehow turned the extra funds into the hilt. Mester rushed with his brother, straight to the west gate of the royal capital of Ruth. Then he told Jinku, plain and harsh, that he'd be heading out alone now, and among the few mourners standing there was Elsa, who, "Tell Jinka to be careful." Then he spun toward Esther and told her he was deeply grateful for her priceless help. He didn't just talk. He handed his younger brother a present, a map, and a sleek, elegant box. He told me to slap a drop of blood on the map later. Then he made me open the box only after he was already gone out of the country. He insisted they do those things for sure, like he said, and then the young man snapped a goodbye and bolted out of the city. Mr. Shouting blurted after his brother to take care of himself and prayed everything would be okay. He's out in Quentin, chasing his journey, and after a while he slams the brakes, leans in, and stares across the stunning view mountains looming in the distance. This was the real start. This young man pulled out a map and stared down his route like his whole future depended on it. First, he has to slog on foot for 2 straight days to the border, heading toward the post city of Rio, right through the Birch area. Then he slipped through the Mobet's brand, because on foot, it'll take him 4 more days, and normally he'd have to stop and sleep somewhere along the road to Rio. But right now, it's too dangerous for him to walk alone. How far can he push with that physical strength and the enchantment powering him? And he's moving at lightning speed. Even better than he hoped, this skill is going to carry him straight to his destination before the day's over. After an hour of nonstop sprinting, D-Zink finally screeched to a stop, while Jink didn't look the least bit tired because his enchantment skill was carrying him the whole time. Suddenly, he stumbled on a wrecked wagon train and bodies scattered everywhere. At first, fear hit him hard, but he forced himself to breathe and settle, then told his own mind to focus, because he'd need to enchant it too. A disgusting sight. Then the goblins suddenly showed up, spraying Goblin's breath like proof that they were the ones who'd killed the merchants. D's Ink snatched his sword and slammed into the fight, and by sheer skill alone he could read it. Those goblins had strength locked at the 8th level, and if he let his guard slip, he'd end up dead. Too so. The young man spun his sword, slashing hard from right to left. Zilling rained crushing blows on the monsters until they dropped hard. His body moved on its own, before doubt even had a chance to creep in, because that's what enchantment power really does, and in the end, the monsters were finished. Jinx dropped onto the grass and stared at his glowing status in that floating information window, feeling like he'd played it perfectly. Smart moves, clean leveling. They kicked him out of that fallen country. And honestly, that's a win. Now he's sprinting toward his goal, powered by his own abilities. Jinx stared again at the dead merchants. In goblins he just slaughtered, and the air reeked of human and monster blood. Normal for this world, so. He folded his arms and begged the dead to finally rest in peace. After that, he finally cooled off just enough to push forward, ready to keep chasing the road ahead, because in this world, even after a monster mauls you, it's still not a crime to survive or even to look away from those poor corpses. But don't think it's over. Those other monsters would slide in later and snatch everything again. So Jink clenched his teeth and decided to grab something back before they could. If you drag a family heirloom off dead bodies to the guild, You'll snag a reward, and even get thanks from the dead guy's family too. D-Inc only cared about one thing: escaping this country as fast as possible. And yeah, he still had to face the brutal truth. He'd personally be the one to butcher those monsters, and dark humor wasn't far behind either, kicking around his head like a proverb. Fast at the end when the one who isn't cut up walks away, and to prove the goblin was killed by an adventurer, you've got to rip the magic stone out of the ear and the heart. Yeah, it sounds brutal, and the guild can hand it to you too, but meeting those monsters face to face is pure nightmare fuel. And on your road to the city of Rio, goblins and kobolds might jump out at you. Still, the Jinka had zero problems with it. Next morning, Jink woke up and realized his status shot up to 20. If he'd enchanted the weapon once already, there was no upgrading it again. So he hauled a whole stack of spare swords with him straight to the storage area. His enchantment hit level 8, and his swordsmanship surged to level 8 too. Then he stashed his old sword in storage as a backup. An hour later, he was deep in the woods east of the Mabitz River, and a group of adventurers were sprawled out there, catching their breath. He plopped onto the trunk of a fallen tree, gasping for breath because no matter how hard he pushed, he still couldn't make it to Marky Mobet's today. So he knew he'd be stuck here for the night. Then he gulped down the mana potion. Out of nowhere, someone barked, "Give him this potion." And the wounded man was seconds from dying. One of the adventurers begged for a potion for his friend, but everyone shut him down because that thing was ridiculously expensive. Then Jink lunged forward and declared he had a potion one that could be theirs in any amount they needed. Based on the numbers, they weren't monsters, and he couldn't stand the thought of anyone dying, so the wounded man was handed a potion to drink. Jink had never been this badly hurt, and he had never dared to try that potion on himself, so he wasn't sure the potion would do a thing, but it did, and the wounded man jolted awake. Even though he was still racked with pain, his comrade broke into a warm, heartfelt thanks to Jinky for saving him, said it was a party with the rank of dragons, and then, tears streaming, he named Alexander as the leader. He told Jink, "Just call me Alec," pointing to what he could clock, with pure observation. Alexander was a level 72 adventure swordsman, rank B. He had the title. Big Brother and Alec yanked out a huge bag of money and shoved it into Jink's hands. He said that was every last coin they had, and he swore it was just enough for the potion. Then D-Zink snapped, "So where did it all go?" Alex snapped back that they'd been lucky to run into a red ogre, and, yeah, this Arank monster was nothing to joke about. He was the one who would save their comrade. He'd repay him somehow, no matter what. Maybe even chain his own fate and become his slave. Jink, though, he already knew the potion's price. One bottle cost a whopping 5 gold coins. In Japanese yen, it came out to 5 million, so the youth believed he'd just stumbled into real financial muscle. He also knew this world let slavery exist, and he finally understood why. But having an old man stuck in slavery just felt filthy to D-Zink, so he snapped at Alec to rise off his knees. Suddenly, the adventurers snapped up from their rest, weapons flying into their hands, and froze, because a whole crowd of orcs was right there, drawn by the stink of blood, and they'd come straight for them. Zink checked the stats and saw it D-Rank's orcs, all packed with physical strength at level 29, but he smirked anyway, because even if there were a bunch, it wouldn't matter. Jinko was level 20 with physical strength at 30. Alec told everyone they burned through all their good weapons because of the red ogre. So Jink begged that nobody lay eyes on it until he was safely out of the country. But he had no other option. Jink yanked the swords from his magic storage and handed them out to the adventurers. Then he tore forward into the orcs, swinging and slashing until they fell, the other one. These adventurers were blown away by how this guy wiped out D-rank orcs with zero effort. The moment the adventure sparks, the battlefield slams into place. This fight explodes into its final climax. And right in the middle of it, Jay. He knew he had to cut down even more monsters to rake in more experience points, because he couldn't afford to get lost chasing these adventures. Jinka was dragged into fate's grip and forced into a duel against an orc general, a B-rank beast with a massive 68 in raw physical power. He decided that no matter how high the monster's rank was, he'd still come up with a plan. Malik's jaw dropped. This guy was about to charge an orc general solo, and Malik couldn't decide if he was watching a miracle or a disaster. Jink battled this brutal opponent, but the enchantment did nothing. He charged in too fast to take the monster alone. Alec rushed in to steal the creature's focus, and now it's bearing down on Alec with deadly intent. But Desync definitely cannonballed onto the monster's back and rammed his sword into its neck with everything he had. With one savage swing, he cleaved the monster's head clean off, and it tumbled across the ground. After watching their generals get wiped out in the most brutal way, the orcs broke ranks and fled. Malik leaned in and told Jink he was an absolute beast of a warrior, and he straight up suspected this guy was sitting on a high rank. But the kid shot back that he was still only a rookie at the 6th rank, and then he turned to Alec and thanked him for helping him crush the orc general. Told me to stash the reward for myself. Still, Desync pushed for splitting it in half, and the adventurers were blown away by the young adventurer's insane skill. Is that Jink from the Nanlan royal family? The moment the young man heard it, he realized the deportation rumors had already sprinted all the way here too. He claimed he was a fallen member of the Nanlan family, swore his name was Jink, for real, and then, right in the middle of that lie, turns out he was no longer an aristocrat. And the moment the adventurers laid eyes on him, they realized everything they'd heard was dead wrong. Zink fired off a question to Alec about his plans, and the leader snapped back that once they finished the escort mission, they were storming straight for the royal capital. Before any of that, they planned to swing by Mobitz. Berg, then everything flipped. He's now bound as his slave, and he'll trail him anywhere he goes. Zink warned Alex not to wrap up everything so easily, and Alex fired back that he couldn't thank him any other way. When Design heard that Mobitzberg was on the list, he immediately turned to them and asked, "Is the escort target in this city?" Then, before anyone could answer, he shot again, "Can I tag along with your party?" Later, after he came back to the royal capital to hand over the landless gift for his brother Esther and to finally end their slavery contract, Design asked Alec, that's how he'll learn to be an adventurer all on his own. Alec couldn't believe it and blurted, "That's it?" "Pew, pal." One of the adventure girls gripping a bow pointed at Jinka and said, "This guy? He's seriously interesting." After they wipe out the orc general, Jink and the adventurers hurl themselves toward Mobitzberg City. They were cruising down a road that cut straight through the goblin forest, though weirdly enough, not a single goblin or orc had shown up yet. Nothing about this forest looked special until, out of nowhere, they spotted a whole swarm of goblin archers perched on the high ground. To tear free from the forest, he had to smash through this massive swarm of monsters with. Jing didn't even hesitate. He surged forward, and right as Alec warned him to be careful, the adventurers kept hacking and fighting, hands and blades working non-stop. Even some D-ranked fighters crashed into the brawl, and D-Zink instantly realized they were just burning their strength for nothing. If they're doing it just to farm experience points with money, then everything makes total sense. Soon, the massive goblin army was wiped out, and honestly, it felt almost too easy. Seasoned adventurers stared in disbelief as that frail kid fought circles around them. "Grown men," Jinx whispered. "Maybe it's all about raw talent." D's Inc. weighed his status like it mattered. He'd mastered the enchantment's 8th level, and for the last battle he raked in +8 points, so now he knew he'd be the best player in the entire world. He turbocharged his body with enchantment, and the cuirass and cloak stacked on top with a straight +8 boost, setting the stage for what came next. The clothes, underwear, and even a glove ring were added too. And then the adventures finally took root. Caught up in the heat of that just-finished battle, they couldn't help but think the guy who joined them was seriously badass. A girl stepped up to him and introduced herself, Karen, the leader of the Sacred Flame party, right to Jinku. She said she got lucky enough to watch him win yesterday, and she wasn't alone. She had a bowguard with her, a true hero, who, he introduced himself to the young man and admitted he'd never seen anyone like him before. Everyone noticed how deadly he was with his weapons, so the big question hit right away. Was he an enchanter? The third member of Sacred Flame was Will, and he was itching to meet Jink too. Right away, they decided to test their abilities, and the bulk art turned into an erased sword adventure packed with a level 150 threat. Karen, leader of Sacred Flame, was a 214th level elf, a healer by trade, and an S-rank archer to the bone. The level 165 player had a status upgrade with a priceless skill, Weapon Evaluation. He snapped at Jinku that his weapon check was totally wrong, then pointed out that the gear had just surged his physical strength by +8. He could level up a bunch of items all to the same level. Yeah, that screamed enchanter. The adventurers stared in shock at what they just heard. Everyone knew this continent had 0 enchanters, so we decided to ask Jink if he'd sell that ability for a fair price. The young man shot back, "I'm in, but only if there's one condition." And then he leaned in like he couldn't wait for you to ask what it was. Jink shot back that the skill's owner had to spill blood onto the enchanted item first and then do every single step perfectly. This relic can't be defiled by shady hands, because now it's headed for the Kingdom of Cal, traveling through Mabitsburg. And as long as he stays right here in this country, he won't hand that power over to anyone for any reason. The mage nodded, raised his offer to drink, and even tossed in a little joke, since he knew he'd found a stake adventurer. And then he told the young man they were over the moon to have the enchanter in their country. Jink admitted he had no clue what it should cost, since he'd never met another enchanter, so yeah, he gets to name the price. Jink told them he can enchant his loadout for +8 swordsmanship, +1 sujutsu, +8 physical strength, +3 courtesy, +2 for alchemy, plus a level assessment at 3, and even storage. And it even comes with a map to judge the results. So when the D-Zinc showed off those rare, unreal skills, the young man just smirked and said, "Nah, I was born with them." Then he pressed the magician for his take, and the answer came in a necklace courtesy, +3 more. Sword fencing's up by 8, E-ring alchemy jumps by 2, and the shoes crank physical strength by 8 done. He hands each of them a card stamped with a score of 3. Then the next move is clear time to chug a mono potion. He stared, totally shook, as he downed his 5th potion like it was nothing. "Il the meal you are bound down yom diom bound he shoosh." He shoved the map into Karen's hands and told her to smear it with blood. She did without hesitation, staring at the markings as the realization hit her hard. Bogart and Will played the same move with their maps, and the mage instantly clocked the truth this card could only be used for skills. He leaned in and promised Jinku, "If you spill the truth about those extra qualities, I'll toss you an extra reward too." Jinku fired back. "Skills can be described, but quality's a mystery, there's no way to name it," and refused to say a word. Some folks are still sleeping on their gifts, but if he pays him more, he'll finally be satisfied. So the young man wrestled with the idea that he didn't want to just help a stranger. D-Zinc raked in some serious cash, thanked the adventurers with a grin, and basically said, "This is what an A-rank party is all about." Bogart couldn't hide his jealousy, and Will said it felt downright weird, an enchanter and a big shot at that, traveling all by himself. Honestly, they kicked him out for real, and everyone in the adventures already knew it. Karen pressed him for answers, like, "What did you do?" Because he didn't look like a criminal at all. Alex stepped up for the young man and shouted, "That's not what happened. He isn't like that." Then he demanded they stop grabbing his friend because the truth was simple. He'd only messed up in his own way, and now he was being falsely accused. He didn't talk about his powers or his family, because once people found out, they'd try to milk it for all it's worth. So he keeps his trust locked in a tiny circle, the kind only a few people can earn. So he packed his courage and headed straight for the Coal Kingdom. And honestly, he was kind of relieved he didn't have many friends, because deep down, he knew this was for the best. Will promised he'd help him cross the border, and the magician immediately swung his gaze to Karen to make sure it was true. The Sacred Flame leader doubled down and warned that monsters are swarming near the border, but Jink's heart is rock solid. The kid thanked them and shoved them to move fast. Mabitsburg was right around the corner, so before long they were skirting the Colt Kingdom, hitting the edge of remote Mabitsburg, and when D-Zinc looked around, it hit him. Nobody in the town seemed to recognize him. He grinned as he weighed the bag of money he'd pulled from that enchantment, and D-Zinc decided right then to blow it all on shopping. He tracked down the raw material for forging, then stormed into the shop and snatched up the finest weapons and armor. The owner grinned like he just struck gold with that purchasing power. But Jink immediately cut in and told him it wouldn't be instant. It would take time. He picked his armor and weapons with ruthless precision. A simple, sturdy spear, straight up, reliable. He leaned in and promised the young man that only in his store would he find exactly what he needed. The shopkeeper offered to pack up everything he'd bought, and Jink thanked him for the kindness. He said he had a storage facility, and D-Zinc grabbed a spear for Esther, one that would keep going for ages. And he was determined to enchant it, pushing every trick he had to make it as powerful as possible. Next morning, out on the fringes of Mobitsburg, Dizink pressed the gift into Alec's hands and thanked him right up front for bringing it to his brother. He also churned out quality assessment cards and even crafted one just for Alec. Alec's thanks hit Jinka hard because she already saw his enchantment crawling up to the 12th level. That push rained experience points on him, letting him level up on the spot. Then the adventure crew led by Alec charged straight for the capital. That same day at the non-land mansion, the head of the house slammed it down for everyone to hear Esther was going to be the next heir of the non-land house. And he's begging him to finally get it and move on from Jinka, while Esther sits in his room, staring into space, consumed by thoughts of his brother. Rage boiled in my father's veins as he snapped at Esther, demanding to know if he'd been working the whole time he was gone. He told his son, "Don't you ever do that again," and he cursed himself for helping Jinku, because old non-land swore he'd punish him. And then the tension snapped. And the moment Jink left tomorrow, they locked him down for 50 days, no going out at all. He handed him a potion and told him he'd finally get to see his brother off tomorrow. But Jink wasn't his brother anymore. Then my father turned and left. Esther leaned toward the window of his room, staring out and wondering what her brother was up to right now. Was he out there, lost in the forest, wandering alone? Dizink was so sure it could pull off an escape from this country alive, and for now, it promised a whole lot of payoff. Benchers and Jink battled savage evil orcs, while his brother threw everything he had into the fight. Then Boger swung his sword and dropped yet another monster. Elf Karen planted her feet and drove a perfectly aimed arrow straight into the goblin. But when it came to real adventurers, they were just weaklings. We'll unleash Windcutter magic and slice that orc into pieces. Jink stood over a heap of monster corpses, eyes shining as he said that this is what earning your rank feels like. Then he'd thank you for the enchantment. He's about to level up his rank any day now, and back then, he pushed his fire magic even higher too. Even though he can't conjure a single forest fire, Jink's realizing he's got to level up his magic and fast. Aaron and Boggard, still hot on the fleeing monster's heels, came barreling back, and as Jink watched them close in on the border. The more monsters they stumble into, the slimmer the odds get. So, if some low-rank merchant or adventurer joins this journey, there's basically no chance they'll make it to the border. Karen nodded hard to his words and said it was basically impossible for a C-ranked adventurer to even reach the border. Merchants who wanted through would either hire a B rank or pay for a convoy, and she also swears a wyvern makes its home deep in the forest. Sometimes it shows up right along this road, and the boss might even tell you to snag it. So Jink's mind immediately screamed that he did not want to run into this wyvern right now. Karen, though, kept smiling and said there's nothing to worry about because the border is already right there, like right around the corner. And very soon, the party finally crashed into the border town of Colt, and instantly everyone started sweating about trouble ahead. Dizink was the worst of the bunch because his worry was burning hot. Karen winked at him and told him not to sweat. If anything, they'd back him up. Boggard puffed up and bragged that they were a rank in the guard, while Karen was S rank, noble blood and all, with even viscounts guarding the local side. So yeah, he was fine. Jink only wished he hadn't had to throw hands. He really wanted to slip through border control without any trouble. Just right then, an armed border guard stormed in front of them and demanded they hand over their identity cards. My guard's eyes shot wide with shock when he spotted Jinka Nonland's name on the map. The youth confirmed everything, and then snapped that he'd lost his status, and was now just a commoner. He's the same DZNK Nonland. The border guard swore it was rumored he'd bolted from the royal capital 5 days ago, so why did he crash into the border this fast? And how on earth did he even get here? Karen stepped forward like she owned the place, snapped at the guard to shut up, and said they'd come by carriage so the kid was only told to go. She did, and right away she demanded to know what was wrong with the guards. The border guard bristled, sneering. How dare a commoner speak to a knight like that? Down out that. He instantly became way more polite, and the elf warned him to mind his manners and his words, because was insulting people even normal here. The knight blurted out an apology, said he'd call someone higher up, shot Karen a sharp, judging look, and promised that next time he'd do the talking. Jink added that they weren't going to tolerate her rudeness toward them either. One guard took one look and blurted that it was a sacred flame, and right then the chief strode up to the travelers. He swallowed his pride, apologized for his subordinates' rudeness, and vowed he'd punish them later. Then the boss leaned in and demanded, "So, are you from the cult kingdom? But why would they drag themselves to that infamous Rosold kingdom where nothing but incompetence roams?" Then he jabbed a finger at D-Zinc and said, "This guy served in the convoy, got blinded by his own status, and tried to poison the head of the family." The young man snapped to attention when they told him he was being charged with attempted murder. Then he fired back, saying they'd all eaten together at the same table with their father, like he was just some random extra standing there. Then they jumped in and admitted they'd been with D-Zinc because, yeah, he'd already been deported, and he'd been told to leave within a set deadline and never come back, so there's zero reason to lock him up. The boss twisted his face and snapped that the guy arrived way too quick to be normal, and the magician told the chief, "We rode with him for 3 whole days, nothing shady ever showed up. He didn't think this guy would cause trouble at all. If he could reach the capital in 5 days, then he could." He yelled out, so if he managed to make it here, then it was all good. Then he hurriedly apologized for burning the travelers' time and swore they'd be way more careful when they interrogated the nobles next time. Aaron couldn't help but hope for exactly that. Then D-Zinc stared at the city and declared, "The kingdom of coal starts right here." And at last, he reached the border. The young man thanked Will and Karen for their help, saying that without that security check he would have been in serious trouble, and they both brushed it off, then asked, "So tell us, how do you think Risalto would react if they found out he's an enchanter?" "Just think, maybe they'll drag him back or just kill him outright. Either way, he's not getting to be alone, so he hands him a plan." They told him to start by leveling up his adventure first since he can't get job registration. His enchanter talent is the key, and because that rare power is so valuable, the guild steps in and grants him protection. D-Zinc decided to protect himself in advance. If he registered in Kola, he wouldn't be able to operate in Rosalta, so he told him to go straight to the guild. He said goodbye to Bogard, and Will promised he'd spill everything himself. Bogard nodded and agreed. On the way to the guild, the magician leaned in and told Karen he wanted to craft a healing bracelet, or at least practice the technique first. She thanked him, and together they strode into the Adventurers Guild, dressed like a cult, and the moment Karen stepped in, every adventurer in the room instantly recognized her. Everyone clocked it. She looked stunning just like always, and their eyes immediately snapped to the guy beside her, wondering why she was being so friendly with him. The receptionist beamed and congratulated Sacred Flame on their return, then asked what they needed today. Well grinned, jabbed a finger at Jink, and demanded a professional certificate so they could raise the boy's rank. D-Zinc was told to lay out his loot, so he immediately demanded a bigger place than the guild office. They all stormed into the backyard, and the young man started untying the bag right away, snapping that the goblins had to go first. The employees grilled him, got a body and a bag. One of them shook her head and snapped that it was only for rookies, while the second leaned in and warned Jinka, "To prove you've killed monsters, you don't need to haul the whole corpse." When Jink dumped the goblin ears out of the bag, the employees went completely silent. "You leopard, mule, you mule elmed." Damn it, he still hadn't torn the orcs apart, and the admins were totally stunned that Jink pulled it all together by himself. When he dumped his loot, it sprawled across half the guild's backyard. He spread his hands and beamed, urging them to take his work, and the administrators practically erupted with praise, saying it had a pretty huge storage space. Goblin magicians, 7 corpses. Goblin shamans, 6 more. Goblins, 812 bodies. Kobolds, 41 bodies. Slugs, 37 bodies. And down in work, you've got 1 poor lost soul. And orcs met their end, 119 bodies, while 24 gold coins and 3 gold bars were allowed too, even after the Jinku's fee for dismemberment got deducted. Jink made me send it all to Yen and Boom. It totaled 24.3 million yen. In Jink Hero's old life, he couldn't even scrape together a 6-digit amount. Now it's all about climbing to the next rank. Jink's already racked up enough points to hit rank C, but to reach rank D or better, he has to pass a test. D-Zinc told me to explain what that test is, and the receptionist said that if he's a swordsman, then you'd have to square up in a sparring session with the examiner, because he can take the exam right now. Doom! The exam took place in the guild test arena right there. One adventurer spotted him and realized he was the same guy the guard had been talking about during the inspection. It was the fallen refugee from Rosalzo. I had no clue why Karen was even messing with it. Dissel, is he the one taking the test today? It was Guildmaster Snow himself, and he was the exact sparring partner Jinka was supposed to face. It was a rare sight. Guildmaster Snow himself was stepping in as the examiner, and every seat in the stands was packed with people desperate to watch. Everyone kept asking the same thing. Who would Snow face? The rumors said this guy wiped out 100 orcs all by himself. Most people wouldn't buy it for a second sparring with Snow in fencing. Everyone figured this kid was done for, but right then, boom, the rank advancement test was about to kick off. And because time was tight, the D&C rank exams were going to be merged, so the guild leader stared his opponent down and told him he'd heard all about him, practically salivating to see how that young kid stacks up. The referee shot D-Zinc a warning, say one wrong move, and he could end up seriously hurt, even badly injured during the test. From the podium, Karen blasted, "Don't worry," and promised that if anything went wrong, it would heal him, while one of her admirers, perched right there beside her, clenched his teeth. Rage boiled in him because that guy also wanted Karen to heal him. And now he was praying the guild leader would wipe that asshole out. The referee blew the whistle and told the fighters to step in, and Snow snapped that if Dink didn't want to strike first. Then he swung straight into the attack. Snow thundered forward with rage, but the youth's speed and rock-solid defense instantly stopped him dead. His sword moved like it was guided by pure talent, and the crowd still felt the guildmaster slipping into control. Then all those jealous voices started begging for Snow to end this guy for good. Meanwhile, Drink was locked in his thoughts, because this was the first time he'd ever faced a human with a sword, and it made every monster fight feel like child's play. The guild leader had warned him sparring never drags past 3 minutes, but this guy still looked unshaken, while Snow hadn't felt that kind of energy in ages. D-Zinq finally snapped into attack mode. He sprinted forward at lightning speed, barreling toward the examiner while Snow fought tooth and nail to defend himself. Jink stared at his status. And yeah, it wasn't luck. His swordsmanship sitting at level 104 meant he was a true genius with a blade, because he knew one slip could cost him everything. His opponent would snatch the initiative the second the fight started. Then Snow would come crashing in with a sword strike, and he'd already know exactly how good that hit would feel. Karen leaned over to her friend and said, "The fight just started, and DZNK is already hurt." Then her friend shrugged. "Honestly, he's not that bad. He has to keep moving non-stop, so he doesn't even get a moment to rest." Karen decided that not even Jinku could take down the guild master still. Snow's just human, and his stamina can't hold forever. Jink watched him whip out different techniques like he'd memorized them from a handbook, every move so precise it felt scripted. Until the whole veteran, battle-worn aura that once clung to him started to fade from the young man. He figured out he could smash it with his sword, and even though Snow didn't expect the fight with that adventurer to drag on for this long, the guild leader still kept believing it would end fast. Jinka only had a swordsmanship level of 27, so he never should have stepped into this brawl, but then his enchantment saved him, letting Jinka strike the examiner with zero fear. Snow's next strike ended in heartbreak. D-Zink's blade flashed, tore into the examiner's side, and the crowd in the stands erupted in shock. Snow got wrecked so badly he had no choice but to throw in the towel, and the judge slammed the decision, declaring D-Zik non-land the winner. The crowd's jaw dropped. This was the first time anyone had ever seen Snow get hurt, and they just couldn't wrap their heads around it. A kid like D-Zink actually beat him. Longland couldn't wrap their head around how they were shocked too. Karen sprinted into the arena and begged to heal the guildhead, but he snapped and refused her on the spot. Snow stared in disbelief, because the potion they claimed would seal his wound barely even saved him. Turns out he got completely outmatched by a kid. Then barreled up to Jinku and promised she'd heal him as the prize for winning, and the young man just shrugged it off, saying he was only lightly hurt. From the shadows of the secret stands, Karen's admirers seethed at the picture, and the magician Will, who slipped down from those stands to Jinku, boasted that he'd crushed the genius and the guild head, then demanded Jinku share his secret. Jinku snapped back that it was all because of the enchantment. Mage claimed his win was earned through his abilities and called it fair then. He leaned in and demanded to know how skilled the young man really was with a sword. When Snow realized Jinko was level 175, he burst out, "This guy is a monster," because there are only 3 enchanters in the whole world, and Jinko had to be the 4th. He said Jinko's abilities had already become part of the Sacred Flame, and that Jinko had the Score ability too. Snow stared at his card and declared he had the proof. Then he started raking through his stats, checking every number like it mattered. The Jink snapped his attention to him and blurted that the Snow was brutal, and that the enchantment was the only reason he even stood a chance, because without it, he'd never beat the guild leader. The young man saw that face twist the moment the words landed. He said he barely tried, and this is the lesson he'll remember, because as the guild's head, he steps in and slaps him with the job of enchanter and appraiser. We'll throw our hands up and cheer because Jinka just raised him to a preliminary C rank, and the young man blurts, "Wait, what even is a preliminary rank?" He leaned in and said, "Enchanters can level up straight to S rank, so if someone with that kind of power got stuck at a low rank, it'd spell disaster for everyone. And yeah, those rules are just strict security measures." So Jink got slapped with a temporary C rank. Then he stared at Will and the Wildermont and blurted, "If I can boost it easily, why am I taking this test?" The magician just smiled and said, "There's a reason. This super rare job is the kind of priceless human power you can't replace. So if he can't defend himself, they slap on and escort everywhere he goes. One protector follows close behind." So they had to test his fighting skills, right here, with a whole crowd watching. And Zink leaned in and demanded, "Okay, but why are you helping him? He told me he was just dying to know what would happen to him once he left the country, and what would happen if he actually pushed his abilities. Since he's an enchanter and appraiser, he's a dangerous, top-tier player." Jink leaned in, eyes sharp, and asked, "So SS is within reach?" The magician just smiled and said, "Yeah, there's something higher than S. If he's got an SS rank, nobody gets to control him. He's untouchable, on the same level as the owners of castles or even whole countries. And the worst part, he still has a mountain of experience to unleash. Does he really want to go for it?" Deezing shut his eyes and relived his deportation, the venom of his contempt, and the desperate escape he pulled off from Rosalt. He chose to prove every last one of his skills with his enchantment backing him up, and he even liked the sound of SS ranks. The carriage rolled along the forest road at a crawl, guarded by a special escort, while the crew stayed inside. These Ink was cooking up the mission. And right then, he stumbled on a formula that could finally crack the whole task wide open sure. The exam was still 2 weeks away, but he was determined he'd finish it all before the clock ran out. Out of nowhere, guards thundered outside, and he knew they'd hit an all-out attack. They were Cobbalbs, but the warriors didn't ease up for a second, keeping their Jink locked behind their shields while the monsters closed in. The young man kicked open the carriage door and rushed out, dead set on backing the knights against the monsters, and honestly, this was the perfect shot to prove his water magic skills. He hurled the magic water ball at the cobbles, then it just fizzled out, doing nothing at all. Because those stones wouldn't budge to that magic, and Deezink's very first try crashed hard. He snapped into focus, forcing himself to remember every training session, and in his mind, it wasn't some flimsy water balloon anymore. It was a brutal, lead-heavy ball smashing through the air. This second try hit harder. The ball slammed into a monster on the spot, and it all finally paid off, ending. Cobbles got hammered by the humans and bolted into the sky, while Jink practically exploded with joy over how far his magic had come. It all clicked, thanks to the enchantment water magic had been his from the start, but now he knew he had to aim with way more care, because one slip could have crushed the trust of the people who were counting on him. One of the convoy members apologized for yanking him away from his studies, but they had to keep him safe, so Jink waved it off and said not to worry because he was only training his magic. Right now he's studying hard and getting ready to pass an exam on his way to the capital of the Coal Kingdom. 2 weeks ago, after Jink, Karen, and Will crushed the test, they showed up at Brando's mansion, only to be greeted and told everything was already set. "They'll be sleeping there tonight." The magician leaned in and said, "Count Brando is a legend, nothing like those snooty aristocrats who act like they're better than everyone else." And he even said, "I raised him when he was little," then added that teaming up with someone like that isn't a bad idea at all. Jinky and the gentleman from Sacred Flame were ushered into a special room, and Dzink finally met Count Nicholas Brando of the Cold Kingdom. Face to face then, everything went quiet for a beat. The Count told him to speak to him straight, if it came to it, and the young man, though he was ranked high, admitted he didn't know much, and asked the Count to just call him Dzink. The nobleman blinked at that kind of politeness, then grabbed his hand and shook it. After that, the Count swept everyone to the table and beckoned them to dig into the mouth-watering feast he'd cooked just for them. He wished them a great meal, and after living on camp canned food, Dzink couldn't stop raving about how amazing the food tasted. Then, the Count leaned in and asked what he'd do next after escaping Rosalt that successfully. The young man shot back that he was done with the Rose-Old Kingdom. He wanted to bolt for the Cult Kingdom, raise his rank, and make his name. Then he finally settles in the Yamato Kingdom and heads to its high school at just 14, but shockingly, he racks up an S rank early on. Count caught on real fast S rank wasn't just power, it was basically aristocracy, even if he headed to Yamato. But that left one terrifying question. Wouldn't Rosalto's people come hunting him? Zane shot back that he couldn't stand being stuck in one spot for too long. He wanted to roam, see the world, and collect a ton of fresh experiences, and the Count looked completely satisfied with his answer. He told Dzink to head straight for Coralte, the kingdom's capital where the most prestigious high school in the Cult Kingdom lives. Sure, it's tough to get in, but he could do it, and if Dzink really wanted experience, then that was the road to take. Then he's got to rush to the nearest city of Hamel, built right on top of the Cult Kingdom's biggest dungeon. So deep its depths are a mystery, and nobody's ever managed to reach the very bottom. Monsters of every size keep bursting in, and Jink can't help thinking, this is the real adventure. Karen told him straight up, if you want to get into school, you've got to pass the entrance exam first. And Jinka promised her, don't worry, everything's going to be okay. On the road to Coralte, they'll be studying. Karen stared in shock at how hard he pushed himself, and the Count even urged the young man to bring himself to an adventurer party. When he heads to the capital, he'll cut right through the lands of his trusty aristocrats. Then he can slip back to his mansion in Coralte and announce himself in Brando's name. And Brando grilled Jinka for what she thought of that plan. His son, basically his twin in age, is eyeing the entrance exam too, and the Count can only hope, if life allows, that he'll finally get to make friends with him. Jink admitted he wasn't used to it yet and felt a bit uneasy because in Jink Hero's memories, every day always blurred into the next, but right now he was buzzing with pure excitement. The young man kept sharpening his mind with something new every day, so he finally took Count Brando's suggestion. Dipalith, Ded, Divin, Gevin, Dabenevs. Aaron flashed a smile and said it was a pleasure doing business with him, and the girl promised, we'll find the dragon's tears and head back to Rosolt. Then once we've settled everything with our brother, we'll race back to Coralte, and maybe, just maybe, we'll meet again. Zinks just let out a hopeful thought that everyone would be okay. Then Jinx climbed into the carriage, grinning as it rolled. Once he was settled, he dove straight into his literature study, and he swore that even Denchiro didn't deserve to get tortured like that in his past life. Then, while he was stuck at the aristocrat's mansion, he was grinding through his studies. After the monsters were dealt with, he threw himself into training at the camp. Then the nobles who took him in got an enchanted item plus a hospitality assessment card from him, and he just kept studying again and again. Then, right as the ride ended, the carriage screeched to a stop, and they ordered him to step out for a tour. That's when they rolled into Coralte. Zink leapt out of the carriage and boom ran straight into the city's massive walls, towering twice as high as the defenses around the royal capital of Rosolt. He was already itching to roam the city streets himself. He pushed for a walk until his guards shut him down, warning him he couldn't stroll around alone, and if anything happened, they'd be done for. The guard's captain snapped at him to hold his horses and wait until he cleared the entrance exam. Then he grabbed him by the moment and told him, all right, now we're heading straight to the mansion, Brando Mansion. Jinku was greeted by the Count's wife, Arya, and their son, Chris. Chris told him he'd heard all about Jinku from his dad, and then dropped a bombshell. He wanted to join the school too, within a month. Jinku asked to be called just Jink, so he wouldn't feel out of place. And Arya basically told him, I can't do much to host you, but insisted he should feel right at home then, even while his mom kept objecting. Chris pushed ahead and showed Mr. Jink around their house. And for all the power Jinkaro had, one crack in the armor stood out. He pushed himself too far until his strength finally hit rock bottom. The moment he stepped into the house, he dropped to his knees and blacked out. At the Cole Royal Palace, word hit His Majesty fast. An enchanter had arrived. Just like the nobles swore so, he demanded to enter Cole High School. Chris barked at me to dig up everything I could about Jinka, then ordered me to drag him straight to the infirmary. Jink sprawled on the floor, eyes locked on his status screen, and when he hit max assessment level, his whole world seemed to snap into place because the day of the Call Kingdom High School Magic Department entrance exam had finally arrived. Jink heard this school is insanely hard to get into. And in Japan, that exam won't be a cakewalk either. He grinded through training so hard that he totally blacked out at Count Brando's place, and when he finally came to, he'd somehow boosted his magic experience terrible to look at. Sure, but Chris rushed in and made it work. Count Sun sat through the exam and watched D-Zink tear through the questions with terrifying ease. Then, at last, the written test was finally over. Next came the magic practice test applicants lined up in 2 rows on the training field, pushing themselves to prove every trick they had, while teachers judged the kind and rarity of their abilities. Then, number 783, rank adventure Mr. Jink, was shouted. The young men clocked it instantly here. Even applicants get called gentlemen. And when they heard Jink had an S rank, the candidates couldn't stop whispering. Everyone leaned in, dying to see how he performed, and the young man stepped up and chose magic for the attack. Then the real question hit. How in the world would they rate the enchantment? Jen skidded to a stop before Mr. Dusty Pen in the Cult Kingdom's prize marquis and a legendary sage. He leaned in and told Jinku he wanted to test his enchantment and his magic evaluation skills, and the moment the marquis went to work, it scanned Jink's magic and healing status. He realized his water magic just didn't cut it. Other applicants had way stronger healing gifts. The moment they started judging him, he felt sick to his stomach. Panelma then demanded he show what he could do. The Ink Squad kicked things off with a water balloon after the exam, and Chris, straight out the gate, was the first one to launch. He lit up over his water magic demo, thinking that water cyclone was pure fire. Then Jink snapped back that he sprayed everyone because he'd pushed the enchantment skill way too far. I can't help but wonder if they'll dock his points for this. Then again, that Marquis Penham is a top-tier noble. If it's true, he'll march straight to the king and tell him. And yeah, he's an enchanter, and Rosalta's gonna find out way sooner than he ever expected, no question about it. After the exam, Adam rushed to the royal palace, and when he stepped inside, the king leaned in and demanded to know how it went. The Marquis said everything went perfectly and, oh man, the enchantments are real. Plus, he's got serious sword skills and brute strength, with a huge storage space too. King Cole, with a normal call still ringing, stroked his beard in deep thought while Panham hurried on, reporting every bit of that guy's progress to His Majesty. She said Jink had already crushed the written exam, finishing 96% of it. Honestly, that's not bad at all. Only a handful of people could pull off numbers like that, and the Marquis was sure this guy was destined to break into the magic department's first class. One of the masters snapped with fury, demanding, "How can you even talk like that when you're still just a kid?" King said he understood everyone's fears in this room, but then he asked the real question, what would people say about all of humanity? And right after that, he reminded them he'd heard Zazing tried to poison his father. If someone with that kind of power turned villain, it'd be a nightmare for the stakes. Madam leaned in and told the king, "From what I've assessed, I don't see Jinka as a sinner at all, and his Sigjitsu is shockingly weak for someone who's not a land descendant. And after all, their family is famous for one thing, owning a spear. As for the fallen one, people whisper that he was wrongly accused and kicked out to Rosalt." At the meeting, the academicians split into furious camps, and some insisted that, no matter what, D-Zink was an aristocrat with serious clout. Nobody liked what they saw. People even shrugged it off like it wasn't worth a second of attention. Everyone in Rosalta kept asking one wild question. Did this man get kicked out for failing with a spear, or was there some other reason? Then the king burst out in outrage, saying it was obvious because in Rosalta, he'd been banished for no good reason, not knowing the truth that he was an enchanter. Now, Normal Call has ordered a place to be prepared. His Majesty promised that their country would shelter the Jinka enchanter, but he made it crystal clear They wouldn't use his abilities for their own gain, only a few. A few days later, Jink finally learned the verdict he'd scraped by with a passing grade, and out of everyone, only 3 people managed to break into the first class. He even congratulated Chris for getting into second grade he made sure to say it, no excuses right after. Chris told Jink he'd heard from his mom about the king sending an audience invite, then leaned in and asked if Jink had a proper outfit ready for something like that. Before all this, he'd only ever seen him in normal clothes. Sink snapped that he was a former aristocrat who'd traded away everything he owned just to scrape together money for deportation. He remembered that making assessment cards for the aristocrats paid him well, so he figured he'd better hit the city for supplies. And Chris backed him up. That place wasn't just some residence for applicants. It was the launch pad for crawling the underground labyrinth and more. There, they searched for human resources, meaning a slave factory, and the young guy. They even offered him a spot in the top 10. Slave trading is just business as usual here, but Jinku can't stomach it, yet he needs someone with a B rank or better. At last, someone finally stepped forward. Deezing shot a finger at a 12-year-old girl named Nina, and the slaver bragged that he planned to sell her as a salt woman right up until she was being dragged away. He's set upon by a pack of dogs and gets bitten. Then he turns her into a simple slave for sale, slapping a price on her, 1 gold coin and 3 silver coins. Deezink nodded in agreement. Then the sale was set in motion. Deezink squeezed out a drop of his own blood onto the girl's neck. The deal finally got sealed, and the owner strode up and declared that the girl had been officially transferred into the Jinku's hands. She crumpled to her knees and declared, "From today on, I'm your master's slave. Do whatever you want with me." Then Jink called, "Come with me." He hauled her to Count Brando's house, shoved her into a chair, and demanded she tell him where she came from. "Nina told me she was born into a poor farmer's family, then winter drained their last coins, and she was sold off because there wasn't enough to feed one more mouth." Jink figured it might have been a run-of-the-mill tale, but the choice his parents made wasn't simple at all. The girl said the new dad told her she'd been abandoned, and the young man finally got it, then snapped, deciding he was done grilling for answers. Turns out even her own father ditched her. Then the niece snapped toward her and barked, "I've got 5 orders for you, and you'll obey every single one. Don't hurt him or lie to him. Never spill secrets about him, and don't do anything that targets him." If she can stick to those rules, she just might finally be free. Even though she's still a slave, she's got to remember, he isn't doing this for evil. He'll step in and punish her the moment she's rude or screws up. Then he leaned in and asked if she had any questions. She answered with one, and she's got that scar, so she's begging to work at night. Then Jinke erupts, demanding she knows exactly what kind of night job that is, and Nina only answers that she's heard all about it. Link cut her off and snapped that wasn't what he paid for. But the girl insisted it was the only way she could help, because she can't lift a thing, and she can't read or write either. They told her this was her destiny, what she was born to do. Jingle. He shoved a potion bottle into the girl's hands, and swore that first he'd mend her wound, because a plain potion couldn't possibly fix something like that, and Nina demanded answers. "Can you really hand stuff like that to slaves?" Jink barked at her to drink it. She's earned it. He leaned in and told her, "I've got this weird gift for reading people, and I picked you." Bill. Jink slid his hand onto the girl's shoulder and said, "I've got a request. Your strength is needed." How? Then he'll rush to get fresh clothes ready for her, and Nina snaps, shocked. "Is there anything I can do to help?" To which DZNC grins and says, "That's exactly what I had in mind." Tears spilled from her eyes as the slave finally obeyed his command, while Chris couldn't thank Jinku enough for bringing Nina safely to the house. She crushed it in the kitchen. Her hands flew so fast it felt unreal, and even the head maid couldn't hide her shock. Now they dig in with pure joy. And Jink? He hits alchemy, flips junk into bullion, and cashes it in for money. He burned through a ton of mana potions, and Chris snapped, "Why do you need that much money?" But Dzink just smirked and said he'd need more slaves. Chris leaned in and demanded, "Tell me what happens from here." Then Nina interrupted, grinning hard, and announced she'd bake cookies. She urged the young ones to go for it, and Dzink grabbed a whole jar of those delicious cookies straight from her hands, and the girl begged him to spill their impressions later. When Nina finally walked out, Chris clocked the fact she was wearing a maid's uniform. Jink leaned in and asked Chris where he could buy daddle slaves, and Chris shot back that none were there at the factory where he'd bought Nina, yet he knew exactly where those slaves could be found. In those grim prisoner selling agencies, criminal slaves sit there like merchandise, waiting to be auctioned off. Every high school dorm feels way too massive for Jinka, but he's convinced that if he brings Nina here, the whole place will suddenly feel right. He couldn't shut his mind off battle slaves, still weren't secured, and with everything else he still needed, he knew one truth. Money was the only way. Chris spun toward Jinku and said, "Classes start today," but then hit the punchline. "We're split into different classes, and I might skip some of them." Zink said, "Credit me," and then straight up warned Chris that it would feel weird not to hit class from day one, because once he showed up, Zink was an instant hit in that classroom, especially with the girls. They'd heard he was an S-ranked venture and they couldn't stop talking about how handsome he was, so of course they started whispering, "Does he already have a fiancé?" Half his classmates secretly thought he was too good for them, while the rest were daydreaming about being his mistress. The halls were so loud, it felt like he'd never left Rosaltand. That hit him hard, because he wasn't sure they cared about him at all, only his status. And that engagement brings him nothing big win for them. They look like they came from nothing. That's why they're so desperate. Everything they've got hinges on it. You want cash? Then go out and wipe out a few monsters. And magic doesn't care whether you're a man or a woman. And yeah, plenty of jobs are made for women, so why not chase the top with their own two hands instead of living off someone else's money? Jink met Negenda Call, who was also a freshman and had just slipped into first grade. From her surname alone, he figured it out. Princess Negenda. She begged Jinka to treat her like a real classmate, and he told her the truth. He was an adventurer now, and this was the first year of their journey, so yeah, he might not get to see her much. She snapped back that she was out on her father's business right now, and with a whole country on the line, royal duties are no walk in the park. Then Zink clocked it. Students were handing cash to a shady gentleman and shouting, "Mr. Blog," to him like it meant something. He was a huge guy who declared it was time for every student to pay up for his friendship, and he grumbled that they were shortchanging him big time. One of the students blurted out, shocked, that this month had crushed him. Then the Blog yanked him by the clothes and demanded, "So you really want to know what happens to you if you don't be friends with me?" It grilled him about whether he really wants his friend to be from the Duke's family, and Jink shot back at the agenda, asking who that fat guy was. Then Jink shot back at the agenda, asking who that fat guy was. Then the girl answered, "He's the heir of the Randosol family. Back in middle school, he thought rules were optional, people paid for it, and he got plenty of students expelled. Now he's down in third grade, acting like he owns the place." Jink froze in shock and demanded how Negenda managed to land in high school back then. And Negenda admitted his father had done everything he could only for the truth to leave no proof. Even the royals themselves powerless to do anything about it. Meanwhile, the blogger strode up to the princess and flashed a polite greeting. Then the princess snapped and asked the fat man what on earth just happened. The blog giggled through his teeth and claimed he was only chatting with a friend. Then he leaned in and begged the princess for permission to talk to the young man standing beside her. And he even grilled Jinka, asking if he was truly the right guy to carry someone with that kind of high status. He told Jinka he wanted to hire him and squeeze the absolute best out of his S rank, because he's just a commoner, so he can ride the Randosol name, and that's exactly what set Jinka's nerves on fire. The blog came at him with a rude question like it was daring him to ignore it. The young man snapped back and told the jerk not to lay a hand on him. And then the blogger leaned in, threatening that if he ever got violent, the young man would regret it big time. Then he thrust out his fists and snapped that Jinke started it, claiming he was the one built for deadly hand-to-hand combat. A sharp jab to the jaw shut that famous family representative right up. Then the fat man crumpled to the floor. With blood still dripping from his nose, Jinx hissed, "Didn't you read the school rules? Here, it doesn't matter who you are, or what family you come from. What class are you from? Doesn't matter, noble or commoner, first grade or third grade. Nobody gets to lay a hand on you. But yeah, he's not even in middle school." After that, he spun toward the agenda and proposed leaving this place. Then the girl warned Jinko, saying, "If you look at me, I'm going to scare you." That young man snapped that it wasn't exactly beautiful, but the princess soothed him, telling him to stop fretting. Then she turned to Jinka and asked if he'd gotten an invitation from her father, adding that it wasn't required, just that it would be amazing if he came to the palace. The young man shot back, "Yeah, it's an honor," but admitted he had no official suit and couldn't afford one. He was pinching pennies elsewhere. So Nijenda grinned and said, "You're an adventurer, that's normal." And then, a few days later, King Nomokol himself greeted Jinka at the palace and personally thanked him for showing up for the official reception. Dazing said it was a true honor. Then the king leaned in and admitted he'd heard rumors that nobles kept begging him to craft an appraisal card. He guessed it wouldn't be easy, and the young man snapped back that it wasn't, because for that attitude, he gets rewarded. The king demanded he cast his enchantment and run the evaluation for him, and Jink swore to his majesty that if there was anything he could do to help, he'd step up without hesitation. The young man felt a rush of relief, certain he'd turned that crushing disappointment into fuel for his official work. The normal remembered his daughter's warning something went down with a kid from the Randoso family, and now he couldn't help but wonder if it was his own mess-up. Did he mess up just like that? Dazing shot back that he knew someone just like this blogger, someone who flexes his strength and stomps on the weak just to feel superior, and nobody ends up liking a guy like that. And he refuses to forgive a man like that, no way. But for now, he's willing to swallow any punishment they throw at him. The king calmed him down, saying it was fine, because he only wanted to take a look. He and the Jenda didn't care about the guy at all, and the king couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't someone using enchantment with malicious intent. He asked the young man if he could offer him something special for doing so well in school. So what did he want? The kid grinned and said he wanted the right to buy slaves from an agency that sells prisoners' slaves. The king nearly choked on the request. Dzink said he buys them just to dive into Hammel's underground labyrinth because he wants to broaden his chances by gathering talented people, and Normal couldn't wrap his head around it. If he was so driven, why would he ever need slaves? He said that hiring ordinary adventurers and servants might rope in spies from Rosalt, so he does it purely to keep himself safe. The king realized Jink wasn't the fraud everyone claimed he was, a wise man with real power behind his words, and the king instantly wanted him as a friend. Soon, Dazing finally got the chance to step into a grim agency that sold prisoner slaves. The authorities stamped his permission, and he and Nina got the green light to step inside Dazink, practically buzzed with one goal: finding a whole bunch of great slaves. He snapped his gaze to Nina and told her she didn't have to follow him. "This place isn't safe," he warned, but Nina dug in anyway and insisted it was an experience they couldn't miss. Many prisoners scrambled onto the bars of their cages to scare the visitors off, and Nina leaned in, asking Jinka if he really wasn't afraid. This isn't her first rodeo. She's done this before, and today she finally makes her choice. He doesn't even bother replying. Instead, he leans in and asks the girl who, if anyone, she's into here. Nina shot back that she'd take any of them, and Dzink admitted he was still sick of all of them. Jan, a young man, spotted a single slave fully combat-ready and nearly maxed out, just like it was about to hit its limit. He turned to the warden and demanded a word with the prisoner, then spun toward Jan and asked what he'd done to end up accused of murder only for the slave to bite back that he was a rich merchant's son, that things went sour with his parents' second wife, and that she'd decided to get rid of him. During the fight, an attacker surged in with a knife, and DZNK insisted it was self-defense. Nina clocked it instantly. This slave wasn't cheap at all. It cost a whopping 53 platinum coins. It came out to 5.2 billion in Japanese yen, and Dazing just stood there, stunned by the number. It already slaps with great stats, and once you buy it, it hits even harder so. Tell me, how many assessment cards is he going to need to pull this off? You'll need a ton of space and the right gear so. When the boss stared at Jinka like he'd lost his mind, he couldn't help but ask, "So you're really buying all that?" And yeah, even if it started as an accident. He's still a murderer, so the aristocrats and merchants won't touch it. Young even said his father tried to buy it back. But if it's for relatives, the price jumps to 10 times so it's basically impossible, no matter how much money his father has. Can't help it. He won't be able to face his family again. Nina told Jinku that the man wasn't scary at all, and then Jinku made a hard call. He'd buy Ian. Fresh out of prison, he wasted no time and demanded, "Your Majesty, will you grant me a mansion?" Chris burst into laughter and said he finally got what he'd been waiting for. His mom was right there, chatting with the royal family. Link asked if the Brando family's land was really on the line. Chris gulped so hard his nerves even gave him a stomachache, then got hit with requests to make a rating map, and D-Zinc stepped in to thank him for his work. Chris even revealed Nina's been learning to read and write while practicing cooking, and now she can cook up orc meat. If you don't think this is an orc, then wow, the taste is surprisingly pleasant. While that's happening, Ian is out there grinding wind magic and swordsmanship, and his stats are climbing fast. Jink handed Ian a sword from the Amato Kingdom, one of those rare blades you can't just stumble into, then clocked that Ian kept staring off like something was nagging him, and even when Ian insisted there was nothing to worry about, Jink decided, when we hit the shops, I'm getting to the bottom of it. He swung an invite to Ian to head into the city with him, and the two of them strolled down the street side by side. And then, dressed in a black cloak, he lurked around the corner, watching them like he owned the shadows, desperate to stay unseen. Jink shoved the potion and the antidote box into Ian's hands and told him to double-check the weapons and gear, because if anything's off, Ian should ask, you should ask them right now. No second thoughts, because if you don't, the whole party falls apart, and they could end up getting lost. Out of nowhere, the man lurking by the building's corner lunged into view with a spear in hand and snarled at him, "Don't you dare use your brother for your own schemes." He demanded that Ian let him go right here, right now. Jink snapped to it. This was Ian's little brother. His status flashed one thing, Ash. A level 10, unemployed, sharp with a sword, and D-Zinc's heart sank with him. It was Ian's abandoned brother. He stared at Ash and fired the question. So you really want to lock up that S-rank royal adventurer? Ian's brother told him to quit showing off because he'd beat him anyway and drag his brother back. Yingun snapped that it was officially his and demanded 53 platinum coins for it, and all Ash could think about was the fact that they were the same age, which somehow made it way more annoying. And it hit him. Late Jan snapped around to face Jinku, begged him to forgive him, calling himself a fool. He even asked to be punished, but swore they must not touch his brother. Nash raged, shouting at him to cut the chatter. How in the world could anyone bow at this man's feet? Jink hated every second of it, and the more he thought, the more he realized he looked like a full-on villain. He interned under Ash and demanded to know if he hated him, because Ash had killed his mother and his mother-in-law. The younger brother snapped that the worst part wasn't even being hurt, it was waking up as a slave, while his older brother was out there smarter and way better than him, and, yeah, he still wanted to punch him for it. Ash also begged for a brother like that to come back to him, telling him their father wanted that money found and paid to get the thing out only for the man to have snapped up the money earlier. Jink snapped to Ash that there was nothing left to do and that every move he made was pointless. Then he warned, "You're going to be forced to become your opponent, so tell me, is that really what you want?" Ash boldly goaded Jinku into attacking him, and the young man snapped to follow his lead before anyone could even blink. Nesh's spear got hacked into scrap, while Ian's younger brother stood there completely defenseless. Jink stared at the dejected kid and asked, "So you still want to go at it, or not?" Right then, they marched up, slinging accusations that he'd attacked the Jink, and the young man snapped, ordering him freed. "We're with the Adventurers Guild," he said, "and I'll take the prisoner straight there myself." They bowed and apologized, explaining they'd just gotten word from the guild so Jink should come with them. Jink shrugged it off, told John to go back without him, and said he just needed to haul his purchases home first. "I'll explain everything when I'm back," he pikey. When Jink came back home, an excited Nina threw herself at him and blurted that Jan was moments away from dying, so Jink sprinted straight for Ian's room. He realized he was about to drive a dagger through himself, and the young man exploded forward, lunging in and yanking his arm weapon and all. He shouted that letting him die was disrespectful to his relative, then Jink rushed in to calm him down, because the real fear burning in his chest was losing that 50 million yen. After Jinquan managed to disarm Ian, the slave dropped to his knees and begged the master to punish him, because he truly thought he deserved it. The young man snapped in rage that they were heading to the maze tomorrow, and that he'd have to go in, map it out, and ride through with the horses. He snapped at him not to talk down the situation. Jink shot back, that it was still better than dying, and then he barked at Ian to do nothing unless he said so. He swore he'd give it everything he had. The man shook his head, told her everything was okay, and said he'd already forgiven him. Jan shot back a question about Ash's fate, and Jinx told him Ash got the chance to cool off in the guild's detention cell, then reassured Jan to stop worrying, because nobody's going to execute him. Jan told me that as a kid, his mother-in-law beat him, and after that, he had to be cared for and watched over. Zink couldn't stop thinking about his brother, caring for him like it was his lifeline. So, when the slave asked Mr. Jinka if he had one too, the young man said his brother's name was Esther, even though Esther didn't act a bit like family, and that name just kept haunting Zink. How does he even live there? Right then, at the Nonland's house, Esther sat shoulder to shoulder with Elsa. He soothed her by stroking her hand, whispering that her brother was probably fine, while Esther knew that to Elsa's nanny. Brother D's Inc. was practically her own son, but right now he had zero power to fight back. Then the butler hurried in with his father's orders. Don't leave the house without permission, and dinner would be coming soon. My father still wasn't home, so as long as he stayed gone, everything should have been fine, right? The butler then turned to Hester and demanded whether he was still hung up on that. He told me to toss that sinner out of my mind. Then Esther snapped, "Do you really have nothing better to do?" And the old man just stared like, "So who are you supposed to challenge?" The butler urged Z King to tidy up his stuff, then pushed him to slip those stilettos right onto his shoes. Master snapped, "Idiot," and marched to his room while Jinka muttered, half drunk and jittery, that the whole city was whispering about him like he was a fallen non-land. Jink, the brother, never once skipped training. He was carving his way to inherit the famous spearman title, and he idolized his brother more than anything. He kept working no matter what life threw at him, mastered that spear like it was an extension of his arm, and handled every thrust with deadly skill. Because he trained his heart out, he finally blitzed his brother in their duel. At first it was just a game, and his grandfather shoved him back into spear training, but nothing changed. Then my brother admitted his moves were insanely brave, and he's fighting an uphill battle not to give in. Then he quizzes him about his progress and every move he makes. Jink always went to him for advice, probably humiliating as it burned his pride, but his brother never wavered, backing him up like nothing had changed. That day, everything snapped into a new reality. Grandpa started playing favorites, and Jinku didn't just lose attention, he got treated worse. He was the one who planted the nickname Fallen, and once my brother took off into some unknown direction, Esther blamed himself too. The monster stole my brother's entire life, but it's been a few days already since Grandpa and Dad got summoned to the royal palace, and I can't stop wondering what they're planning to tell the king. In the Rosault royal palace, a tense meeting was underway with the representatives of the non-manned family, and they were grilled with one burning question: how they planned to take on this responsibility. The Majesty threw the question straight at the one person who mattered most, the former head of the House of Nonland, Nobel Nonland. Still, they tossed the enchanter out for a reason, and that move turned out to be a disaster. Plus, he bolts to the Kingdom of Kal, totally disconnected from Rosault, and getting him back is going to be brutally, insanely hard. Rage flared in the Rosault Eliot Kingdom's crown prince as he snapped, "How long is this going to keep happening?" Nobel shot back that they had to tackle this problem side by side, because the royal family was right in the middle of kicking the Jinka out. And yeah, that's on them too. Prince Evil shot back that he figured he'd get goblins and kobolds eaten up fast. But somehow, he still managed to stumble to the stake. This guy was pure roach-level agility, and the wild part was that cockroach actually meant an enchanter. After all, and her father can even train to become an enchanter, too, so the king snapped at Elliot to shut it down. Like that, the whole thing was suddenly simple. Zienka carries her father's blood in her veins, so she can awaken the same power, and her dad can become enchanters, too. The puzzle clicks into place and the king's jaw drops in pure horror. He fires off a question to his son, "Why did you tell him that?" And all his heir can manage is a tiny, shaky apology. He rushes to tell his father the truth. He once overheard their noblemen talk. Then the kid's words hit like thunder, shouting that he'll become a ray of salvation. He demands the finest wise man and wizard be summoned at once. The young man rockets to his feet and shouts, convinced that he and his father are about to learn how to become enchanters. Right now, every noble seated around that table is stunned by what's unfolding before their eyes. One of the guys sitting there bolts upright in terror, snaps in rage, and demands, "What do you think you're doing?" Then he blurts out, He's been fighting to block the banishment of the Jinka, then bam, it turns out he's the king's secret child. He clutches his head and insists it all happened because of their status. Meanwhile, the Randosal heir just stares in stunned disbelief. But it was only a matter of time before everything surfaced. Those royal and non-land family secrets weren't buried anymore, and the hidden sins got exposed. Esther, eyes glued to the book, snaps her focus away every time she wonders if rank adventurers have finally come to this world. He rushes to meet him, then tosses out the idea they might have come to visit his dad or grandpa only, to get hit back with a message the Sacred Flame group wants him. The young man nods fast and promises, "I'll be there right away." A dark-haired man from the Sacred Flame Stakeimer steps forward and declares he's here to carry the stories from that flame, while the Dragon's Tears member, a blonde girl named Karen, blurts out that Esther looks just like a girl she knows. Then the man with the trunk swings in and introduces himself. "I'm Alec Thunder," and he says he's come to deliver something for Dazel. Esther's stunned, utterly lost, like she can't make sense of any of this. He breaks the news Dizink is alive, and right now he's safely settled in Kuralta. Tears burst into Esther's eyes, and he can't even wrap his head around it, because all he can think about is that his body. Don't worry, his brother's doing fine, and he's eager to introduce these people to someone else, because she wants answers about her brother too. Mrs. Karen lights up and agrees. Everyone rushes over to see Elsa, and her face glows when she hears about Jinka. Then Mr. gets a request to share more, and he happily goes along. The man straight up reveals Jinky-san of those 4 enchanters roaming the world, and the whole thing leaves the guy stunned. He can judge and craft with alchemy, and now Esther finally gets why Dizink wanted his blood. Elsa blurts that she didn't realize it, though she's been by his side for ages. So Esther snaps back that Elsa shouldn't blame herself, because she didn't know either, and then Mr. guesses he tried to keep it hidden, even if it still turned out to be the right call. Elsa blurts out, if they find out about this, they'll strip him of his freedom in this country. Mr. Will says he's heard nothing but bad rumors about Rosalta, and yeah, he's not thrilled about it at all. Reports that he already knows, like the poisoning incident that hit the Chancellor's family, and then Esther and Elsa light up with excitement. Turns out the king made the Chancellor's daughter have a Jinka, and the whole room went dead quiet, faces frozen in shock. The blonde girl snaps, shouting that now is not the time to talk about it, especially with Esther right there. Then the terrified man panics and blurts out an apology. Right then, Esther finally clocks the truth. She and Jink aren't siblings at all. Elsa grabs the boy by the shoulders and begs him, "Don't forget to stay a kid." She said everything's fine, so we can keep going. Decides to spill every last detail, and right now, the current king, King Rosalta, sees the throne with the Chancellor's backing, and right from the start, they were hiding something in the dark. King was fed up with everything, so he invited the Chancellor's daughter to join him for a little fun. Though his wife, they might have figured it out, but somehow they covered their tracks, keeping it secret that the Chancellor's daughter was in the middle of it. So the pregnant girl with Dizink got married off to Gordon from the non-manned family, but that nobleman hated it because he refused to risk a grandson who didn't carry his blood becoming the heir. Right at the Chancellor's family party, that aristocrat slipped poison into the wine and food. Jink was supposed to show up, but he was stuck in training. With the girl, Elsa's husband and son got hit with the poison too. Ventures snapped that it was a brutal, unforgivable tale. Then Elsa hit back, saying that the aristocrat in Gordon had warned her, "If anyone ever finds out, it's over for you." Elsa choked on despair and bitterness, admitting she couldn't even stop Mr. Jane's expulsion. Esther rushed to calm Elsa down, insisting none of this was her fault, while his mind was already tangled in Jink's whole situation. Mr. Will says it's just the two of them who know the truth, then drops that the capital is now ripping into the royal power, while Karen snaps back that DZNK got kicked out for a reason. So here's the twist: right when you least expect it, the tiniest risk to those crafts won't stop them from taking money, and they'll sell the info without hesitation. Elsa blurts out that even the aristocrats' hemorrhoids have gotten worse than. Esther snaps her face behind her hand as the dragon's teeth. A New Year's contestant declares he's heading back to make the call because he swears this country is sinking fast. Mr. All, nature is going to demand what Esther thinks. And he snaps back that there's nothing good left in this country. Suddenly, he snaps to his feet and demands Lady Karen make him her slave, leaving her in the kind of shocked, breathless daze. Esther quickly explains her offer, saying that he'll be in the no matter what. He's still desperate to become her slave, so once Mistress Karen hears that, she'll hand Esther straight to his brother. Then, out of nowhere, Elsa suddenly craves the life of a slave because she's got nowhere else to go. A guy in a black suit working for the family over here kicks off the whole conversation. He can already tell the house is done, and Mrs. Karen cuts in with this creepy question. Will he obey every single one of her orders? And the young man blazes back with an excited yes. And to everyone's shock, Mrs. Karen wasted no time. She dressed Esther up as a maid girl. She insists it's fine because he's no longer the heir of a top aristocrat, and without the disguise, everyone will spot him instantly, so it has to make sense. A confused Esther. Elsa thinks women's clothes key and way too much, then bursts out laughing and praises the new image the young man just unveiled. Hand in hand, they jumped aboard the guild's legendary hippo vulture carriage. And then, no turning back, they decided to ride without. She's finally putting the brakes on Lady Karen Esteman, but even now, she's still fighting her way through the recovery. Esther decides she should call him Mr. Ding now, because they're not brothers anymore. Its Wildhamel is actually called the City of Adventures, and honestly, it fits perfectly. A blonde girl, her name gets cut off on-screen, starts pointing at something, telling Mr. Jink, look. She jabbed at the maze like it was a target. Jink and Yansaw froze, and Dzink snapped that it was way too demanding. Aya couldn't help noticing that the building looked ancient, like it had been waiting for trouble, and he said he'd heard adventurers even use the place as a monster hunting ground, which is why it feels like a tiny town. But sure, it might be safe at first glance, because the real danger is the unpleasant people you're bound to run into. Jink told Ian he knew it all. Then the blonde guy snapped back that he only had some. Something like that happened back at his parents' house, and his dad would sometimes drag him along on outings while the competition was packed with run-of-the-mill adventurers from different clans. The girl leaned in and asked, "What's a clan?" And they told her it was basically an adventurer family made up of multiple groups. You can team up with your clan hamels packed with heavy hitters, and some of them hide behind the clan for protection. Ian even warned, sometimes people are scarier than monsters. The frightened girl just prayed they'd never run into that kind of monster. So the guys packed up and headed straight for the guild to dig for more info. Open-Eid Adventures building dwarfs the guild and Corralta massive, way bigger than anything around it. The moment they stepped in, a buzzing cafeteria vibe hit them right there inside a shopping mall. And they marched toward a unit. A girl who worked there told them they were adventurers, ready to make a reservation. But before she could finish, something cut the whole plan off. They're standing there when a towering drunk stumbles up, starts needling them, and basically tells them, get an escort or join a clan. A working girl decides to call him Philip, and then flat out tells him she's done talking. Right before the guy can apologize for his behavior, he blurts out that he was a little drunk. So Jink steps in, says it's all good, and shoves the girl his guild card. She immediately starts freaking out. Service? People around burst into shocked shouting because he's ranked. Jink said that his skills aren't exactly top tier, and the employee blurts out, stuttering with panic, let me go to the floor. She has to know the enchanter just arrived. People are stunned. The guys get shoved straight to the 5th floor, because that almost never happens for them. Jan, Jink, and Nina crash into the room, and Nina wastes no time. She's all over that soft sofa, laying it out like it's hers. A gorgeous girl named Mona burst into the room and announced she was their manager, telling everyone they could reach her any time with questions, while Mr. Dees and Gunder just stood there, totally baffled that everyone was so intensely jealous of them. The manager kicked off the briefing by bragging about the maze and endless swarm of monsters and corpses that get hauled back to life after a little time. And even after you die, you might hit the jackpot landing a magic stone or scoring a valuable body part. The girl snaps that the deeper they push forward, the nastier way stronger the monsters get, and nobody has a clue why. He bursts through the maze's final turn, yet inside, the air's got its own rules, different from what's waiting above, and there she is, right there in front of him. Bundle up, insulate your clothes, grab solid shoes, and stock up on extra sets too. Mona told me to swing by the guild shop. Turns out she's got a mission waiting for Mr. Jink. Jink steps up and says the guild sent this request to collect magic stones, but right now, the Coal Kingdom is running out, and it's not like every adventurer is grabbing them. Magic stones in this world are basically batteries, Pop one in, and you can spark a fire or conjure clean water, and that's the whole setup. The one thing you can't live without every single day. The guys shrug and go slime hunting for fun, because those little monsters almost always leave behind magic stones. Dzink snapped at his friends that this wasn't some game, this was a real fight, and then he pointed out exactly what Spell had said. He'd refused to touch that everything hinges on them now, and then, suddenly, as a slime bursts into the scene, everyone snaps into action with weapons drawn, and Dzink yells that if there's any chance he'll jump in to help with treatment. But first, they have to wipe out the slime. He orders Ian to swing his sword and blast it with wind magic, then turns to Nina and tells her to rein it in, steady her breath, and remember everything from her training session. Dzink grabs slime-sick Nina and helps her steady herself. He screams for her to move so she gets used to it faster, and she nods along, but nervousness floods her face. With a snap of motion, Ian slashes his sword straight through the line. The guys clash. Dzink bursts in and somehow turns the whole mess around, cheering them on and hurling praise like it's fuel. Nina's eyes widen as she realizes the slime is vanishing right in front of her, and he keeps going because the enchantment shuts off the fatigue. Every time he slays a slime, his body flares with a glowing burst. Dzink tells the guys, take down the slime and you'll earn experience points. And before anyone can blink, he's already starting the next part of his plan. Also, he explains that it feels totally different from their mansion training because leveling here happens mid-battle, for real. Nina grinned and admitted she started out terrified, but once she found her rhythm, her moves snapped into place. Now she's hungry to level up. Dink whips around to his friends and says it's time to level up or finish this maze. Ian peers at the map and spots a slug room on the 3rd floor, locked out to anyone below B rank, unless you're a B rank mage. He warns that a ton of monsters can burst into that room. Once you step in, you're trapped for a set amount of time or until every last monster is destroyed. Then Dzink pulls out a vial container of potions and shouts that it'll patch up every wound. Dzink leans in and tells Ian and Nina, don't drop the safety basics and don't overdo it, because once you stack all those enchanted items together, you can finally hit rank. The guys burst into the room and they're completely baffled because there's no sign of anyone else. Suddenly, the slime pops up, and the guy charges straight for the fight while Nina yells that she can move even faster, and Ajin realizes way too late that there are more monsters than he ever counted on. That dude goes and pulls off something unreal. He conjures a raging water cyclone, no joke, D's ink. He lands that one brutal hit, and suddenly it's clear the maze got way more complex, and it was never going to be that simple again. Dzink clocks it instantly. This water cyclone guzzles mana like crazy, and now he's telling the crew to go collect magic stones and jelly slime. Nina whips around to Jinku with a guilty face and blurts out an apology because it's way too early for her to fight then. Jinku waves it off and tells her she has nothing to worry about. He clocks it and blurts out to Ian and Nina that they finally racked up some experience points, and he even notes their levels are nearly tied, with Ian at level 56 and Nina at level 56. Ian shoots a strained look and admits it's finally smarter to just collect stones, while Dzink, deep in thought, debates telling the guild to fix their stats. The dazing thoughts were locked in, blasting the slime with all they had, totally ignoring everything else. While Nina kept pushing forward and finally picked up shield mastery, and it wasn't just slugs getting crushed. They raked in a huge pile of experience points. Dzink tells them that these levels can dive even lower, and Ian, eyes locked on the map, spots a room where goblins are swarming the floor. On the 5th floor, Nina admits it. Straight, she's terrified to fight them. They keep smashing her village, and the worst part, their stings hurt like hell. The guys refuse to go there, and Ian lays at out 9th floor with kobolds, or the 15th with orcs, and they lock in on one plan, hunting those kobolds. Because their drops are worth something. And to take down the orcs, you'll need more weapons. Nina breaks into joyful cheers. They've got a camp, they're hunting monsters, and the guys are out here living like real adventurers. Friends suddenly find themselves on the 9th floor, and the room packed with kobolds. Right beside the wall sits a magic circle. Dzink hammers home that it's there so the kobolds can only be hit from one direction. He tells Nina to stick with Ian and him as they crash in with both magic and sword strikes, and he's also ready to swing in for Ian the second he starts to burn out, and the attack is raging, so the guy sprints straight for the evil kobolds. With one aerial arrow, Ian tears Kobold's arm off and hurls him crashing back. A horrifying beast pounces on Nina and swings its sword, then its strike lands right where it's perfectly covered. Nina snaps into action with her shield, flips the whole moment to her advantage, and drives Cole down. Bees Inc. yanks his friends in close and calls them over to him. He promises he'll slam up a towering water wall, then the guys snap to it and follow his lead. Zinc sizes up the chaos and shuts it down with one cold verdict: the kobolds won't break through. Such a wall, so he slams the plan down, take a breather, pack up, and clear out the magic stones and cobalt knives, because if they're left lying around, they'll get in the way the moment the fight erupts. Nina says she almost ate the floor tripping over it. Zinc nods and snaps that something has to be done. But you gotta handle the kobolds first. He reaches that conclusion because the water wall is about to vanish, and just like that, the second round kicks off. Ian hatches a plan to blast the process forward with magic, even though Nina can't use it. So if Jinkei and Chansar pull it off, it'll feel painfully real. Nina's grinning ear to ear as she blurts out that she wants to use magic too. Then Mr. Jink shuts it down, saying she doesn't have much mana, and Ian immediately snaps back that they should give her a potion to boost it, because it's totally worth the shot. With pure inspiration blazing, Nina yells that she's in, and Zinc wastes no time congratulating her for being a temporary sorceress right now. Evil kobolds came charging at the adventurers, but they dug in and fought them off. Nana grabs a water balloon to set things in motion. Jinx suggests taking a breather and starting to pack up. Nina suddenly snaps at him, turning her head and insisting she needs the toilet because she drank way too much at the party. DZN thrusts a box into the girl's hands, and she stares at it, completely baffled, asking what it's supposed to be. He smirks and says the box is enchanted, so Nina can use it however she needs. Then he swears he and Ian will turn around and keep their eyes off it. Turns out, Ian is desperate to hit the bathroom too while Mina's about to go. But she's terrified they'll catch her, and she snarls a warning at the guys, threatening to go after whoever crosses the line. On the third day, the battle with the orcs erupted on the 15th floor. Nina stares at the dead orc in shock and blurts that they finally beat him. DZNK shoots back that orcs are still a brutal fight, and they've got to get stronger fast. Eon claims they're only safe because Mr. Jinku stepped in now. They've got orc meat to show for it. Nina is dying to cook it. The guys level up like crazy, and this place turns everything into a full-blown adventure. 3 days later, they finally decide to come back after this room, and the guys are hanging out right outside the boss's room. Jink finally gives the order to fight the orc general right now. Nina surged in from behind to block him, and Ian launched a brutal magic attack. They rush into the room, and boom, there's this massive, terrifying monster staring them down, and the guys charge in like heroes. Zinc rockets ahead to strike the orc, and he lands the attack until the orc swats him back like nothing. Ian barrels in to help, then finishes the orc off for good. The orc is finally dead. Nena beams with joy and announces that they wiped out the orcs. Then she spots her. He pokes around, finds a soft little piece, and blurts, "What is this?" Jan whispered into Jinku's ear that it wasn't a prize at all. It was an orc's egg. Nina reaches for it, but Jink snatches it up and devours Nina's signature. As the orcs chomp along, Mina grabs the plate and shoves it into Ian's hands, warning him that the orc egg is insanely rare. A guy strides up to them and blurts out that something unexpected just happened, like, right here, right now. Mr. Dink fires off a question at the guy who just appeared. "Who are you?" And the stranger snaps back that it's incredibly rude, then introduces himself as an adventurer named Luca, a master from the Big Tree clan, and Luca even says he's glad they've reached the end. Chanter. Jink realized this guy isn't just talking. He's pure strength. He starts wondering if you can climb straight to the ranked chest with an ability alone, and his mind keeps drifting back to how insanely good Luca is. Jans fires off that the Big Tree ranks as Hemmel's third biggest clan. Then Zinc leans in and asks what Luca is hunting for. Suddenly, everyone starts demanding food. Luca snaps back that he'd climbed up from the lower floors to eat, but a monster ambushed him, and the guy got trapped. And now the poor guy's admitting he's ashamed. But he also knows he can't get back to the surface without eating. Since he's feeling awful, he promises to pay, and Zinc agrees. But he insists you don't have to pay, then leans in and tells me to explain the clan too. Jinky orders Nina to cook up more orc meat and tells Yana to back her up And just like that, the kitchen goes into overdrive, and the food is ready. Hungry people swarm the food and fawn over Nina, and she grins back, telling them she'll hand over money. More satisfied, Lucas says that in the maze, he only lived on dried meat and bread. And now he's ready to tell you what the climate's like. In Hummel, two massive clans rule the streets, the Beyond Purgatory and the Messenger, and along with the Big Tree, they're basically the three biggest players in town, even if the Tree's clan is smaller. These two powerhouses run on a strict hierarchy, and the tension between them turns into an all-out power struggle. Low-ranks fighters get tossed into the maze, then if they can't cough up the fees, they're gone for good. As adventurers, but the moment they're seen that way, they get labeled as traitors and are barred from joining any of the Hummel clans. Nina can't help but wonder if this is really about principle. Then Luca leans in and says, "No, it's the words nobody dares to say." The city's rules ruled with an iron fist. Anyone who couldn't stand them had no choice but to join the Big Tree. Luca steps in to help anyone who's been kicked out of these two clans. Same fate, just different names. After this, both sides bowed and thanked each other. One handed over food, the other spilled the info they had. Then DZ and K told Luca, "Come with me till we reach the exit," because they're about to bail to watch them burst out right now. But Jink soaks up the sunlight like it's a rare gift, because he hasn't seen it in forever. Luca and Deezing tearfully say their goodbyes, and right before he leaves, Luca shoots a warning. Both clans are watching Jinku, so he better stay sharp. Mr. Jink cornered Jan and Nina and grilled them about how their very first trip into the maze went, and Nina lit up saying it was a blast, while Ian added that it was seriously effective. He asks if Mr. Jink can whip his own clan into shape, wondering if it'll even work, then shrugs, and decides to go for it anyway. The very next day at the Adventurers Guild, right out in the backyard, D-Zink dumps an insane pile of magic stones. Then Mona's nerves kick in as she blurts, "This is way too many," and frets that counting every single one will take forever. She takes it all in, then spots the orc egg she brought, and she just lights up and thanks Jinka for it. He blurts, "What do you think I'm good for?" And she gasps, shocked, to find out that most adventurers just sell it straight to merchants. Turns out the orc egg is getting sold for a crazy high price, and D-Zink is suddenly like, "Forget this, I like my odds better with meat." A scarred man shows up, growls that the little girl shouldn't keep eggs, then names him first right to Jinka's face before asking, "Are you a baby?" He claims he's the guild's head and says landing a dungeon win with a boss in just 3 days is a damn good rank. The man announces that Jinx has cleared the B-rank exam requirements, then declares he'll face her as the Enchantress, while Dan warns you to hold out against his attacks for as long as it takes. Zink remembers it like a promise. He tells Mona he's not sure he can pull it off, and she fires back that even if he crashes, everything will be totally fine. Dan says he doesn't care one bit what class or rank this guy claims. DZ&C adds that he didn't even give it a single thought. And the man just stares, shocked, and blurts out that every time, it's always the young guys with crazy power who can't help showing off. Jinx snaps in rage that he won't hold back, so don't you dare blame him when it gets ugly. Mona tells us the exam is about to kick off, and D-Zink turns to the girl and asks what they should do with the magic stones. She grins and says they'll figure out exactly what to use them for. He's stationed in the Hummel branch inside the arena, decked out like a weapon in motion. Think you reslets on his gear, a sharp necklace, a few rings blazing on his fingers, and an enchanted cloak layered over everything. Or Jink realizes too late that his freakish strength would throw off any stamina test. Dan leans in and tells Jinku, "You got defense magic, or you can go in with a sword." Tom, a worn-out man, swears he heard Jink beat Snow, and now he finally gets how it happened. He admits that the kid drained him to the bone. When Jink realized what was going on, tension hit hard. Dan realizes he's swinging at the wrong openings, then wham, he smashes straight into the sword, and Dan tells he was already gasping, so he realized he should have rushed, because the swords were positioned wrong and they ended up crossing at one spot. But DZ and K still landed a few clean hits, nothing but defense, so it wasn't breaking any rules at all. A pissed-off Dan shows up and says, "I lost," and then the other guy goes on and passes the exam. Ranked B. The man taunts Jinkei, pushing him right up to the edge of tears. Then Jinkei snaps, "Go back, we need to talk." Exhausted people grumble because someone sold them a safe, profitable job, and now reality is punching them in the face. They're yelling at the top of their lungs, furious about whoever first dreamed up collecting these magic stones, and then Mr. D's ink gets praised for pulling off the B rank. Mona even steps in and rattles off the exact head count, every cabled stone and every knife they collected. Mona sits across from Jinku and tells Dan, since this is a temporary rank, we can't ride with you on the safe roads. Dan snaps back. D's ink doesn't show up in escort because I beat snow and the cold never stops me. Dink shoots me a look and reminds me that Dan wanted to talk so. The man asks what I think about the supply contracts, and Dink admits he hasn't even thought about it. Dan's mind snaps back to Ian's abandoned brother dragged into the guild after a brutal fight. Tyle could have kept the child, but his father's merchant who trades with the guild Dan makes. Jinx gets told to talk things out with his dad, trading negotiation for an apology, and Jinku hates the idea, because teaming up with merchants would slash the guild's profits, so Dan warns him that if he finds out about that guy, it's going to get bad fast. He'll be interested in him because the world is crawling with shady merchants already. He insists the guild's smart to hire a reliable one, but he tells everyone not to get their hopes up about the kid's father. His oldest son is trapped in slavery, and nobody knows what's in store for the second. Dan's like, we need you guys to meet me, and Dink can't help but think it over. Then he nods and agrees to show up. The man orders D-Zink to show up at this office in exactly 2 hours. Walking down the hall, the guy snaps at Ian for asking him to tag along. Then Ian shrugs it off like everything's fine as they step into the room. Merchant Lauren freezes, calls out Ian's name, and you can tell right away they're not expecting them at all. You can start. Everyone's here. Ian's father, Yoki, swallowed his pride, apologized, and agreed to re-educate his youngest son, while offering to make a deal on any terms, thanks to Jan's push. Negotiations blew past every expectation. Jink shot Ian a grateful nod and told him he could finally spend today with his family, and Ian nodded back thinking hard. Turning the corner, Jink runs straight into 2 maids Mimosa, and Angie who immediately pounce, asking if Ian has come back. Dezine tells them he's finally back with his family, and the girls instantly look crushed, because they were counting on seeing him today, and yes, he's ridiculously handsome. They pass Mr. D's Inca letter to the guy, and when he snatches it up, surprise hits hard, because it's from Chris. He tears it open, and Jink reads the shocking request. Chris wants Jink at Brando's mansion, since 2 slaves, there Arusa and Esther, are desperate to meet him. Dan and Ziang are locked in a brutal fight, and the guy screams at a pure surprise. In the royal capital of Karalta, right at Braldo's mansion, Jink barrels toward Chris, and then he shouts that Dzik is, somehow, connected to the royal bee, blood. Jinke stares at Chris, dread punching his chest. He blurts what that guy even means, and the guy sneers that of course he wouldn't know, then cuts him off to ask. The guy leans in and tells him, D. Zinky's got an illegitimate son to King Rosolt, and then he spells out the details. Once word got out, the Rosal family plunged straight into full-blown chaos. Him is in full-blown turmoil. Bristerge into wave to D-Zink and tell him we're with Elsa, and Esther too. Those evil D-Zing monsters bellow that they want to see them. He swings the door open and freezes sees Elsa and Esther sit on the floor, dressed in rags and still reeking of hunger. They drop to their knees before him. Jink, shaking with pure terror, erupts into a scream, demanding to know who did this to them. Karen jumps in, shuts it down, and tells them, this is your call. They're the ones who demanded their way in the first place, saying it's punishment and an apology for you. That part must not be touched, and Jink pushed right back, asking again for the apology. Mr. Will admits he isn't happy at all, but he'll still tell you, and we're about to lay out exactly what went down before. Or he clutches his head in Jink's size, muttering that everything's way too hard for him. Then he blurts out an apology for the hassle, while Karen laughs and says she actually liked Esther in that maid outfit. To Dzank, he turns to Elsa and Esther and blurts that he's relieved they're okay. Then he soothes them, promising, I'm not mad, and I won't punish you, and tells them to lift their heads. Mrs. Karen's orders snapped at her to apologize to Jink, and now that guy is obeying Dinkerman. He kept repeating that they had nothing to fear. Then, because they hadn't done a single wrong thing, he blurted to Esther with anxious breath, "Don't call me." Master Jink lunges to his brother, wraps him up in a tight hug, and blurts out. And he tells her, "Listen, there are brothers. No matter what life throws at them, they'll always be brothers." And then Esther starts sobbing. And just like that, Elsa does too so. The Jenga are told to watch over them. He even insists he wants Esther to become a commoner, but right now, that plan isn't the smartest move. So, yeah, the documents say he's stuck as a slave, but Esther straight up refuses, swearing she'll never spend the rest of her life enslaved to his cause. And Elsa backs her up by saying that she is. Jinku can't stand their stubborn streak, because the second he finds out, his stats suddenly plummet into freefall. Seed. He finally clocked it. Turns out the Crown Prince is his own younger brother after all. Mr. Will announces that King Rosalta and the Crown Prince have been thrown out, and the throne sits empty, while the Queen files for divorce too. Her home country has already walked away from the Union. An attack on Rosalticinly is only a countdown away, and the aristocrat gets marched straight toward execution, yet he refuses to fold, firing back. "Do you even know who I am?" He erupts in pure horror, yelling that he's a non-land. In Ruth's royal capital, they finally grant the dungeon permission to march in. A starving man with a collar slumps in a dungeon. Then he's told to sit still, because the order says so. The whole royal palace of Rosalt is roaring with questions in the air. Why do they want him locked in his chambers when he's already a prisoner and the confusion won't stop? King strides into the room, and the air seems to light up. He rushes to his father, giddily asking why he's here. Rage blazed in his eyes as he swung and struck his son. He roars that if his son hadn't spoken up, nothing would have happened. He jerks him aside and screams, "I don't need a son like you," then keeps on swinging and beating him. The king is horrified. He can't even wrap his head around what's happening, like he's staring at the end of the world in real time. And right there, he decides Jinka did it all. And now it's clear he's out for his life, and the urge to kill him keeps escalating faster and faster. These thoughts pounded inside the king's skull like a war drum. Deezing quizzed Esther, asking if that armor even fits him, then admitted he grabbed it back when he was thrown out of the city only to warn it's got a low level. Esther shoots back, grateful that everything's okay, and Nina and Jan are told to keep her right in the middle. DZNC tells Mace that Esther has to climb to that level, because only then does she stand a chance of winning on the lower floors. Ian can't believe he's supposed to fight orcs so soon, asking if that's even normal for a young guy, and Esther tells him not to panic. Then Ian explains that, back when he was with the non-land family, he hunted monsters alongside the guards, and on his way to report in, he went hunting low-rank monsters. He's about to blurt that Karen shoved him into fighting in a maid costume. Because the Aestheat runs on wind magic, Jink tells them to crank up the magic, boost the mana, and push the Sujutsu even higher. Mina leans in and asks D-Zink if the East Tet is going to need to chug tons of potion when he confirms it. She grins and tells him, "Not only that, you'll get hit with humiliation too." And then D-Zink realizes it's time to charge into Hommel's maze. Mimosa, Angie, and Elsa are set to watch the house right now. And Elsa practically shouts that you can count on them. Esther tells you she can feel something's off and warns you to stay put, don't go leaving that. Mimosa and Angie tell you not to panic. They yank out massive swords stamped with the message that if anything goes wrong, they'll use the enchanted weapon, and right then, a stunned Elsa can only stare. Zink and Esther step into the room where Mona's already waiting across from them, and as Esther faces her, Jink drags out a weary, tense question. Did anything happen while he was gone? And Mona immediately answers, yes, something did. The manager leans in and asks the guy if he has any clue about that named Mom. Dezink snaps back that, yeah, he's heard of it. Sometimes in this world, a dead soul doesn't just fade, it mutates into a monster. And if you say the right words, you might literally transform into that named beast. And somehow, some monsters keep their memories and brains. D-Zink starts piecing it together and blurts that this can't possibly end well. Mona kicks things off with an upbeat reply, then leans in and reveals the orc general. Jink killed didn't stay dead, he transformed into a monster with a name. Jink is trapped as a young man stares in shock, while a furious monster lunges, roaring that it's going to kill her. The guy finally clocked it. The general from the boss was the named monster all along, and Jinx rushed to Mona, asking, That's when the truth hit. His difficulty skyrocketed the moment he gained a human mind, and this is the girl's side of the story. It tells you it's weaker, and this happened because of you can't call it a surprise, everything about it screams predictable, like you saw the ending before it even happened. Every time that monster spots a woman, all it cares about fades to nothing, like it's lost interest completely, and that's exactly why even ranked players can still push through. Soon as time passed, everyone started shouting the monster's new name, Duroc. But there's a catch. The 15th floor gets way too bright, so by the time you reach the 16th, the warning cues are already piling up. Mona keeps going, saying it's drawing a swarm of fresh, clueless adventurers to the lower floors, and that's sparking brutal clashes between factions. But the worst part is more and more people are vanishing from the maze, and none of them know how to handle it anymore. She finishes her story with one desperate plea for help. Jink shoots back that all he can really do is use enchantment. But he warns not to go overboard. Happy Mona's on the move. And thanks, dude. On the 15th floor, Esther whips out an air cutter and tears into a monster with pure guts. Then the young man hurls a water balloon, and Ian clocks it. Esther's magic is getting sharper, their attacks are landing faster, and Esther finally thanks the young man. Beaming with joy, grins, and says that workout was awesome. He feels himself getting stronger. And Jink fires back that he just wants the attack power to rise too, but the level barely budges because that magic did most of the heavy lifting, while Nina is locked in on a totally different worry, wondering why Esther still refuses to go to the toilet. Even though he downed a ton of potions too, DZNK still gets exactly what she's thinking, but he knows Esther's fine with it, because this young man grew up in an aristocratic world. Eddie, once Esther had pushed his strength high enough, and the boys finally caught their breath, Jink called it, "All right, we're heading down to the lower floors." Esther snaps back that the only way to pull this off is to take down the orc general. Duroc, so her brother warns them it might be a pushover, but it reeks. The Gil jump in and strike it himself while insisting Nina should stay out of it because Duroc has a thing for girls. They step onto the 15th floor, and the guys. Esther catches up with an orc, but the second he spots her, he roars that he'll kill Dzingand. Esther freezes, stunned as she blurts, "Why would a monster target my brother?" DZNK snaps that this kid is the reborn Elliot, and Jan immediately asks Jinka if he's heard of him. Jinka lights up and confirms he knows, saying Iliad is anything but nice. Right then, the orc barrels forward, snarling that it's going to kill Jinka. He confidently roars at the monster that he'll crush it, then it hurls a fireball at him, and his first try at that magic totally fails. This won't hurt a single orc, because the guy only masters the first level of fire, magic, so the monster's pupils go wide like hearts the moment he sees her. Only she isn't really a woman, because this isn't Nina at all, it's Esther Youngman, and she looks exactly like a girl. Dzink's focus snaps away from the monster now, every ounce of its attention is locked onto Esther, and then Tink seizes the opening to slam the monster with a brutal strike, then screams at it to stay focused and not get distracted. The orc screams the guy's name like a command, and the brawl keeps ripping on. Jint snaps the monster open with a furious cut, splitting it down the middle lengthwise. Jink watches the monster falls go down, and his shock hits hard when it becomes clear why they're meeting. Nina spots the egg crawling out of the monster, and irritation hits her like a punch. Yan and Jink refuse to take it. Esther grabs her brother and tells him the crown prince is gone. He assumes the prince got executed. Jinker snaps back that if a soul turns undead, it can spiral into a monster. Elliot is undead too, and the monster souls, along with Hummel's maze, are trapped there forever. Still, he'll get resurrected again and again, stacking experience and loot while he keeps mowing down adventurers. The guys are flying high after crushing the dungeon boss, and now they're itching to head straight for the most popular spot, or the cave on the 20th floor. Ian clocks it. This place is packed with people, and Dzink grins, telling him you can hunt all kinds of crystals here, from emeralds to diamonds. He offers to help them earn money, and Esther and Nina light up with pure joy. They can't wait to decide whether they'll mine or. Dzink hands everyone pickaxes, then warns, "Don't go wild with it." Mining ore takes brutal effort, so the guys start hunting crystals next. He spots that there's no real value here, so they should hunt somewhere else. Then Esther demands to know why, and he points out he ran the skill appraisals, claiming that place is loaded with emeralds waiting to be found. Jink breaks into praise, stunned that his friend didn't even realize he'd used the grade skill. And now they arrive somewhere new, where the place is absolutely packed with emeralds. Happy Nina blurts out that there are tons of green stones here, and Esther beams right along with her, while the Jink watching them just laughs like this is all a giant playground because they're still acting like kids. He smiles like trouble as he scoops up a mountain of emeralds in his hands, grinning in his own twisted way. Then Jinku gets asked if he'll dig, and he nods, saying he wants to try something, standing right by the stones with every intention to start collecting. Jin follows through on his earth magic lesson and molds a golem out of earth remains, and Esther can't stop staring, amazed at her brother. Then Jinx blurts that keeping it steady takes mana, and even though he's still messing it up, he's convinced he can figure it out. Discover how to use the golem, turn it into a living shield that can slip right through traps. Jink figured out the golem wasn't just for fights. It could mine even more orders too. Yon snaps. What's that noise? As Jinka stands there and the crowd gathers, all staring. Split right down the middle, they start fighting over whose spot it really is and who gets kicked out for good. He can't shake the feeling they're only putting on an act because something's being kept secret, so, even though they're adults, he snaps into gear, rushes through the work, and pushes them toward the fun treasure hunt. Everything's ruined yet. They finally burst onto the 21st floor, called Step. The guys whip their heads around in pure shock, saying it feels nothing like the maze at all, like they've suddenly stepped outside. Deasing claims green cows graze here, and their meat tastes heavenly. Then Esther catches him straight up, preferring the orc meat. Nina turns to her brothers and asks if they've ever tasted it. The oldest brother smirks and says they tried it for real back when they were aristocrats, and yeah, it's a true delicacy, because there are only a few places that even offer it. Nina blurts out, super hyped, asking if they're really going to hunt cows, while Ian just grumbles that he's starving. And even though Jink remembers Mona warning that loads of people never make it out of the maze, they're still somehow doing great. Suddenly, the guys get ambushed by terrifying monsters, giant ants with a hunger for chaos. Jink yells that the cow's meat is delicious, then charges straight at it with his sword ready to cut in. The guys grab a huge hunk of meat, confident it's enough. But Nina fires back. My turn. And Esther jumps in, saying she'll help. The guys dug in, swore it was absolutely delicious, and Ian jumped in to break it all down. They even mention a white cow and a minotaur, and it's wild because tons of monsters end up looking like cows. The white cow's meat matches the green one, and it comes with that delicious milk too. That minotaur's meat tastes awful, and its axe is way too heavy to swing. So Jin tells Esther, I've leveled up my wind magic, and now he's thinking he can finally whip up a wind tornado. Zink hears it and whips his head around. Then one guy grabs the other, yanks him forward through the pain, and blurts that the exit is right there. Jin shoots, is everything okay? And the men snap back that it's way safer for the guys to stay away, so the young man fires back. Then what happened? One of the men shoots back. We're dealing with ants. And sure enough, ants thrive here. So the moment they stumbled on that swarm, their luck was instantly gone. When Dzink asks if everything's fine, they snap back that only they know how to survive while the others are still stuck in the anthill. And the young man just can't stop thinking, I've never had to fight ants before. Jinx demands they tell him about the ants while he mends everyone with healing magic, and the man starts spilling. It's saying there aren't many of them, but they march in lines so perfectly that you can't break them, and when Jinx presses for their weakness, the answer hits hard. Their skin is built like armor, but they fear fire, and Jink knows it bad luck clings to them. Since he's terrible with fire magic, they stick mostly to water and air magic instead. The ants cling to their queen like she's their whole world. Demand tells them they'll need to drag a whole bunch of magicians along, then roll out with the clan to reach the 24th floor. The man who got treated leans back, flashes his thanks, and admits he finally feels better. Then another guy steps in, says they're heading out, and urges the others to follow. Mr. D's Inc. slams the message into them to sprint for the 24th floor right now. Just don't forget about security. The squad's trapped on the 24th floor, sprinting toward the Antel. Suddenly, a terrifying vibration hit, and the unit screamed for Jinka in full panic. Suddenly, ants swarmed right by the kids, and they bolted as fast as their legs could carry them to escape those terrifying creatures. A few brave features show up, then some girl charges straight into battle with ants, and yeah, it totally goes sideways. She's hurt, and Jank can't stop replaying with it. With whatever magic they've got at hand, they can make it work, because there are at least 5,000 ants crawling around, and basically argues, don't save anyone if you do, you'll dodge death somehow, and that breaks the whole thing. Jan thinks he's right, but the kids, especially Nina, won't have it. The guilt crushes his chest, so the young man snaps, yelling that they'll throw down, then slam potions to even the odds. The guys come charging into battle, and Jink's mind screams that their lives are on him. He's the leader, so he has to stay standing, forcing himself to hold the line so every single one of them makes it out. Get everyone out of here, now! DZNC promises, will buy time, then they snatch the answer right out of the situation. And when the heat gets unbearable, they bolt without a second thought. People stumble away, relieved, grateful they survived it. The guys whip up a water cyclone and blast everything with an air tornado. They throw down and grab whatever they've got, no excuses, just survival. Dzing gulps the potion and freezes when the ants never ever thin out. Ian slices through them with an air cyclone, while Jink clocks that he can't burn them with fire, but he's got plenty of mana. Yang somehow holds the line too, yet the kids still need a breather to recover. Dzing calls Esther and Nina over, slams up a wall of water, and demands they come, then asks them, don't worry. Dzing tells the kids, sip the potion now and get back on your feet. The guys' minds are stuck on one terrifying truth. If they keep going at this pace, they'll be saying goodbye to their lives, so he figures their only shot is this. Take out the queen, and then the guys finally win. It's enormous and miles out there. And Jin can't stop thinking about how he's going to reach it, so he leans in and looks closer. He spots people with a totally different body type, and a wild guess hits him. This must be the commander of the end. Dzing decides he's giving them orc meat, then he hurls a chunk straight at them. The ants got completely thrown off by it, buying him second, so the guy bolted to the next place. Commander Dzing lunges in and slices his head clean off, then panic crashes through the ants. The guy barks at Ian to blow the orc meat everywhere with wind magic, hit the commanders if he can, and pepper the battlefield with range spells too. Nina and Esther burst out that they wanted in too, and the kids bravely swore they'd help Ian, spilling ranged magic to clear the way to the queen, while Dzing nodded along. He demands cover, swearing that the second he's within striking distance of the queen, he'll tear her down. Roy her. Ian starts tossing the meat around like it's exactly how it's meant to be. The answer squirmed its way up, and Esther and Nina whip up an air cyclone. And the guy? He's the real deal. Fierce fighting ants swarm in, then Ian charges straight into them. Dzing fires up a spinning water cyclone and surges toward the queen, closing in like a tidal trap. And now, he's standing right across from the ants' leader. Jink reads the whole scene in a heartbeat, then locks in on a decision. It's unlikely that blade will land hard enough to do real damage, even if her skills bring the heat. Yeah, it's not great. The guy just hurls a fireball like that's the whole plan. The queen rips into battle. Jink has no time to process it. She shrugs off the fact that her attacks land clumsily, because that means they're easy targets to slip past. Then the guy blurts out, so how do you damage it? And it hits him. Suddenly, the truth clicks. Jink realized he could steal Dan's tactics, because that guy knows a big body can. He won't be able to turn with a tiny turning radius, so he needs to shift his move and take control of the queen. Jink set her sights on your leg joint. Then she told you, clear as day, not to step in. The ants itch to swarm the Dzing, but Jan snaps, telling the boys to chase them off and keep them away from Mr. Jingle. Are running out. Dzing is unleashing attack after attack. The queen aimed to unleash chaos and wreck everything. He pulled it off. Queen had lost part of her leg. She crumpled onto the floor. Your queen is barely holding herself together, her legs all but gone, nearly unable. Jink panics, because if she loses her touch and her legs, she'll have absolutely nothing she can do. The guy lunges and pounces on the queen, destroying her all the way to the end, because that answer is the only thing that matters. Jink bolts. As the queen's gone, Esther blurts out praise for her older brother, and he shoots back that he's just relieved they didn't get hurt. Yet Jink can't stop his nerves from spiraling, because if he messes up even once, their corpses will still be rotting somewhere inside that maze. Mr. Dzing shoots them a quick apology for messing up, and Ian grins, telling him he's just relieved she survived, and Esther swears it all paid off by the end. The ants rain down, and a ton of drops come pouring in. Guys decide to snag everything using wind magic and a return outside spell, and right then Esther turns to her brother and asks if he'll get a temporary rank for beating the A. Queen, Deezing won't buy it too fast. Too unreal. Yeah, he took down the queen, but he only barely sealed the win. After a few days at the Adventure Guild's branch, Jink finally realized the cruel truth: everything he'd earned was nothing but a lecture, even though he'd risked the enchanter's life for it. Mono snapped to Jinku, clearly irritated, that he was getting into it with a whole swarm of ants. She also spilled that the Jink is how rank adventurers from Harp get started, and that it comes with 3 platinum. A reward paid out in coins. Deezing turned that into cold cash, 300,000 yen. He asked, "Is this too much?" Mona grinned and said they were saved from evil ants, everything priced at full market value. That's the cost of staying alive. They finally got it. Without desync, they would have been wiped out. And the guy quickly thanked the girl for telling her. Golden snaps, looking furious. Mona blurts that everyone is dying, then she turns icy and hammers home that Jink is a priceless enchanter, and she refuses to hear even a word about his death. She straight up admits she was the one who begged him to help those people, then apologizes for putting Jink in danger only for him to shrug it off and say he was desperate to go there himself because none of it is on her. The girl strides off, promising she'll call the guild's head because that man is dying for the guy to stay alive. Nina clocks Manu's rage, and Deezing blurts that he'd been worried too, and then Dan bursts into the room, grinning, and tells everyone he just heard that Deezing wiped out the ants. The man again goes in on him, saying he overestimated himself, dragged his friends into danger, then points out that saving people is what he did, and if he really wants to die, he can come back. Ashtray explodes on the guy, screaming how dare he speak to his brother that way, guild head or not. Dan's still his brother's problem. Then Bing, cutting him off and insisting Dan is right and that he needs to be way more careful. The man tells Deezing to rethink his behavior, then decides one lecture won't cut it, so he gets to his feet and declares he's got a major message for the young enchanter. And Deezing just stares at Dan, caught off guard, with surprise. Dan tells them that the guild boss from Colt reached out to him just recently, and the nobles from Rosold are already on their way to pay him a visit. He claims 4 guys in merchant clothes showed up begging for an escort, and through it all they managed to figure out one of them was actually an aristocrat. Dan snaps the news to him. King Rosalta wants the Deezing back, and Esther blurts out, furious, that they're not giving it up. Jink shot the man a question. Why would he say that if it was a secret? Dan answered that legally the guild would have protected their privacy no matter who demanded the Deezing. But they ended up turning themselves in. The man blurts out that everything should have been handled by the law, insists the guild stays neutral in every international fight, and then basically stamps it all as our problem before it's even over. Problem. Jink clocked it instantly and decided he had to warn the State King right away. Then someone asked for their names, but they never did manage to figure them out. Jink figured that if they really wanted him crowned prince, the whole royal delegation would roll in, but they'd slipped in undercover without a trace. Turns out his name was Marquis Bodenil, ranked as the 2nd most important nobleman after the Governor-General, and everyone knows he rules over commoners with brutal, unforgiving cruelty. Dan leans in and reassures DZNK Bodenil has no idea he's even in Hummel. So now Dan's zeroing in, hunting for him in the cap. Right after that, the guy starts plotting scribbling a letter to Prime and the Holy Scripture, then shuffling his servants out of his house and over to Brando's man. Mona grilled Jink, asking if his research got thrown off because the Heart members claimed they ran into ants just to slip away from where messengers and the out-of-custody crew were brawling then. Jink said it didn't really mess things up, but as soon as they spotted the coral, they ditched mining and moved on. The girl realizes even an S-ranked Jin Ku is getting slammed by this, and she decides she has to go complain straight to the big bosses of both clients. He doesn't even care, because the truth hits him hard. Even the guild gets dragged down by their mess. Damn, he gets it. He storms up, yells that they've caused nothing but trouble, and then snaps that he's finished with them, warning them never to gamble like this again. Meanwhile, inside the Messenger clan's house, a long-haired blonde monster guzzles booze straight from the bottle, snarling like crazy as he demands. Right there, who the enchanter ratted on. They can't brush it off. Because this isn't some small clan, it's an S rank. The man keeps yelling that the fourth squad is short on people, and he refuses to order Harvard back. After all that, he rushed with the third squad into the labyrinth, and if the truth about this hits, everyone's going down. So he snaps into action, tells the others to keep their distance, and even begs them not to reach him while he's still out of custody, until Harvard returns. Meanwhile, in the out-of-prison clan's house, the man at the head of the table rips into them, saying the guild complained about their clan and their messengers because they messed with the Jinku. Then, he shrugs off territories like they're nothing, insisting there are far bigger things at stake. With a terrifying glare, the man steps in and says the Nad's Ark Kingdom has ordered them to kill the Dzink. From the moment they broke out of prison, this massive adventurer clan in Hummel lit the map on fire, led by scouts sent from the neighboring country of Nads, aiming straight for Cal. The man goes on to say that Princess Melissa is struggling more and more to get her son back, and Lot and Nazar, because Elliot had already wiped out the deal. He warns that getting that guy to Nadsar won't be easy because he'll stay in Kola, and that's a huge threat to their country. The guys in out of prison finally snap and decide Dzing has to die. The man at the head of the table slammed the decision down. He'd wipe out the Jink himself, because every enchanter was more than capable. He'll sneak in disguised as a messenger clan member. So if anything goes sideways, the Jink will think they're the messengers. Then the bond between him and this whole scheme will crack wide open, and that could seriously wreck the Kal Kingdom. A few days later, Jinx leans in and says, "Thanks to that ant battle, we shot up fast. Their level skyrocketed. Ian's wind magic finally broke past 100, and even the Dzink's radar level climbed higher," while he grins and adds that the enchanted items he handed them turned out to be ridiculously useful. Then Dzink bursts with joy and reveals that Nina is 13. She stands tall and tells Esther, "Take me as your older sister." Dzink tells them they've gotten stronger, so head to the 26th floor, and once you're in a safe spot, the ants won't mess with you anymore. On the 26th floor, it gets freezing, so Jink grabbed warm clothes for the kids, and surprise guys had them put them on right away. No weird changes, just plain warmth. In the world of our Els, Alt, and Coda, forget 4 seasons, this place stays temperate all year long. So skip the mineral extraction this time, and zero in on the level, because right now, they're already on the move. On the 26th floor, they suddenly feel it too cold to handle, so Dzink snaps into action, slams the wind shut, and cranks the warmth up with an air curtain, barking, "Don't waste time." Because once they're in the boss dungeon, long breaks are never coming. Shots are closing in, and we've got to rush no matter how hard it feels. Ferocious tigers barrels toward the guys, and the moment the paws hit the ground, the fight erupts. Jink fires water arrows, and Young swings an air cutter. Then Ian leans in and explains that hunting is... The weather hits hard, and they can't eat a thing. Dzink just stares at his water arrow and laughs because it's turning into something like sherbet. Nina blurts out, stunned, "What is that?" And the guy smirks, saying he's got an idea he's sure Nina will love. Then the guys finally crash onto the 30th floor, where a dungeon waits with a boss, and Yang drops the bomb that it took them 2 whole days just to crank up their physical strength. But right before the boss fight, Jing slams together a golem out of scrap metal left behind from the out. The boys stare at him, stunned, then Esther cuts him off, asks her brother what it is, and when he answers that he wants to try something, the guys shrug off their winter clothes and gear up. Wear the clothes as they are. It's way warmer in the dungeon with the boss. Jinx suddenly pops up right in front of them, and when he's caught biting, it's a total sign he's dangerous, so they'd better watch their step. He also tells you the real nightmare, this monster is brutally hard to beat, because you can't just fight it head on. The clash keeps roaring on, and Jinx surges, piling on more magic with every heartbeat. After what felt like forever, the guy finally whips up a water tornado. But he knows if this plan fails, he'll have to plug that monster's sight with an arrow. And just when Jinka expects the worst, the monster topples to the ground. Jinka's stunned, totally smitten, and when he realizes they actually managed to beat him, his jaw drops, still reeling in shock, because based on the stats, he truly believed it would be way harder. Esther tells them, when the level jumps, the enchanter's power jumps right with it. Dzin grins and promises, a safe zone is coming next. Nina exhales in relief, because at last, she'll finally get to rest. When the guys step into the new room, everyone already sitting there stares at them in pure disbelief and starts deciding whether Those guys had an evil stare like they'd either been sent by the messengers or dug straight out of prison. He introduces himself as Lion from the Big Tree clan, and then straight up tells Jinku, "Yeah, you fed me those orcs too." Lion says resting near the messengers and out of prison is a nightmare, so he's pretty sure they won't be heading there. Right there, Dzink hands people milk straight from the Bella cow. Thankfully, they're totally on board. And then the kids. The second they down the milk, sleep hit like a switch. Bam, lights out. They must have been wiped out, because even adults can barely survive the freezing cold zone. Jink fires a question, how long have they been here? And the guy answers that they're the third squad feeding the first and second, plus they're the ones who keep contact with the surface, so they can't just walk away. He explains that 3 other squads from different clans step in to support the first and second squads on the lower floors. DZNC says he gets it, then admits, yeah, he's been thinking how sometimes they're stuck there for nearly a whole month, and they probably start reeking. The guy blurts out, "I swear I get what Jin's thinking," then admits he can't stop it. Water is vital, so they can't just use it to wash the way they want. Dzink grins and says, then trade water for info about the lower floors. Lion tells everyone the 31st to 35th floors are a tropical jungle, yet so many adventurers get stranded in the freezing cold zone, and the guilds don't know what's happening anymore. They claim it's because a certain clan is trying to sell the info about this territory. Jink realizes that if they draw a map and lead travelers into the jungle, they can rake in real money. Then the guide starts giving. He hands the water over and thanks Lion, and Lion lights up with gratitude too, wishing him nothing but good luck. They've pushed up to the 31st floor. Dzink calls it a jungle zone, and Esther fires back that it's totally different from the cold zone since it's scorching and drenched in humidity. Dzink tells them their mission is simple: hit the area, sniff out intel, and sketch a map, because once they sell what they find, the cash will pour in. The guy begs them to go all in and invest the full amount. Sure, it's tough, but Nina says she'd be totally down, even if that unbearable heat is driving her up the wall. Dzink nods along, and then he snatches the jar, blurting out that it's something special. Nina takes a bite of Dzink's special white cow milk sorbet, and her eyes go wide. She blurts out what it even is. The guy smirks and says she wanted to know, so he made it in secret inside a safe zone. One taste later, Nina practically screams it's insanely tasty, ice cold and sweet. And Jan is left completely speechless over Dzink's sherbet. Dzink tells him to stir sugar into warm milk, then chill it right away. So the mix comes out perfect, because that white cow's milk is already saturated, so there's no need for cream. And then Yang leans in and tells Jinku he can sell his invention since it's a brand new dish nobody's ever seen before. He shoots back, "I read it in a book from the school library." And Nina and Esther burst into praise. The guys hit on a way to beat the heat. Grab some slime, wrap it in cloth, then tuck it in your pocket or slap it on your head. Then it'll be way cooler. Jan's pitching his plan, mixing sherbet and cooler so he can sell it. Jink's just watching, and Jan goes, "Thanks to Ian, he's a real man." Dzink blasts out orders to the merchants, yelling at the guys to get ready, while he demands they stay locked in the radar's range. The kids gasp as they plunge into the jungle, and Yang whips around to show Jinku the shocking thing that was talking. A signal that says, "Shh, hold up, be quiet." Yan and Jink clocked those tense men spiraling into an argument about killing Jink, and they said, they'll swear the king and Princess Melissa want the same thing: to kill the Anshander the moment they can. So go on. Maybe every rumor about him is actually true. And that's when the guild's head steps in and explains why. So, Jink's nerves are on fire, shocked out of his mind by what's happening, while Ian has just stepped right into the scene. He gets it too, because the guild leader is Dan. So, wait, is Dan the one tied to out of prison? It's coming from the NADS Arc Kingdom beyond confinement, like a spy slipped through the walls. Dean says it doesn't mean the whole clan is in on it, but Nio's guys. Them out of him. Nina panics and blurts out that Guildhead Dan could be the traitor. Dzink tells his friends to act like nothing happened. Don't tip a single soul off that they know about the assassination plot brewing. And then he leans toward Nina, dropping the exact words Jan and Esther understood. And yeah, the message is impossible to miss. Dzink tells the girl to be more careful. Nina erupts, screaming that it's insanely rude. She's already 13, and you can count on her. Everyone's here. Cora blurts out, shocked, asking if the scouts are finally out of prison, while an infuriated Dan snaps back that he hasn't understood a thing in the last 10 years. The guys lock eyes with the man, stone-faced and unblinking. Then Jink fires back, asking what they'll do if the kingdom stays out of it, and the man turns around to go warn the state king. Mona tells Nadzor, if you're here to strike, I'm stopping you. And Dan shoots back that the spies getting released from prison isn't the only reason to wipe them out. Meanwhile, the guild just stays neutral. He tells them why he'll team up with the guys and head into the maze, because out of prison is massive, and you need something solid and heavy to smash it, prove their crimes, and have him standing there as a key witness. Jink can't shake the question of why Dan wants to go. But after all that overthinking, Dan finally gives in, and they head out together. Men is dragged back into the hot seat, asked again if he truly knows nothing, and the man admits it with regret. Esther tells them we're going together, then immediately says, first let's grab some food. Dan shoots Esther a serious look and asks, do you really not trust me? Then he leans in and says, if you do, I won't stand in your way. He turns to you and declares, I'm already on my way tomorrow, we leave. As he strides along, the man can't shake the feeling that he's stepped out of prison at last, like he's speaking straight to his brother. His brother once pitched the idea to him, and Dan couldn't stop thinking, I want to be just like him. Tire D's Inc. finally announced that the message meant for the king was ready at last. He yanked open a drawer, grabbed a truth serum from the Gofflin family stash, and swallowed a dose before they threw him out. Could today finally be the day? Jink steels himself to act, but Jinkuro's emotions slam the brakes. Yet somehow it still goes on. He finally gets it. You've got to move, because the Eastight's life and everyone else's hangs on it. The very next day, everyone's gathered. Jink swore it's normally packed in there, but thanks to Dan, they slipped through. Then the guy tries to hide who he is, banking on the fact that no one on the outside can tell hell he can. Already on the 14th floor, Dan starts flagging and blurts, do we always tackle this maze this slow? Below. Zink tells them, next up time to see the outside world, and out of prison we go. And then he snaps. All right, make some noise. Hold up. Nina just set a gorgeous table, and that guy is... They chow down and shower her with praise because it's so good, and then Dan sits off to the side and snaps, fuming at them. Jink leans in and asks the man if he's into surprises. Then the guy yanks out a jar of truth serum. He breaks it all down, then declares he's going to use it on every single participant outside of prison. Dezink explains you can't use the truth serum straight, you have to mix it with water, and the guy snarls that. Once they drink it, he'll go after the man, leaving Ian and Esther completely baffled. Jink goes on about how they'll keep going until everybody's good and drunk, but the young enchanter snaps back. He says the serum's super concentrated, and he has no clue how much it needs to be diluted, so now he's about to explain. Impairment hits. Esther screams at Zink to stop, because one wrong dose will wreck him. Then DZ&G shoots back that once they're out of prison, there's an antidote, so they'll move away from the serum and fix this. He says it's his first time drinking this, and then he brags that if Dan wins, Jink will hand him a platinum coin, and he'll get to eat the same food with him. The guy hesitates and asks, are you really sure? This isn't some toy. Jink goes dead serious. Dan's the guild leader. He's busy with important stuff outside of prison, and they can't trust the man because they don't know him well enough. Then Dan finally catches on and asks again if they really think he's tied to that can. Dink fires back with a positive reply, even if it's totally rude. Disgruntled Dan glares at the guy and snaps that he can handle his liquor, so don't you dare underestimate him. Anything. The guys are hanging right beside Dzinka and Dan, and there, they just keep chugging it over and over. With a fiery glare, Dan smirks and asks if the guy wants seconds. Then the man snaps into panic as accusing voices start flooding his head, and his condition spirals worse by the second. Dan wakes up somewhere eerie, standing with his feet sunk in black sludge, and the place feels wrong from the start. Thin, twisted root crawl starts spreading up his legs, slithers over his whole body, and climbs to his face, whispering like a desperate brotherly appeal to Dan. Why didn't he stop him? Suddenly, a hideous face lunges right into his face, screaming that everything went wrong because of Dan. He knows he should have tried harder to stop his brother, but he can't deny it. He's thrilled to be part of out of prison. He's still stuck on one thing. He's sorry he had to part ways, but he's smiling because his brother is finally free. Until years later when they meet again, and the guy from out of prison is hit with pure disappointment. Dan got the news that his brother died in a maze accident right there while he was exploring. People say gifted members of the out-of-custody stake disappear a lot, and Dan brushed it off as just a rumor until Jink slammed the truth into him. After prison, the clan had grown way too huge to hide in anymore, and he knew it wouldn't be able to do anything. The crushing thought that so many people had died because of him slammed into his head like a curse. Then, thanks to Jinku, he accidentally uncovered what was happening outside prison. And this time, he refused to run. Dan blazes back, screaming that he'll never let them die, never let Jink and his friends get wiped out. He jolts awake, eyes snapping open, and horror hits him like a punch to the chest. When Dan finally gets up, he blurts that he blacked out. Then the guys stare at him, worn out and crushed with sadness. Madness hits. Then the man shoots a question. Did you do something stupid under the serum? You did, well, in I cyan mau biu balgol some babe some. Master even offers an apology, and the man snaps back that it's his fault. He admits he kept that key out of prison information to himself. Realizing that theory was dead wrong, the guys start dissecting every word the guild said, and Dan presses them. Did they really mean it? He just shrugs and says he has no clue. Dzink throws out a wild idea that someone from the past is tied to this clan, and right then, Dan suddenly snaps his memory back. He tells me that 5 years back, someone from out of prison took a rank-up test, and when it was over, it left a huge scar on him. Dan insists he still remembers that smile yet. Before that second, he never even thought it mattered. Dzink cuts in. They've got no choice. They have to track down the killer and uncover every last truth. The empathy gift is a rare power that only works on an enemy who's been gravely wounded before one use every 10 days because it wrecks your mind. Once you hit them, you can read into their thoughts and feelings and dig in and uncover everything about them, because right now, something wild is breaking loose out there in the jungle. The out-of-custody contestant yells something, and everyone snaps to attention like, oh, he was baiting them, trying to get inside their heads. The guild leader stays just ahead, and one of the participants blurts out, so, who figured out they're using empathy? Then the whole crowd starts firing questions. He says the guild leader might have attacked them mentally, and the participant snaps, furious that it looks like that. Looks like someone leaked the plot to kill Jinka, he roars for every assassin to swarm into the maze, because they've got one job, kill Jinka. The participant snaps at the other guy to calm down. The one who tried to worm his way into the guild leader's head is blazing with rage, furious that they somehow struck instantly. Suddenly, Wyverons thunder down from above, swooping over the prison participants, giant dragon-like monsters. One of them yells at a participant, demanding they get out now, Jay, and out. Jay, and out. Jay refuses because he's carrying that crucial gift of sympathy, and without it, they can't pull the information they need from the guild's head. The main one yells that his opponents would have destroyed him anyway. Then they bolt, leaving Jay totally alone. The lone guy breaks down and starts crying, hood pulled up tight over his eyes the whole time, while a wyvern lurks right behind him. It clamps down on Jay with its mouth. Then the rest of the out-of-the-DL members rush in. A bunch of prisoners who'd already escaped with Jay ran for their lives, terrified because those wyverns were flying right after them. Jink and the crew finally hit the 26th floor, and the guy jokes that it's freezing just like before, so they lock in and do every step exactly how they did last time. Dan, teeth chattering from the cold, presses Jinka over and over, begging her to summon the monster. But this guy has no idea what I'm talking about. Dan says you can summon a monster that it's built to shrug off the cold and haul a sled, and the smart move is summoning a fire monster that looks like a Salamon. Jink shoots back that there's nothing he can do. And then exasperated Dan fires off, asking how they even got through this level back then. So the young enchanter shrugs, says he started it with an air curtain, does it the same way now, and hands everyone lanterns to heat up. Jink keeps going, claiming raw muscle and fire will handle everything, and Dan blurts out, "Are you serious?" He snaps back that his fire magic is finally leveling up. Now he's cooking for real. Disappointed, Dan realizes there's no other path. Dessing tells him the man's getting even better than yesterday, and then the guy snaps, "Keep the magic steady," urging Dan to look around. They stumble onto the 30th floor, and the moment they step in, a monster challenges them to a full-on brawl. Dan says Tokuro-kan's got demolished without breaking a sweat. "These Inc. tells us to stop right here and rethink our future strategy." Then Dan blurts out in shock, "So, are we actually going to the safe zone?" The young Enchanter tells them the monster will be reborn in an hour, and if they strike sooner, the experience points and drops won't be wasted. Nina's already got everything cooked up, and she declares the white cow's milk and sherbet are ready to go. Esther tells Dan to chop his portion too, and Dan snaps back that she's still growing up, and he's the one who needs to eat. The man presses him for their future plan, and Jink snaps back that they're breaking free and diving into the tropical floor, no cages, no limits. He even admits he's already scouted it, and the guy just wants to know if he's allowed to use that local territory. Desync explains that the trees wreck visibility, so even the enemies are basically blind here, so we'd better punch up the radar scheme. Dan says even the guild doesn't know the whole truth about this. Place then points out that the guys fresh out of prison are masters at watching and scouting, so no one really knows what skills they're carrying. Jinking curses and orders everyone to sprint for the safe zone. They slip back into their covert mode, just like they did last time. The guys trade quick side eyes with a bunch of grumpy, annoyed strangers. On the 7th day, down on the tropical floor, Dan tells everyone they can stash a bath and the rest of the supplies in the storage area, because otherwise the guys would still be filthy right now. Esther then snaps, "That's why your brother grabbed the bathroom," and everyone's immediately worried. The young wonders if they'll ever crawl out of that prison, because he knows they can't just scrap a plan like a hit. Still, Dzink leans in and says the odds of it going through aren't zero. He can't shake the fact that he's been distracted for a whole week, and now he feels nothing like himself. But good thing he kept his eyes open, because his radar level has shot up. He can't resist, so he goes to check it out and then absolutely drowns himself in jewelry. When Dan asks what the Jink is, the guy smirks and says it's just a pile of fancy gear, everything enchanted for radar, because with it, he can spot anything from miles away. Then Dzink demands the others come with him, because the second he's using the skill, he's effectively unarmed. He locks in his focus, and the space around him ignites with blazing light. He suddenly sees the life around him, and even feels their mental state trees first, then leaves, mushrooms, frogs, and finally the clan members. Dzink steps in and blurts that, right at the safe zone entrance, 4 people who aren't in custody are waiting there, blocking the way so he can't get out. And the ones he sensed earlier aren't on this floor. They're just watching everything unfold. G-Sync says the murder plan is still rolling, and Dan warns that every word they're saying could be getting overheard. He says this test needs a sharp ear, and that's how they'll put Dan's theory to the test. These guys suggest saying nasty things about Nadsar. And after one more check, they realize that once they're out of prison, he's probably watching them with his eyes, not listening with his ears. Dzink shoots a wary look, and Nina presses him. What's wrong? But he just snaps that the clan's thirst for murder's gone through the roof. Dzink snaps that they'll do it his way, because everyone stays back, keeps their distance, and shadows. The target smugly thinks they can dress up the clown. A fresh-faced enchanter steps up and swears he can turn it into bait. He tells Nina, let's pretend we're in love, and that plan will smoke out the people so they end up back in prison, and Esther presses Dzink, asking if that scheme is really dangerous, because his fear for his brother is eating him alive. Dan won't come out and say it, but he does the deed anyway. He admits that once Nina levels up with that enchantment, she'll end up stronger than him, and his plan from the start is simple. Dump the water first, like they're just training, and play it like a setup. Water magic, and tucked inside it is poison crafted by the non-land family. So tell me, what happens next? When it evaporates, it blasts out a gas that wrecks your thinking power. The guys gulp the antidote first, then panic hits, because it reeks a little. So Nina whips up some food to neutralize that stink, and the guys blast the bad smell everywhere with wind magic. They only have to sit tight until the clan finally shows up after they get out of prison. Nina admits she's got all. And on top of that, they're terrified the clan will hunt them down and wipe them out. So to keep the others safe, they'll have to go after the out-of-prison participants. Jink gets it, killing a monster and killing a human aren't judged the same way. And with Nina coming from a village, not some noble aristocracy, The whole world will see it differently. He reassures the girl that their only mission right now is to snatch them alive. Then the guy snaps, "Leave it to me," and tells her to just defend herself. Happy Nina grins, thanks him, and shouts that she'll do her best. Jink takes one look around, then declares it's go time. Nina hooks Jinka with a sweet, irresistible look. She blurts out that her food is delicious, just like always, and then tells him, straight up, that he should marry her. Right now, Ian lets out a chuckle. Dan freezes in total confusion and blurts out what they're even doing. While Esther goes silent, wide-eyed and shocked then, Ian grins and says he's using radar too, so he can hear everything crystal clear. Jink pulls Nina into a hug, brushes his thumb over her cheek, and grins that not everyone gets to chow down on delicious food and soak in the jungle plus. They haven't spotted a woman in ages. Looks like the clan already clocked Mr. Jinga. Now they're closing in fast, seething with anger, starving for power, and burning with envy. With that spilled water and all that weird stuff in it, their minds went into overdrive, because this could actually help the guys. Dan shoots this idea down in shock, then grudgingly lands on the harsh truth. It totally serves them right. Nina softly wipes Jink's face and tells him he's got sauce all over it. Then she leans in and whispers to the girl about the clan what they can't ignore. The guys burst out from behind the bush, rushing in to smash them from the rear. Scary people burst in and bark at Jinku to stop flexing, threatening to snatch his food, while Nina and Jinku exchange tired, weary looks. People are charging toward Zizing, yelling that he's finally done, like the finish line just lit up. They scream in wild joy that they'll finally put him down and get out of here. Then he snaps to the truth. Jink and the others still haven't even noticed their attack. People are screaming that they don't have to lay a hand on Nina because they'll still need her anyway, while others gawk that D-Zink has a pretty face and they'll need him too. Jink is furious, stunned that the poison has driven them this far off the rails. People are rushing in to attack. Jink kicks off the moment to smash into them. Fireball right on impact. Nina gets slammed and injured. A brutal fight erupts, and one guy's leg gets slashed wide open. He howls in pure agony. A lone man lunges forward and snatches Nina right out of the air and slams her down hard. D-Zink clocks it immediately. A man with a furious stare tells the girl she won't get away. Don't fight back. She needs to be punished. And then he adds that Nina can pin all of this on Jinka. Since it's his mess, D-Zink is stepping in to help Nina, but she blurts it out in a way she never does. Don't worry. Seriously, worry doesn't stop her. She snaps a kick to the man's groin, hurls him away, and snarls that he's a scoundrel. No. Knocking out 2 teeth, then she gasps and screams that he's a nasty pervert, and right as that chaos erupts, another guy is about to. He tries to get close then. She slams a water ball into him and knocks him back, and Nina doesn't stop there. She grabs him by the head and smacks him in the face, then steps up and throws down with the men, barking orders for them to back off. And watching it all, Jink realizes Nina can scare people just as easily. With one blindfolded man screaming, he insists these are only 2 kids, and they won't stay on him for long. "You obey." Dan and Esther sprint in to strike, and the terrified crowd freezes because Jinka and Nina just rolled in with backup. The guys unleash everything they've got, battling the clan with raw, no-holds-barred strength. Dan rips open the man's head, exposing what's inside. Realizing that thanks to Jinku, his whole body feels weightless, then the guys end up pulling off the win. D-Zink steps in, offering to snap everyone back to their senses, so Nina shuts him down and says she doesn't want to touch them, and the guy immediately apologizes for forcing her to handle it alone, admitting with total understanding that from now on they'll take care of everything themselves. Jink says she and Ian are setting up camp and that she just has to take a bath now because she can't stand it anymore after those dirty men touched her, and Dan isn't shocked at all since he knows how terrifying that is for a kid her age. Conscious people hunker down in front of the D-Zink, and the guy blurts that he's got a ton of questions, because if they get answered honestly, it all becomes pretty simple. He takes a sip of the truth serum first, then orders them to drink it, while the guy he's shoving that jar in front of spits at D-Zink and fires back with nothing but nasty insults and pure disrespect. But Esther lunges in and drives her sword straight into the man's leg. He howls in agony. Dzink turns to his brother and asks what they're going to do with the task meant to last forever, tear the fingers off one by one or put out the eyes, because in his mind, the tongue is the only thing worth keeping, the one that must still be able to speak. Around them, panic erupts, and everyone starts yelling at the guys to stop. DZNK admits they're stuck dealing with the Nonin family, the kind they torture since childhood. Then the guy snaps that they do it just to keep the victim from dying too fast. Gina blurts out how many more are left, but nobody answers, so the guy strides up to one of the clan members, slap a hand on his head, ready to make a move. Then Jink bursts in, firing up with his flames like a weapon. Magic starts talking like it'll ramp up the heat step by step, and the guy snaps back that the skin is paper thin soon, it's going to warm the skull itself, then burn his face. Dzink shoots in the last warning. Even a clan member can drop dead from pain shock, and there are plenty more horrors waiting. The intimidating guy snarls. Kill them if you got someone you need gone. I don't care if they're goblins or people. People from this clan shaking in fear, because the man who... Rage flared as his head got burned, and the dink snapped at him to let go, swearing he'd spill everything. Jink decides Nina doesn't need to see any of this, and the others copy him, same move, same message. He's not getting out that easily. This prison exit is guarded, and it's locked tight. Dan stands there with a stern video blaring and tells the clan, "You're trading now for the guild after you escape the maze. You'll be judged, and if you fail, your clan gets disqualified." He warns that they'll be tortured and killed, and pushes them to stay quiet so they don't make things worse. The interrogation keeps going, and thanks to Dzink's efforts, the out-of-prison crew stops seething and starts calming down. Turns out these people aren't brave enough to die for Nadsars, because this clan was built by the Kingdom of Nadsar to scout the stake, snatch what they can, and sell the loot in bulk to the merchant Nadsar, who's secretly doing the same work as a scout. They're pushed to lure in great adventurers and drain the stake's strength, and once the job's done, they get wiped out. With his wild hairstyle and the scar across his face, he claims that the gift of sympathy let them track Dan's thoughts and siphon the information straight from them. Because of the mental attack, Jehu was trying to latch on to the man's thoughts snapped and went berserk, right as that out-of-prize contestant slipped into Dan's head and threw everything out of sync. The young enchanter clutches at the truth serum he remembers, convinced that's what triggered this mental taka. Right then Dan barrels up to the weird-haired guy, yells whether Jay is hurt, and swings in hard, demanding if it's his own. Dan whips his fist into himself, and it's all on him. Singh rushes in to calm him down, saying he was too relaxed, and that now everyone can only judge the outcome, since it's all over. The man finally breaks and apologizes. If you haul everyone upstairs, they'll all finally learn the truth, then the days of prison are over for good. Dan blurts out, "How are we getting them upstairs?" Jink grins like he's got a plan and swears they'll figure something out. Something drops right now at this exact moment. The second floor kicks into action. Some of the other people who got out of prison have learned to live with it, and one of them snaps. In 10 seconds, it'll be 2 hours. Verven comes in hot, another attack slams into them, and one of the contestant blurts out whether the second squad's guys got caught, but the man stays ice calm, because he trusts his power to predict what's coming and refuses to fear the enchanter. Golems haul the prisoners out in huge cages, packed with people in every room. Dan stares at it all and blurts that this is exactly how Jinquan had to use golems. The young enchanted cooked up 2 golem prisons, one for the people who blurted out the truth, where the floor sat under a cage with a blanket waiting, and another for the ones who fought back, where tiny spikes pressed in. They split the meal into goblin meat that reeks like death and delicious orc meat that hits your senses hard. And for the guys who blurted everything right away, the non-land family's medicine gets added so their heads don't spin out of control. So the second group just seethed with envy toward the first, then the team got wiped out. Jones spots that Jink's already mapped everything out, and the young man fires back. Sure, it's the second squad, but they're still a rank. If they don't make this move, trouble's guaranteed. Jinx admits it was a pain, but he somehow still handed the clan underwear with storage. Then the stink got unbearable, so I had to blast an air curtain, and that whole mess dragged into trouble. Esther beams and blurts that it was her brother's idea. Signet snaps No big mana, nothing works. Film Bayan cuts and fast. Don't learn that way. Jan spots something. Then D Zink starts gloating about the first squad and how badly they want to kill. They're charging straight for them. Dan snaps. What's the plan this time? What am I supposed to do? The young enchanted says the prisoner's intel points straight at the worst trouble in the first squad, Phobos, the leader, and Neville. Jink leans in and tells them, beat those two, and you've basically knocked out the whole squad. We're talking pure strength. He says this level fits the second squad best, but he brings a killer advantage, his evaluation skill, and he can only use it when the team is right in his sight. And Phobos, the leader of the first squad, can burn through every bit of Maga in just a few seconds. But for C, the future, he holds back and uses it when the fight finally erupts. DZ and K warns that once they're out of prison, the enemy can strike from far away, so we'd better unleash our water to the max. Then he orders Esther and Nina to push ahead while Jink backs it with magic, shouting that Ian and Dan are going in with their own spells. He also insists they need to finish off the magician fast and shut down the remote attack, so everyone nods and agrees. He clutches the glasses in his hands and blurts out that they're enchanted for evaluation. Once they use them, they'll spot the enemy skills. Then the first squad snaps into battle-ready position, but it sure looks like the guild they're told to avoid is actually backing the game. Enchanter, Dzang brags that he knows it all from the second squad and orders the first squad to quit right now, because if the clans cooperate, their slave life gets easier. The fighters brace to strike. The Thabo copies Zing's words, saying he really believed he'd escape the maze and finally live in peace, and he saps it. Jink unleashes the attack, blasting a massive wave right away. The first squad crumples. One of the survivors starts to push himself up, but these inked deploy an air cutter. A disgruntled Phobos wipes his face and growls that he totally could have predicted this, but everything hit way too fast. Then the first squad surged into battle, and Dan screamed at them to attack. Attack! They charge in and slice through the swarm. Dzing flies to pieces with a blazing sword. At Phobos, hungry to beat him. Still, he slips away from every attack, dodge after dodge. The young enchanter realizes his spells won't land. Phobos is predicting every move, and yet he keeps pretending to strike anyway. Zink calls it out, saying the second squad was right because Phobos can't fence to save his life, and the whole time he's got Esther and Nina on his mind. The first squad's angry people push in close to them. Then, out of nowhere, everything drops, and the kids are left standing outside the prison with no way in. Faba gapes in shock as Faba blurts out, and then a happy Desync grins. Turns out the whole stunt worked. What's in the container? Jelly brewed from boiled slime, and he proudly sprays it out in a huge white arc. The first squad gets caught in the trap, yells that it's not fair. Then the reply comes cold and stony, the one who wanted to kill her brother. Esther whips out an air cutter and unleashes it like a razor in the wind. Nina unleashes an air cyclone attack that spirals toward Dinan, informs Jinku that it's over, while Jinna, still battling Phobos, slips the enemy something strong, trying to make him spill the truth and save his friends, and Jinna is on edge. While Phobos plots in his head, if he just turns away, that dink will disappear. He'll end up killing him. Panic grips him. He's totally clueless and doesn't know a single thing to do. The guys close in around Phobos like a pack. He whips his head left and right, realizing he's trapped. In horror, Dzink grabs his attention and orders him to use divination, then demands what the man sees in the future. Pow you! People in the cages scream that he quit way too fast and that they'll spill any information they've got. Esther thinks they've already got more than enough prisoners and witnesses, and he says they should be tied to trees so the monsters can eat them. Then, DZNC snaps back that they'll still be useful. Then he tells Phobos the best cage is already waiting for him. Phoebe huddles inside a cage, as Dzink says they're heading to the 30th floor, the safe zone, and it's freezing up there. Disthik Batsabea to stop worrying because he'll hand him warm clothes, and he starts to think. Jink shouts that he'll hand him water so he can gulp as much as he wants, while angry people from the outside roar that they'll remember this, and the rest of the guys stay locked up. Where Golem cells get carried all the way up to the 30th floor. Ian tells them they'll hit the safe zone any minute, then turns to ask how in the world are they going to explain everything to the other clients. Dizin offers to spill everything exactly as it is, but he warns that a brutal collision with the scouts waiting there could happen, so he urges them to show everyone how it's supposed to be, and even says they might end up making friends with other clans too. Dan steps into the chat and declares he'll explain everything himself, because if he speaks, every detail gets verified. After all, he's the guild's leader. Jink nods and tells everyone, don't go poking at other clans. Suddenly, a panicked guy blurts, "What happened here?" And right as they sprinted off, they ran straight into Leon of the Big Tree. Jink leans in, greets him, and tells him, "Yeah, this is going to be a long story." Ben tells Leon, "All right, I'll lay it all out right now," and Leon gets it. This isn't some random guy, this is the guild's leader. Tijuka's the bum. Dizink was hunted outside the prison. Dan explains they had no choice. This clan is packed with murderers, and the worst criminals are out there playing performers. Everyone's staring at the cages, freaking out, trying to figure out what's about to happen to them. The crowd forms a wall in front of them, and everyone just stares until it hits them. Someone from the third squad is right there in the mix. Bobas clocks him instantly, figures he slipped into the crowd of plans, and smirks because the third squad will handle it all for them. He tells himself they can't let Jinku move on, not after this. This floor is their final shot. Phobos is on edge then, out of nowhere, Zink whips around, spotting something off Phobos, leans in and tells Zink to explain it to you. Take your time, because the young enchanter screams that they'll all die too, and Phobos's head spirals with thoughts of something decent. Death struck then, right in the middle of everything. The whole crowd crumbled into dust, all because one participant out of custody screamed at the witnesses that they'd become ashes too. He rips into screaming for witnesses and orders the desync to be burned alive. Then people just vanish, shrieking the whole way. Desync conjures a brutal water wall, and one member of out of prison freezes in horror, accusing the young enchanter, screaming that he shamed their entire clan. Jink can't shake the feeling that this guy isn't normal because he just burned his own comrades and the people from the big tree. The man screams stuff about killing the guy. The enchanter slices it cleanly with his sword, then Gina turns and walks away. The man crumples to the ground, blood pouring out, and Dan barks orders to round up the remaining out-of-prison prisoners. Then he snaps, "We kill anyone who fights back." Jink grabs Ian and demands he heal the injured man. Ian nods, bolts straight to him, and then Nina and Esther are told to jump in and help too. The young enchanter finally realizes how naive he was, because he never imagined what a desperate person could unleash. And if he'd seen it coming, did him, y'all. The man crumples in a slick pool of his own blood, barely breathing. Meanwhile, Dan stands face to face with two guys, and they swear they had nothing to do with the murder, totally clueless. Though they're still walking free, Dan warns them if they don't want the blame to land on them, they better help track down the others and bring them back. He also tells them straight up, don't step into that maze. The man argues it's smarter to knock out quests that don't drag you through it, stuff like cheap work, disassembly, or cleaning. They swore they had zero money, so we thanked them like this whole free magic cure vibe with potions and everything. We thanked the crew and the giant tree too, because somehow no one died. Leon boasts that adventurers like them will keep everyone safe. And then, right in this moment, it riots back that every injured person should climb back to the surface and speak as witnesses. Leon answers, "We'll help," and makes it clear he can't forgive anyone outside prison. Then he tilts his head and asks, "So, what did you want to do, you bot?" Dan faces the people locked in the cage and tells them their sins have only gotten worse. Then his mind races over what kind of sentence they're about to get. Because the man knows exactly what they did. They stole information from him, and now the price is coming. Everyone scatters. Dizink shifts into their old move to get comfortable. Bound Phoba rattles in his cage, and pure doom stares back. The whole squad rolls up to the guys, grilling Mr. D's think about how they got there. And he grins, says it's all good, and thanks you for your interest. Careful, everyone looks wiped out. Behind those cages, the people are screaming that they're still alive. And right now, Dizink is asking if the suspects are still in custody or already out. Dizink explains. They claim they're tied to the Nads in their country, then points out there was a battle, so Yeah, some people died, but the guy insists there are still plenty of witnesses left. The squad leader grins and promises they'll handle the prisoners and start interrogating them. Then they turn to Jinku and ask if he's ready to tell the guild everything tomorrow. He answers with a solid yes, tells the kids it's time to rest because they're wiped out, and Jinx even admits it's been a brutal long fight. By the time they step into the room, exhaustion has them beat. Happy Nina beams and says sleeping on the bed feels amazing, especially after being stuck in that sleeping bag. Then Jink chimes in that everyone's terrified of stepping out of the prison. So yeah, this spot is the safest thing they've got, and it costs 1,000,000 yen. Young adds that the country footed the bill for their stay, which means they can hang out here for a whole month, and Jink practically shouts that he's totally fine with that. Frustrated, Esther blurts that they never had a clue they were about to get attacked. And if you remember the truth serum, that stuff is wildly uncomfortable. So the guys call it for the night, because they've still got things to handle tomorrow. A bespectacled man steps up to D-Zink, and with a confident grin, he declares, "I'm the one handling this case. My name is Daniel Funko." Jink can't believe it. This guy used to be a chancellor, so he's majorly important. Then the man shoots back, "Nice to meet you too," and Dan cuts in, telling him to drop the formal stuff since Daniel's all friendly. Stammering, the former chancellor pleads with signing to stop worrying about a thing, but tense Jink can't stand it because Dan's way too calm, almost rude. Daniel Funk tells everyone they're blood from the same ducal Funk family, and Dan cuts in, saying that he's born to a concubine. He had zero money for school, so he spent his days in a field, swinging his sword like it was everything. Daniel says that growing up, he learned how to run the place, managed Dan's parents' home, and became the one vital link holding it all together. Daniel kicks things off by saying that when Dan was born, he's been the same menace ever since, always naughty, never tame. The Falca family clocked that spark and decided he'd be the perfect vassal. Dan fought back, then vanished at age 12 like the world swallowed him. From there, he turned into an adventurer Hamel and even launched his own business to boot. Daniel tells Dan he might get tossed out of the guild, so he offers to lay it down and come back, especially since there are a few roles they can hand him. But he can't admit that option is good because it would barely matter there, so it flat out refuses. Daniel swears he'll never give up, and D-Zink gets it. Dan and Daniel shut down the debate and march over to Jink, and Daniel tells him they've already handed the court every scrap, proving the link between the out-of-custody crew and Nazar country. Then he demands what they want done to the participants. Jink answers coldly that they should just be eliminated, so revenge never has a chance. Dan rips into the details after they got tortured and interrogated. The clan's property was seized, and he says he'll sell everything and hand that money to the big tree, so then Daniel can get them officially sentenced at stake court. Jink leans in and demands to know how Marquis Putinil's doing and whether he's still hunting for info about them, while Daniel brushes it off with a grim grin because he's not running anymore. He's already been captured. He tried to snatch the Jink servants as hostages, and that move got him hauled off and arrested. He swears that the moment a few fingernails got ripped off, he spilled every secret he had about Rosalt and the rest of the aristocrats, and Daniel snaps back in prison. He learned nothing worth anything, so now his fate will be decided only after the punishment. Then he admits that through all those long years of NADSAR's aggression, the abduction plot D-Zink cooked up, and Rosalto's spying no one even noticed the countries slipping away. So King Cola finally snaps and launches a strike on NADSAR and Rosalto. Dan and D-Zink are hit with shock so huge they can barely breathe. D-Zink can't stop thinking about the attack, and Daniel tells him straight up it was all for show, and Muddle's corpse got shipped to Rosalina. To win, they've got to hit the biggest city in the Steakhammerland. He warns that they'll need to scramble even faster to find a new head of the guild. Because Dan's about to get kicked out of his post, Mr. D's ink gets hit with a question about how Mr. D feels. Daniel storms up to Jinku and blurted out an apology for the delay, but Jinku shuts him down, saying that when Dan was around, there was no way to talk, and that he'd already told him to head to Fonks's house, a mission that's a nightmare for Dan. And yeah, Jinku doesn't say it outright yet, but the truth is burning under the surface. Dan gets kicked out of the guild, and with it, he loses his rank A adventurer status. Daniel tells him if you don't give Dan the same kind of post, those bad guys will start laughing at him. Then Daniel hits him with the truth. It's not just Dan's info that got stolen. Hamill's biggest, most influential people got hit too. Grits, so can we do something about it? Dzing snaps back. Dan Zagunwen's ready to hear the idea. Dzing stands tall and boldly declares, I'm going to create my own clan. Man fires a question at the enchantress. Surprise, will it help him form a clan? The surprise shoots back a yes, then says he'll slot Dan into the lower level as a punishment. Dzing tells them they can even ask His Majesty for amnesty and push for a lighter sentence, and Daniel nods, saying he'll sign the petition too, because the more names they put on it, the stronger the impact. The young enchanter swears he'll deliver the outcome to the man in a few days, and he agrees. A few days later, a grumpy Dan barges up to Jinku and snaps that he's just a regular adventurer and that he'll be thrilled to work for Mr. Jinku's clan. Jinku freaks out, shouting not to go that far. Dan just laughs and tells him the truth. Because of the petition, Dan was able to plead guilty with ease, gets let off punishment, and is forced to stay in the clan for 5 long years. Daniel says the guild never wanted to lose someone like Dan either. Yeah, he admits he got fired on purpose just to stop the damage from spreading, and Jink finally gets it. The guild is about to get a brand new head. Mona shows up with a bright, positive smile, saying Cammy will stay on as interim head until they find a replacement. Then she drops the bombshell that this girl is Alpha's wife, the legendary adventurer. Dan wore a deadpan face, but even so, he murmured, "Thanks, Jink," like her kindness weighed on him. Then he clocked the awkward Dan and couldn't help thinking, he doesn't look cute like that. The enchanter leans in and asks if Dan wants to do anything special, then reminds him the clan can't stay nameless. Dan jumps in to help. Jink pushes that the maids should be raised to the standard of the capital, and they shrug like it's no big deal, because the girls just need someone who can mend and fix things. He goes on to say that if you hand them enchanted gear and march into the slime dungeon with them, it'll all click. Dan asks whether this is where Jink snagged all those magic stones, then jumps in to help, and that's how Dzink forms a clan. Next, he buys a mansion in Hamel that he can actually sell later, turning it into their clan home only this time. He snagged a discount because the aristocrat selling the place is also related to someone who just out of prison. So yeah, somehow it was possible to snag a mansion for cheap. Dan shot back right away, demanding a discount, and said he's also running out of money because he's been spending it to help someone. Daniel then made it clear the only thing left was to crack the case without custody, and he ordered Dzink and Dan to show up in court. The trial was already in motion, and even though it was just an initial hearing, the outcome was obvious because Dean decided to stand up and testify. As the search raged through the maze's tropical floor, he started talking and slipped up by accidentally overhearing the out-of-prison crew plotting to kill him. Then, he deliberately started crying, begging for mercy because he was terrified the more experienced adventurers would decide he was next. Killen, Dan, Daniel, Mina, Jan, and Esther all show up at the trial and at Jinka's, way too intense, leaving them absolutely mortified. The court lays it out. Every suspect is ruthless, and after years of brutal attacks on the Cold Kingdom, they finally made their move. Then court calls out the sentence, 1,000 lashes carried out with the use. In this magic world, people get tattoos stamped on their faces and hands to mark serious crimes, and the court say they'll be sentenced to hard labor for life, treated like slaves. Gay. Everyone cheers, shouting that he's finally getting what he deserves. And he's furious, craves to crawl out of prison and never stop suffering for the rest of his life. The young enchanter shoots Dan a question. Who's this? And Dan answers, that's the master of the messenger class. Jink is certain Howard's the one. Jink realizes this guy's biggest weapon isn't his skills, it's that spear. Its attack reach is bigger than the Jinka sword's magic. Or not, it's going to get crushed. The guy knows the spearman is a monster, same as Esther. But DZ clocked one thing. He's not even planning to duel him, so you can stop worrying. Howard roars for sake, laughs off the confinement like it's a buffet. Those tears outside? Snack time. Then he remembers something. The guy strides up to the clan members and grills them about their behavior, then hits them with the truth. Every scrap of information was pulled out of them. Everyone slumps there, guilt written all over their faces. Howard reaches for one of the contestants and snaps, I'm sorry I had to do that, admitting it also sickens him to hurt people. Then the guy throws down his terms double the pay this month, and he'll let it go. The clan member lights up instantly, agrees without hesitation, and thanks Howard like he's just been saved. Ding leans in and asks Dan if Howard came here on purpose. Dan snaps back that he did, and he lays it out. Howard's here to flex his strength and prove it to everyone. Dan leans in and tells him the messenger has a huge upper hand thanks to him, and not a single clan member dares to complain. Dan blurts that it's his turn, but he admits he was sick with shame for being in the guild, so he had to. Finishes his days on top of the guild. Then the man steps up and begs the clan's head to take him in. Zinc clocks it right away. These aren't harsh punishments, so they won't be hurling stones or garbage. Dan stared at him, then I warned, do this, and security will arrest you. Dan nodded, said he got it, and thanked Zhang. The dance punishment kicks off. They tie you up right in front of the guild so everyone can stare. It's the go-to sentence for anyone who's burned the adventurer's trust. Esther turns to her brother and asks if something's about to happen. Ink fires back that it can't happen, but he's still freaking out, convinced he's about to get caught in the worst way possible. Howard's out here, not trapped in that maze, and people are whispering that he's recruiting former out-of-prison members, so Jin slid Dana ring over to Dana, enchanted with wind magic, and he thinks something seriously off. Esther spins toward her brother like, wait, are you seeing this too? The former out-of-prison contestants stormed into this place. Howard just hit them with a punishment, and now everyone's scratching their heads about what they'll do. Next, people take something out of their bags. The weapons came flying as they snapped them up. Esther and Zinc staggered back, horrified. Tethered Dan braces with an air shield, while a storm of weapons hammers it from all sides. Ex-members of Out of Prison are screaming that Zing is a coward for using magic, like he's ignoring his punishment, until Zing steps in and shuts them down, saying that during the light punishment, you're not allowed to throw a thing at the offender. Jink says the guild's rules flat out don't let him give in to tricks like that. Then he snaps back that they're breaking the rules and going straight against the guild anyway. They throw out a fake apology and grin, asking if it's too much for them to guess what's going on in the crowd. Then they flat out say they're not with Messenger anymore, because Howard fired them yesterday. Now, DZNK finally gets the whole picture. He shoots back that this is a good thing because if the clan were left to handle it, they'd only get dragged into bigger trouble. The sure are furious, but if the organization can't follow the rules, that puts their skill and competence in serious doubt. They just freeze there. Speechless Dink suddenly clicks on something, and then the guy finally says, so he hears this wild rumor people from the Messenger clan went shopping and snagged every last broken weapon. And now he's staring at the situation like, wait, was that what they were hurling at Dan just a minute ago? Nerves hit hard when they admitted it was a busted weapon, snatched for sale. Right after they left, the clan Sojan immediately says, let's see what the Messenger crew has been buying in the stores. Jen shoots back, yes, but swears it's not them, so don't go checking. But when they try to judge their skills, those weapons just don't line up. And if it were them instead, they'd have been totally fine. As the men stride out, Jinx yells for them to grab the trash, and the guy figures Dan's always been so painfully right, so he tries to use that moment to pull a fast one. Meanwhile, inside the Messenger planning house, Howard angrily slams a man face first onto a table and roars in rage, demanding to know if he's got any other plans. He shouts that he embarrassed him in front of Jink, and now Funka has stepped in then. He growls that he won't be able to. He calls his subordinates in, and one messenger breaks the news. This isn't just the enchanter backing him up. The Duke and even the weapon shop are in too. He warns them that if the messenger steps in, they're doomed. Then Howard's eyes light up with an idea, and he decides to torture the Jinka, savoring every cruel second. At the Jinka clan house, Young storms up to the enchanter and drops big news she's been banned from visiting a gun shop in the city, and Zink is left staring in pure shock. Ian went to track down the messenger, but the moment he asked questions, everyone panic-shoved with fear and begging him to get out, so he figures someone must have threatened them. Zing admits he thought Howard was clueless, but the truth hits hard. They're not trying to humiliate him, they're trying to choke off the restocking of their weapons and trap them with no way out. Then Ian drops the bomb: if you can't buy supplies here, you can still grab weapons and provisions through his father's chamber of commerce. Zing nods immediately, because outside Hamel there are huge merchants everywhere, and even the messengers can't cover it all. Jizink groans that it's a pain to just leave everything alone, and he frets can he twist things so the messengers can't even move? Yan then steps in and tells the enchanter to go beg Fonk for help. Jink flashes a grin and declares, Jan's the bad guy, and Jan shoots back with a laugh like, I'm still way off from him. Jink chees the girl who tracks down the TCs, and then, in sheer horror, blurts out what that black aura even is. 3 days later, the word on the street is wild turns. Up, the messengers weren't just messengers at all, they were the masterminds. Everyone's out there chatting and speculating, and the story goes like this. Dazing told Duke Faka to spread gossip that was stitched together with the truth. The guy even admits they did it together, that nasty, notorious clan. It got hammered by embarrassing rumors so hard that Howard can't leave the house anymore and now the gun shop's run by Duke Fong's merchant, so those messengers won't be able to squeeze him with any pressure. The maids forge it with alchemical magic, and one of them leans in like, this thing is wildly interesting. The guys decide to head back to the city. Zinc even says this move is straight up Duke Funk's idea, since he was there in the ceremony where war was declared on the kingdom of Rosolt. Dan then asks if he should go with the guy because he's clan, right? DZ just shuts that question down again. He says it's finally peaceful now, but warns the messengers might flip and come back for revenge. The Revia Dome, the Shen they're staring at the city while Dan leans in and asks Jink if he's really going to the world. He's telling them this country will 100% beg to borrow our power. And then he adds, that enchanter saved me, and he's helped countless people. But Dan still leans in and tells Jinku the truth. No matter what's happened, he's still just a kid. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, Jink spots a swarm of guards moving out in full military formation. He barges into the room and hears someone apologizing for being called out right after the test, and Dzink just shrugs it off and says, it's totally fine, then adds that he wanted to dig even deeper into the world and uncover more about it. He realizes every person in this room is a big shot, so his words, hit like a promised productive results, are coming. The king tells him, loud and clear, that he's offering a reward for cracking the clan's secrets beyond purgatory. Then Jink has probably already grabbed something from the guild, but this one comes straight from the country. He leans in and tells the young man to take a look, and the Dzing hands him a scroll. When he reads it, his jaw drops. The paper says he can grant Yan and Nina the status of commoners, and there's even a way to swap their contacts. Jinky gets that this is exactly what Duke Funk was supposed to do, so he follows the young man's orders, while the enchanter decides Ian and Nina have taken enough and praise to return them to commoner life someday. When he comes back, he's set to scrap the subjugating magic for good Dzink. Thanks the king. The guy keeps thinking he'd want to ask the same question for Elsa and the East Sea too, but Rosalta's situation is shaky right now, so it's safer for them to stay slaves for the moment, since this is exactly how they're kept and cared for. As for the situation, Rosal and Nazar, now that their alliance has shattered, launch a full-on war in neighboring countries. Kaul is stacking his forces in 2 border cities beside the kingdom of Rosalt, Kartha included. The moment they declare war, they're already set to strike. Attack. The apartment's border is split by a river, and someone checks in, asking if everyone's safe. Daniel snaps back that they barricaded the riverside hard, and the Rosalt kingdom is already watching and waiting for battle, so it won't turn into a huge fight there. Then he adds that the kingdom of Kaul only takes adventurers and kids who've escaped Rosalt. Daniel leans in and tells everyone that Nadzar is about to swallow up a third of Rosalato's land. Then he snaps that it's a total mistake to assume Nadzar has the upper hand, because their army is running into disaster the second they arrive. When someone demands what he means, Daniel explains that Nadzar's troops weren't ready for Rosalto's climate. A plague rips through their ranks, their potions get burned through faster than expected, and fresh supplies just never show up. Dzing points out that the gap between poor is so brutal that in some places and downright unsanitary. And when the king hears all of this, he grins and calls of the cat. For at the state, he solemnly announces that Rosalt is already crushed and that Nazar's army there is gutted by plague. Then the king lights up, saying an army from his own country will march in and wipe them both out at once. He says there's one problem, so he calls on Jink to do him a favor. They geared up with a mountain of potions and drinking water to smash the plague in Rosalta, but then, boom, they hit a wall and ran out of magic bags to carry it all. Daniel says That's exactly why I want you to mass-produce magic bags if you're in. We'll pay you top dollar. DZNK snaps back. Yeah, that's totally doable. Then he leans in, baffled. Wait, if you need magic bags to carry potions, why haul water when you can just conjure it with water magic? The Enchanger grins and adds, even regular soldiers have plenty of it. The king snaps back that they don't need to haul water in their packs. Because in war, right when blades start swinging, the mana reserve is everything, and even a tiny amount of mana can mean the difference between life and death for a soldier. He adds that he won't block any accessories that let you make water desync nods along, but then throws in his own condition and the king presses him again. The young man blurts out that only adventurers and the Maze City merchants are the ones who truly crave accessories, and he insists this country has no monopoly on them at all. So the enchanter slaps a condition down. Once the war ends, the country will sell half of what he produces to the people. The king nods and promises he'll take full responsibility and see it done. Jink immediately thanks him. Daniel cuts the chat short about the invasion of Rosolt and dives right into what's happening next. He's telling everyone about a whole family of necromancers, and they're burning hard like hell. This is a family with an old, legendary legacy blood tied to the Nazar line, and she's the kingdom's feared trump card. About 100 people in the Bernhard family can wield necromancy, so they churn out as many kids as they can, then only raise the ones who got necromancy in their blood. Daniel even says they've got 8 combat-ready necromancers right now, and you can stretch that number any way you want. The king ponders, then warns that their army won't be able to look past the death toll. Killing necromancers is a nightmare as long as corpses are still lying around rotting flesh or rattling skeletons, because they can yank them into battle with the very same power they used in life, only now those monsters don't need mana to keep moving. Dazing realizes the only way out is to burn everything, smash the pipes, or even take down the necromancer himself. But every time you kill one corpse, another claws its way in, so you'll have to fight again with a tougher, stronger undead body. Daniel tells them to wait a while, and all they've got left is one slim mercy. The necromancer will eventually run out of mana. The king turns to Jink and demands his take on it, then Jink answers. He figures out a way to dodge a straight clash with the Bernhards, hit the enemy with fire and wind magic, just long enough to scare their soldiers, then strike fast with burn raids and surprise night attacks to wipe out their military supplies and food. Daniel points out that wear and tear can crush the morale of the whole Nazar army, and King nods like, yeah, that's smart. Tells Jenk to start churning out accessories right away for D-Zinc. After churning out over 1,000 pieces, the guy slumps from sheer exhaustion. Names what he says next. Nina drops the bombshell. Alexander from Asterisk Tears the Dragon Asterisk is here, and everyone's closing in together. Gina can't stop thinking about it. Dragon Tears have been working like magic in the royal capital ever since they arrived. Alex greets Jink shifts, and you can tell he's grown a bit taller then. The Enchanter leans in and fires a question about what happened. Alex blurts out that he's heard Jink is building a clan and demands the guy do what he's asking. He says he's grateful for what came before, and Jink can't stop smiling as he imagines boosting the participant count. He even blurts that Alex and the rest would be more than welcome. The guy drops a warning. There's a chance that people trying to get in will reach out to them. Jink qualls like, fine then, I'll magically force the contract. Alex shrugs and says he's okay with that, because with everything going on, it's only fair. Jink then asks if Alex has noticed the people from Sacred Flame, and Alex admits he actually gets along great with them. Jink's eyes narrow as the Enchanter assumes they're about to march straight into a war against Rosalto. Alex says they're heading into Hamel's labyrinth, and he shrugs off Rosa like she's no big deal, but then he admits this is his homeland, so he's trying not to fight. Jink fires back that the adventure is already starting to look gold, because Hamel's gathering mercenaries right now, and that's got Alex under pressure. Still, Alex insists it's better to hit Maze City a bit later. The Enchanted interrupts, saying they're in the middle of a clash with a huge messenger clan, so if Alex charges in, he might get dragged into it. He demands proof. And Jinx snaps back, yeah, it's true. The workshop's little masterpiece, the tool D-Zinc made, gets delivered to Duke Fonk every single day for a bargain price, and D-Zinc undercuts everyone by selling it even cheaper. Next thing you know, the gun shop is booming. Messenger can't keep up with him, and they'll realize that soon enough. D-Zinc tells them the clan's cut will be way cheaper than the market price. Then he promises to handle the paperwork tomorrow, and Alex lights up, agrees on the spot, and thanks him again. A few days later, at Cole Castle, where the execution is about to happen, word spreads that someone tried to kidnap the enchanter, Lord Jink. The moment he settled in their lands, and they went even further, illegally invading their country too. And yeah, people are already saying Rosalto's done too much to ever be forgiven. The king erupts, calling the invasion of the Nether Kingdoms its spies slipping in under the mask of out of prison, a straight-up crime. The man groans, and the king fires off the king. He drives the stake in, and then everything goes dead. This man gets his head chopped off. The kingdom's ruler slams the final word down and declares, loud and clear, that they're going to war against Nazar and Rosal. And just like that, the D-Zinc ignited a full-blown war right away. The invasion of the three Gordos on Rosalt's border crashes in. Commander Colabrando rushes to handle the enchanter. Rosalt's army folds fast, and Count Brado fully takes Cordo, seizing the city lock, stock, and barrel. At Brando's mansion, Chris greets Jink, and the moment that happens, Jink is hit with pure shock when he realizes what's coming. He shoots a quick, "How's it going?" Then right in front of Jink stand two identical guys, Roy Hughes and Lewis Hughes. Roy greets him, and Lewis says he hasn't seen Jink since they met back at school. Turns out these are twin brothers from the Hughes Knight family, and they're classmates in the Magi department. Dean fires off a question. "Did the Marquis hit you with anything special?" And they swear they're good. Already fine. Then the brothers tell him it's all thanks to the Jinka's counsel to His Majesty that they managed to win real protection, so the enchanter demands to know why they're even here. Lewis answers that this war is his chance to map his future career and serve with dignity, and then he adds that he and Chris are planning to join the Count's army. Chris leans in and asks Jink if he wants the inside scoop on his father's army and everything about Karth. Jink's all in, but says he's got one question first. For now, Chris fires up his tale. His father seized the weapons and property of Rosalt's people, and the nobles and bigwigs are going to be put on public display the moment they're caught. The young man says the Kola aristocracy dragged ordinary folks into chains, turning citizens into servants and slaves, and even started plotting their escape after the occupation. Then one brother insists the kids will still hit school and come back as commoners once they're grown, while Jink fires back that if they trap everyone in slavery forever, their productivity. He drops this bombshell: once the war finally ends, they'll march to Ruta, the kingdom's capital, riding in with the People's Aristocracy Army, and the second that city falls, they're going to crush every last soldier of Rosalt and Nazar. Chris realizes he's about to join the sweep, and he snaps that it only feels right when he's on the front lines, because if he can make a difference, that's where he belongs. And the soldiers fighting up front must. Chris grumbles in annoyance, and Jink just shrugs like, yeah, it can't be helped, then tells him straight that he's the heir before asking what the enchanter came to ask in the first place. Esther stands before D-Zinc and demands to know what the battlefield is like. After Esther slips into the common life, D-Zinc tells everyone she'll team up with Chris and join the Count's army. Then the enchanter turns to his brother and begs him to fight Nazar. The boy just freezes and starts tearing up, and Jinka steps in fast, telling Esther not to cry and questioning if it means he doesn't want this at all. The maid beside him snaps that the master has crossed Esther and then calls him a villain, and the poor guy practically shatters with terror. Esther wipes her tears and blurts it out to her brother. If anyone tells him to lay down his life, he'll do it. Jink gasps in pure horror. What are you saying? Then everything cuts to black. Chandra leans in and tells his brother, I need you to start racking up military wins ASAP, and then adds, no matter what Esther chooses, this path is going to pay off for him down the road. Zaning tells them he wants to send his brother to the relatively safer Aryagrad, pushes Esther to bring Ian along as a security guard, and says he'll back the whole plan with enchanted items. Then Eastede finally gets it, thanks his brother, and Jink stares at him like, wait, he really wants to go with us, but worries the king won't let him, until the Anchander steps in and says he'll handle it himself. Esther begs Jinka to leave Jan here for safety, and the guy hesitates. Then he fires back, asking about Dan, who wanted to take Nazar on just to get him out of prison. Esther nods along, and he doesn't hesitate. He declares he'll fight to make sure his brother never feels shame. Then D-Zinc steps in and adds Alex and the rest to the membership, officially birthing a clan. He names it the Seal, registers it with an A-rank adventurer guild, and some folks are already calling Daniel's move legendary. In Hummel, at the Duke of Fonkier's house, 3 men huddle together and start plotting their next move. One of them argues that they should seize the chance to stir up an open debate outside prison just to crush their aristocratic political enemies. And then he jumps straight into claiming he'll grab the title of Lord of the Maze City. But the other cuts in, asking what they'll do when they're suddenly drawing way too much attention. Third rages that the kid's height is unbearable, then snarls that he'll weaponize his weakness to plot the downfall only he has to make it look like an accident first. So he storms forward and brutally catches up to the other man. "All right, how long are you going to keep them waiting if nobody's shown up?" he snaps. Then he says he gets it. "How long are you going to keep them waiting? You been waiting and been cowley. Someone slams through the door. Howard Watt. Foxen seethed, demanding to know where Funker was. Then the men stared in terror, begging, "What are you doing? Take us out of here." He says, "Bad news, nobody's coming to help." Howard shoves an order at the man. "Tell me where Funker is." Then he growls that if the guy keeps anything back, he'll kill him on the spot. And even the messenger admits Howard means business, whether he spills the truth or not. These Inc. gasps in shock, because Funker's house has been hit by a messenger right in the middle of the chaos. The man in front of him tells him not to panic. My lord isn't hurt at all. He's in the royal capital right now and plans to meet His Majesty at the royal palace tomorrow. The man shoves a paper into his hands and demands he deliver it for full details. Teasing quickly glances down at it. In that letter, it said the arms dealer who'd been keeping the messenger trapped and silenced finally shouted out to Duke Funker, and the messenger guild flooded into the city. Howard threw plan after plan to use the Duke and the messenger to his advantage, but every scheme blew up in his face. Desperation hit the messenger hard, and he stormed the mansion just to force the Duke to stay quiet. The Duke's little secret messenger plan got blown wide open when the nobles and merchants started spilling it, and just before the raid even hit, he bolted from home. Jinx says he's relieved. If the mansion is empty, that messenger can't do a thing. Then the man tells him, "Don't worry." He tells everyone he'd already invited the family's side branches, the ones who don't agree with his master, and they showed up, only to be found dead. The man announces the messenger crew is now on the wanted list, and they'll be shipped to Hummel the very day after tomorrow. DZNK's stomach drops because Duke Falker is absolutely terrifying. He gets it. He likely expected that messenger to strike sooner or later, so he uses him, cuts out the family branches that oppose him, and pulls it all off through someone else's hands. The guy figures Jinka can't possibly be his enemy. Then the man asks Jinka if it works for him to come to the royal palace tomorrow, since the master wants it, and Jinka agrees on the spot, then tells him to pass on greetings to. The Duke clenches it in his grip, then the bottle shatters to pieces. Howard swung it off, and the crowd froze in place staring at him with pure terrifying horror. His head is screaming with thoughts that Funker set him up, and now it looks like their whole adventure got yanked away, so if nothing changes, it's just a waiting game. He's hit with one question after another. Should he bolt somewhere? Because he can't stay in this country. But where is the rest of the story? Things are still a mystery when Howard snaps, "Get ready," and then he drops the bomb that they're headed straight for the Yamato Kingdom. And the boys' faces go pale with pure terror as they blurt, "What if we get caught at the border?" Howard tells everyone that Hamill's maze is linked straight to the Yamato maze on the 67th floor. The Yamato Kingdom sits right next to Call, but it looks totally different. Its culture screams old Japan, with people rocking Japanese clothes and living in wooden buildings. Buildings towered around them. Then one of Howard's men blurted in shock that he had no idea the maze was even linked to Yamato. Howard's guy snapped back that Yamato was an ally of Cole, but the others just stared and said they didn't like the stowaways there. He goes on to say the maze is brutal to crack, but if they can smash through it, freedom is right on the other side. Everyone breaks into a run, swearing this is the smart move, yelling at you to hurry up, grab the food and the gear. Howard knows he never wanted to spill info like this, but there's no way he can die right now. Deep inside the maze, Chris, Lewis, and Roy are locked in while Dan and Elsa step forward, praising them like crazy for a job well done and for cleaning up every last bit. Jinx thanks Dan for backing him up with the maids, and Dan shrugs like, with this many hands, the slime room is just a tiny problem. Deasing screams that the guys are stronger, Sure, but still, not close enough. And before he leaves in a week, he tells them point blank he's going to train them until they hit the absolute limit. They light up and instantly agree this May is all about a game where you level up. Chris, Lewis, and Roy shot off toward the battlefield, ready to clash. In Hummel, the Adventurers Guild tells Dan, "You're finally out of here tomorrow," and Jink immediately nods. Along then, shoots a quick reminder to keep an eye on Eskies. The guild leader shoots a question at Jinx. "So are you joining the team that'll destroy the messenger?" Jinx answers with a firm yes, admitting the chaos is partly his fault and saying he wants to settle it himself. Then the girl smiles and tells him, "You can call me Alpha." Right now, Herbert and a few of the messengers slipped into the maze, while the rest are already getting snatched up and dragged into interrogation. Dan blurts out that Herbert vanished while they were out cold, and even an S-ranked crew can smash through that maze, so he must have ditched every last one of them like dead weight. Mona nods and says she'll jump in to help the adventurers. Howard's up on the 16th to 30th floors right now, so when Jink glances around, he realizes Howard isn't as far off as he expected. Alpha shuts that down, saying it's hauling forward at a brutal speed, and you can't pin down exact location data because people keep coming back to observe it. Mona tells us that, so far, no one has reported the messengers group slaughtering any bystanders inside the maze. Maybe because their hierarchy is still thin, and every corner feels watched. The deeper the adventurers go, the more dangerous it gets. So the boys decide to turn those captured messengers and slaves into criminals, then hand them over to Duke Fonker's family as slave soldiers. Duh even promises cash as payment for the trouble, stolen property and all. And D-Zink nods like it's all good until the offer suddenly changes, and Alpha wears a worried, frustrated look as Jink calls for Miss Mona. She peppers him with, "What happened?" And I'm already thinking, why is Alf glaring like that? Mona tells her straight up Dan's been swamped lately, and the time they used to spend together has suddenly collapsed. She also tells him they won't be able to meet for a while because starting tomorrow, he's being shipped straight to the battlefield. Jink realizes this is all on him. The enchanter insists he owes Dan for backing the maids and for standing guard to protect. Acting as Esther, Jink sprints after the Alpha and yells for her. Then, she suddenly stops. The young man asks what happened, says he already told him about Dan, and then admits he regrets sending him there because it was all driven by his own selfishness. Jink announces Dan is part of his clan and promises he'll hit the battlefield to back him up, but the girl stays cool and tells the kid he doesn't need to apologize. Then Jink jabs at the box and says it's for Alpha. They blurt out, stunned, "What is that?" The young man quickly says, "This is what Esther dug out of her parents' house." She yanks the box open just for a second, then snaps it shut, eyes wide, like she's just seen something impossible. He shoots Zink a question about how she's feeling, and the Alpha grins, thanking him like crazy then, promises he'll put it to use tonight. After saying goodbye to his friends, D-Zink grabs Esther's attention, tells him to stay sharp, and says if things get rough, he can run back home anytime. The Endchanger then throws his wishes at Chris, Lewis, and Roy, and Esther still blazing with fight in his eyes, promises he'll prove something worthy of his brother's name. Dan suddenly whacks D-Zink on the head and snaps that he was only trying to keep the couple from hitting a crisis. Then fumes that the kid drugged his wife with an aphrodisiac, so he barely slept, and now his back ached crazy. He insists that halt out, and now it han said. Chris waves at the enchanter, tells him they're on their way, and Jinx chimes in, "We're coming." He goes hunting for the messengers and grills them. "Is there a meeting with the subjugation team here?" Ian snaps back, "They should be here any minute." Ding! Jink catches the words Grim just spoke. She whips around and spots strangers, plus a fairy, and then she steps forward with a grin, says, "I'm Ryu Kanon, and you're looking at the messenger extermination team." The Peshaman, Joseph, and Sylphid, and ends with, "Nice to meet you." Jink shoots back that he's thrilled to meet you, and it's got him thinking. He's never seen a fairy before, and even though she's ridiculously cute, her status is straight up insane. The fairy tells them, now we follow the messengers straight into the maze, and then, bam, there are two routes to choose from. She tells me I'm about to put Mr. 1 to the test, then Hannon steps in and says, they can pick either route, but one road is brutally dangerous. So she demands Jinka's consent. He nods and asks her to explain the route. The fairy reveals there's a hidden second entrance to the maze, but it's so deadly that nobody's allowed anywhere near it. It's sealed down in the dungeon basement. It's a huge hole that climbs you all the way to the 15th floor, but this time, because it's a special occasion, the seal finally breaks, and they take a dangerous shortcut. Jink shoots Ian a question. Did you know about this? And Ian admits, no, this is the first time I'm hearing it. Then Kino leans in and tells everyone the truth. This kind of info is locked down to only a select few, even senior management. She tells them it's safe to head down from the first floor if they're willing to pay the cost and wait it out. Then she turns to Jinka and asks what choice makes the most sense. Jinka's eyes flick to Howard, disappearing lower and lower, and it hits him. That enchanter Ponder is toying with the idea of a shortcut just to catch up. But when the map clicks in his head, Jinka realizes that route is a death trap, and there's no way he can bring Nina with him. He turns to Ian and asks if there's any chance. Ian says they'll know the right move them actually go for it. The enchanter knows right now is no moment to freeze, so they step in and take control. The young man offers to cut through the shortcut, and the fairy nods, telling Jinku that if it starts feeling too hard to handle, he should say so. They'll be back, so they hit the trail, hunting down that messenger like it's their next target. These guys are right beside the hole that drops to the 15th floor, so don't panic, the squad is keeping a tight watch on that rope. Dazing knows the space down there is pure nightmare fuel, and if you fall, nobody's coming to save you. I told her the maze itself twists and bends, so there aren't really 15 floors at all. She snaps to the enchanter, asking if he wants to stop. He blurts that he's not backing out for a second, he'll do anything he can. Then he sinks downward, and Jink is hit with horrified thoughts about how terrifying that fall is. Howard has to wait for him. Everyone barges down, and Jink swears they somehow made it here. The fairy tells him it's a good thing, and then warns him. On the 15th floor, there's an invisible ceiling, so be careful. The enchanter can't even process it, saying he can't believe they're moving in a straight line. As expected, the S-ranks aren't scared at all. At least, that's what Joseph says. They never let it show on their faces, but they're terrified inside. Keenan even talks about how some savages use the Orkolcom kunai to climb straight up to the ground. No wings needed, and they're shockingly good at it. DZ, Dick just smirks and says that sounds less like a warning and more like a compliment. Up on the 15th floor sits the York boss room, and the crew doesn't waste a second once they get what's coming. They push forward fast. Now everyone hustles up to the 21st floor, and Jan grabs Jinka like, hey, look at this. He spots two guys and fires off a question, are you from behind the messenger? Then he leans in and promises, I'll catch you. They sneak in for answers, but the guys Banished and the notes desync like something seriously injured them. The enchanter knows that when the status screams, banal robberies of murder, the young man instantly jumps to the Fonker house, but the fairy snaps back that fatigue and pain have them too worn down to stay sharp. The guys sprint straight to the messengers, then the messengers whip around in pure terror and let out a blood-curdling scream. The fight kicks off, and the guys snatch up these right away. Sylph pleads with Dietrich to stop being so cruel, because they still need him to spill the information they're after. Eddie K grabs the messengers and demands what they're doing here and where Howard is right now, but they snap back rudely that they don't know a thing. Jink clocks the awful stench and instantly wonders what the heck happened. Then, the fairy demands you hand it over to her. It summons an imperial slime, and Jink and Ian go wide-eyed, stunned. One messenger bellows, release him, and the Nukis fires up, planting his hand to move, and his skin erupts in blisters. Cannon smiles sweetly, warning the man that if he won't speak straight, his right hand will turn to bone, and if that happens, he'll never be able to fix it, not even with his own money. Jink realizes, with a jolt, that she's really a little devil. The messenger starts. It's about to stop. Wait, it's finally going to point us straight to where Howard is. He says he's on the 46th floor in the volcanic zone right now, and Dan can't stop wondering if Howard is already there. Then the fairy warns him that the deserts and volcanoes on the 40th and 50th floors are brutal, and there's a poisonous zone up ahead too, so crossing it won't be easy at all. Jink finally gets why May's exploration only crawled up to the 60th floor. Then a chanter snaps at the messengers and demands why they've shown up. Thimigity begged the city to boost the rice portion. Jink just realizes he's the only one stuffing his Southie. The man boasts that after all that, he wiped out half of them, and Dzink can't believe it when he realizes Howard is a straight-up monster. One messenger blurts out that he dumped them there, and they all chose to turn back, only discover a magic pocket stitched onto the back of his clothes. He swears he had a ton of potion. Those bottles were the only reason they made it here, but now he's out, flat out. Jinx spots a real magic pocket sewn into the guy's clothes, and the moment the man shakes his outfit, a book tumbles right out. The enchanter throws it open and reads a chilling entry about money paid for threats, blackmail, and quiet bribes. Canon steps in and explains it's a secret book packed with every dark move the messengers pull. The man shouts, "It's all personal notes." So nobody gets mixed up. Then D-Zinc snaps to it. "Testuit akella souvenir for Duke Funker." The guys get told to hold up here for a bit. Then they're waved back to join the squad, hand over the men, and keep the pursuit going. The messengers trade uneasy looks, and one of them turns to the other and demands, "What happens to us now?" Think blares that after everything they've done, they're about to be chained up as criminal slaves and shipped straight to Duke Funker. Then he snaps, asking if they even realize Kola kicked off the war. The enchanter tells the men they'll take the full hit of the battle as slave soldiers swinging until they drop. And if they're lucky, just grinding out hard labor while the fairy promises that, until the squad shows up, she'll keep them entertained and let them mess around with slime. Of course, the guys with fear in their hearts scream that none of this is needed. Meanwhile, Howard is tearing up the 46th floor like he owns the place. He plops down and devours a mountain of food like he can't get enough. The messengers stare at him like he's nothing, clearly annoyed, and Howard tears through the chicken leaving only bones. Then finally he speaks up and reports that Howard was done. One of his men warns him they're about to run out of food, and Howard snaps, asking again. He tells them they can't reach anyone right now and they've got no supply team. One of the messengers grumbles, annoyed, saying Howard should just eat less. Howard snaps back that there's nothing he can do about it. Yeah, it's a bit risky, but they'll hunt down a subspecies of the acrobatics. People keep firing questions at him about whether they're on the 30th floor. Howard just snaps back, yeah, and says it's a nightmare to tell those floors apart. Then he goes, the cubs rain magic stones, and the boss is almost definitely going to dump a mountain of meat. He swears it'll take 7 days to get through the volcano, and they're not about to starve on the way, and when the tired ones stare back, he grins like he's ready to demand. So, is this a good idea or not? Howard blasts. Keep moving forward. There's no turning back now, then leans in and promises that no matter what they do, they'll reach you. He blurts out that they're messengers, the strongest in orders, so everyone's spirits stay high, and the crowd instantly agrees. Howard snaps around. He realizes that once you hit the 40th floor, everything slows down. Hardened sand and volcanoes turn the whole place into a nightmare, and the same goes for the kill command. Howard can't stop thinking about it. Jink could be roped into the extermination team, a mission that would take regular adventurers dozens of days, but thanks to the enchantment, he could crush it in just a few. He reckons that if he takes a shortcut down to the 15th floor, he's basically already there. Jink and the boys tore out of the last area behind them. They kicked their tracking into overdrive, every thought locked on one goal: snagging Howard. The guys suddenly find themselves trapped on a blazing floor, where volcanoes roar all around them. They spot the campfire's ashes still lingering, and Jan insists someone camped here while Jink swears it was left behind by messengers, like the trails daring them to follow. He grabs a stick near the heat, and when he touches it, it's still warm enough to prove the night wasn't finished yet. The fairy beams, saying that once you pass that dead, empty stretch, she barely gets any new adventures. So this one is for the messengers. Jinkin nods and goes, "All right, we're taking a breather." Dietrich blurts that he's relieved D-Zinc joined them, because without him, they never would have made it here. The Sliff grins and points out they can even take a bath like. The whole meaning of exploring the maze just flipped overnight. Then Keenan leans in hard and orders the guys to focus. She tells him this isn't just about messengers. There are also wicked acrocats lurking here, and they're unbelievably annoying. One messenger blurts out, stunned that this is the boss lair, and Howard snaps, saying if they take it seriously, they'll handle it. Then the messenger turns and demands what he thinks the man is supposed to do. Howard snaps back that he doesn't just want to anger him, he wants to obliterate it on the spot right now. Howard wastes no time, saying the acrocanator is way stronger and unlike the original, it even fires fireballs from its mouth. We go all out. He says you've got to crack it with one massive attack. Then boom, someone shouts, "Howard!" This guy's a total creep. He snarls that I've got to lift both my hands over my head. Howard says he never thought the guy would actually catch up with him, and then he snaps that it was downright stupid of the kid getting in-chain like that. Howard screams that Zink is about to die right here, swearing he'll toss the young man to the lizards himself. The man barks for the messengers to storm Zink and the rest. Cannon suggests you bulldoze through it all as fast as you can. A brutal battle rages on and Zink charges straight at Howard. He shrieks at the boy to die, and Zink clocks that the smarter move is ripping out the mages. First then, the guy's face snaps into a new look. Howard clenches his teeth and fights the enchanter head-on. Zink squares up, convinced his spear makes him unstoppable, and he burns on brute strength to stop any counterattack, because he knows if he shifts even a step, those magicians will pounce. Zink whips up an aerial tornado that tears through the sky. Howard's head spins with confusion and shock as the Kenyan barges in, shouting to Jinku, "I've got you! I'll cover you!" She tells them, point blank, that they're going to wipe out the rest of the messenger participants. It's way faster to hit them on the spot if you're running out of time. Climb's crew sprints straight at Howard and he groans in pain, then demands the guy load magic into the boss ball. But the guy shrieks in horror that this is totally ridiculous right now. Howard snaps with fury and orders him to obey do it, or Howard will kill him. The terrified messenger refuses to fall in line, and Howard lunges, grabbing him by the collar. Then he whips the clothes into the hole and snarls at them to die. Screen. Jink and Keenan freeze in horror and shout that Howard has ditched his friend. Suddenly, the boss of this floor crawls out of the hole, a messenger dangling in his mouth. Dread sinks in as they realize, oh no, it's the boss. Then a smug Howard tells them this is a tiny gift just for them, and he leans in, asking Jink if he'll keep catching him. Ian's heart drops as he blurts out in horror that he's finally woken up. Howard roars at his men to get out now. He bolts into the distance, and the man yells that he's praying they never cross paths again. Jink and Cannon chase behind him as the enchanted yelling screams for the boss to stop then. The kid fights back with everything he's got, and the fairy's horrified, breathless warning hits. It eats people. Jink calls Jan, and Jan tells him he snagged most of the messengers, just a few slipped away. So the enchanter hammers down to catch up and find out what happened next. He says they should split up the cannon. Then he sets off after Howard and orders the fairy and Ian to handle the boss. She nods and promises, the moment I figure it out, I'm coming to help. Jink storms out, and the cannon booms, careful. But the messengers demand to be freed, and right then, someone snatches one of them by the collar. This is Dietrich. He snaps that if they don't want to get eaten, they'd better stay silent. Then the man grins and says he can take care of the boss, and the fairy, about to fight, swears she hasn't unleashed her wind magic to the max in ages. She charges straight for the boss, screaming that she's going to slice him up. Fairy yells at Dietrich to cover up, and just as the chaos hits, a man rushes in, gripping the monster and pinning it down. Dietrich knows amplification magic still struggles, so when the moment hits, the man rages and hacks the boss's tail clean off. The guys jump into a brutal brawl with a monster. The messengers huddle there, bound tight and helpless. And while one person marvels at how strong they look, another scoffs that there's no way any of them can escape. One of the clan members suddenly whips around, and there it is, right in front of his eyes. He sees the more monsters swarm the messengers, and then the silt barges in, wrecks them, and growls that they're filthy, vile, and utterly annoying. He tells them the reason Howard needed to know he could pull it off, so he woke the boss up by having his friend do the dirty work. The man snaps to the messengers that they're utterly useless to Howard. In the boss fight, Ian whips out an air/right when the love upon. The monster roars, and Jan and Dietrich snap their heads around in shock. Just then, another monster crashes onto the scene, and the guy's eyes widen because this one's even bigger than the last. The monster snaps its jaws and blasts a roaring fireball straight ahead. It's rocketing straight toward the guy's gin. Then he calls Joseph and Hay, the cannon's dead clear. By the lava, they're at a disadvantage, so they have to fall back and bait the monster into coming out. The guys storm out then. The monsters come roaring after them, and Jan heals Joseph and Benjamin are right in the middle of it. It points out that if you don't split them up, they'll never get their win, and the fairy tells you to hammer the weaker monster first, pulling its attention so it comes right to you. Towards you, these guys snap into action and launch their counterattack. They do it. Meanwhile, Howard bolts for his life. He blurts that Jink is still tailing him while the guy panics, convinced he's been sprinting for ages and is about to choke. Howard slams the order to stop the messengers, but they ignore him and still don't pull it off. Zink breezes through the challenge like it's nothing. He slices open one of their arms. Then he snatches it in a flash and hurls it into the trash like it's nothing. The enchanter tells him he's the last one standing, and a grumpy Howard can only watch it all unfold. Zink snarls that he treats his own men like tools, uses them, then tosses them aside just to save himself. So the young man snaps back that this isn't justice talking at all. With fury burning in his eyes, he says he can't forgive Howard, Jink, and then adds that he reminds him of his boss. Howard just stares, totally stunned, and finally blurts out, "I'm a man." Howard can't make sense of it at all, so the enchanter grabs the orb, and Howard snaps his words shut, admitting he doesn't understand why the enchanter is saying any of it. The man grills Zink, asking what he's aiming for, and boom, an all-white flash detonates out of nowhere. Howard's vision detonates with pure white, then he spots Steve. The team bursts in and scrambles to track down Jinky, and one guy jabs a finger at a single spot, then yells in disbelief. Turns out the young man isn't even there. No sign of him at all. Jink has slipped up behind him, and he's telling him, word for word, that it's all over. The enchanted whips up a roaring water cyclone, spinning everything in its path. Kenian slams in mid-chaos, and with a rushed breath, he apologizes for being late while Jink clocks something off about them. The fairy leans in and asks what he's talking about, then points at a frozen slide that looks eerily like a person, and the young man starts to explain that. This is earth magic. Zink freezes Howard solid. With his last breath, Howard screams to Zink that everyone's going to get wiped out. Fairy fabricates an imperial slime, and now Howard is sprawled inside it, trapped and sinking fast. His hands start to rot away in his entire body. Jink and Kinnan are watching as the man screams in agony, and it's happening right there too. The young man fires off, "Do you want to kill me?" And the fairy snaps back, "No." She's promising to trap him in slime, letting it soak in and make him completely unable to fight. On adds that he'll melt Howard's skin and leave him defenseless, DZNK remembers that she's a little devil, and the young man snaps back that it's worth locking the rest of the golems inside his prison too. The fairy presses for it one more time and declares the name fits perfectly. Jink is already sure they've got everything locked in. He can't stop wondering if Esther and Dan have already made it to Rosald, but right now, they're already at Brando's army headquarters. On the grounds of Rosal in Harlots, the top commander strides up and greets his son Chris, answers that it's been way too long since they've seen each other, then vows that as the heir, he'll fight with everything he's got so his father never has to feel ashamed. He tells the Hughes brothers he's happy they're here, and he admits he's heard tons about Dan. Chris's father tells Esther he heard it from Jink too, and that Dan clawed his way up from a royal captured commoner to an A-rank adventurer in the capital. Then Esther lights up with a positive response. The commander says they've taken Harlots and are fortifying it right now. Then he turns and promises the next move they're going to hit Sarihild. He adds that Nazar's army is already there. Brace yourself. It's going to be brutal, and Esther spots that Rosalto's forces are slowly getting pushed back, inch by inch. Chris's father leans in and tells him straight. Cole's army has seized Rue, the kingdom's capital, and right now they're sweeping it clean, because once this fight starts, it's only a countdown until Rue falls. Basically a full-on war against the Nazar people of Rosalto. The commander leans in and asks his son whether Jinke trained him in the maze. His son nods, says he's got attacking magic down now, and the Hughes brothers chime in that on the way here, they hunted monsters and forged their bodies for the challenge. The commander-in-chief pulls the guys aside and tells Chris and the others, this is your first battle. Theo, it's war, and he begs them not to forget. Those enemy soldiers aren't human in the way you're thinking. He says the enemy isn't some mindless monster that can't hear words. It's a real person with a family and friends. But once you're on that battlefield, your job is simple. Cut down as many opponents as you can. He says that no matter how perfectly trained a soldier is, the second they take a life, hesitation creeps in. And if they can't bury conscience and empathy, it will gnaw at their mind until they crack. Chris's father tells them, if your mind feels wiped out, don't push it, go back. Deezing nods right away, agreeing, and shoots back. Thanks for worrying about me. Esther is convinced tomorrow will bring a brutal battle, so she tells herself she has to train. Then, bam, a boy perks up because he's just heard the words. Dan is a veteran. Guys, one of them's like, yo, the Hughes brothers are seriously talented, and he's sure they're about to blow up and steal everyone's attention. The other one chimes in, Master Chris is getting strong too, and the Brando family is going to be safe for the next generation. Then the first guy turns around and goes, wait, who even is Esther? And he drops this wild detail. The Count only took him because he's a junior Jinka with an S rank. On top of that, he admits he's fragile as a girl and straight up doubts Esther Kite at all. The boy hears the other guy snap back that he's convinced Esther is actually a girl. Dan cuts into the talk and demands, so what exactly are the young people saying about Esther? Are you getting what they're saying? Nerves hit hard as he's left blank, not knowing what to say then. One of the guys blurts out that they're going. Esther rushes in to apologize to Dan, and Dan snaps, why didn't you tell us? The boy just shakes his head. In his spot, nothing can change. Esther adds, even if he tries, it's too late. He's been dealing with this since he was in Rosalta. Rosalt was crawling with people who hated Jink and Esther, and even in Brando's own camp, Jink wore that bad reputation like a target. He fled to send a call right before the country got wiped out, so yeah, no wonder everyone wanted him gone. Dan then shows Esther the truth. Jink is stronger than the adults around him now. He straight up asks if it's fine to put anyone who talks nonsense in their place. Esther shuts it down calmly, saying everything's fine, he doesn't want to cause trouble or stain his brothers. Dan sorts a account, calmly saying every that's quote, it tested dote what bout. The man asks what's wrong, and Esther answers, tell the truth. If the soldiers of Brando's army lay eyes on his battle out there, they'll finally understand him. Dan nods and says he's got it, then promises he'll go talk to Count Brando. The man rushes in, apologizing for the delay, but the Count snaps back that Esther and Dan showed up right on time because he still needs to talk to them. He tells her he's thinking of asking Esther to join the knights right under his own command so they can start making waves in battle, and Esther immediately fires back. Do you want me to become a knight? He grins and says he's already gotten a stack of letters from D-Zinc, all about the boys' actions and what they're capable of. Esther can't stop thinking about her brother, while the Count insists it's a smart move to hand him the platoon leader role, but the soldiers won't buy it, even if Esther has the rank, and he presses the question, what does the boy think? The graph basically calls it a relative safe bet. Dan tells the Count he can't shrug off the way soldiers are bad-mouthing Esther. He agrees, says anyone who goes too far gets punished, but that only blasts her name into even more spotlight. Then Dan warns that sending even more punishers will shred the soldiers' morale. Esther shoots out an apology for the mess it might cause, but he waves it off and snaps that this is his fault for being awful at managing, and that he's sorry for being an unreliable adult. The boy asks the Count if he can listen, and the Count says it all hinges on what he's saying, but he won't shut him out. Esther grabs the Count's attention and begs him to let him charge the front lines for tomorrow's battle. The Count shrugs and says this was always going to happen, then hence he's about to spill the real reason you shouldn't do it. Esther leans in and tells him if he could only see how his spear hits on the front line, he'd solve everything. The Jalan drums, if the boy dies, DZNK will curse me for the rest of my life. Dan says he'll cover for him and lays out the intelligence reports. No one has any record of savages in the Tsar's camp. Dan insists it's the smartest move, and the Count just sits there thinking it over. In the end, he finally gives in, but he tells them to back up the second they feel danger creeping in. Dan and Esther are grinning like life couldn't get any better. Then they've got the Count in their sights and they're ready to leave. A few days before Esther finally steps into the army, Rosalt's slave soldiers throw themselves into battle. One of them is Gordon Nonland, and he's stuck on the thought of how it's 6 months have passed since he was dragged into slavery as a soldier, and now, as fear gnaws at his mind, he feels the city teetering on the edge of collapse. With a spear that bad, his fate was basically sealed. No way it changes. He can't stop wondering how hard his Esther's son is taking it right now. The boy went to the stake with D-Zinc. Gordon Nonland can't figure out why that kid even wanted slavery in the first place, and he knows it's probably not going to get any better for Gina. Esther badly. Yeah, everything was cool between them, and then, out of nowhere, it all snapped into chaos. A Nazar soldier storms in and barks an order. Rosalt's common soldiers hit the ground and kneel before Nasser. Soldiers freeze in disbelief, staring at the carnage and scrambling to figure out how many he just wiped out in one strike. The commander barks orders at the soldiers and slaves to butcher a Nazar soldier. Then, out of nowhere, he snaps Gordon's name. The man boasts he's deadly with spears, then orders him to beat him like a challenge begging to explode. He agrees, but everyone knows he's got no clue how to back off, because with gear like that, there's no way they win. The soldier from the Tsar whips his head around in a panic and barks at the next guy to come. Gordon stares at the unit's destruction and the life he's lived up to this point, and it hits him hard. It felt like an empty life, like he was nothing more than a puppet to his father, the man who murdered his own wife, until it all snapped and he ended up enslaved. Rage boils in his veins because he thinks his son picked D-Zinc over him, and he's convinced that's probably not going to end well. Gordon blurts, "Forgive me," and in his head he swears that if fate ever shoves them into another world, he'll finally apologize. The gnome Nazar screams back, calling them cowards who can't fight unless they steal the power of a magician. The commander roars at the soldiers not to fall for Nazar's tricks, promising they'll wipe out his corrupt, bribery-fueled army. Then he orders the 3rd and 5th squads to scale the wall with their mithril spears, and they obey. Esther snaps at Dan to move, and the moment he goes, they spot the archers. As she throws up an air shield, Dan snaps, "You've got to take care of it," and the boy immediately nods along. "You'll be commanded to unleash magic and obliterate the enemy." Then the boys scramble up that wall. This time, Esther unleashes an air cyclone like a weapon. The boy springs up onto the roof, landing there like he's about to kick off the whole night. He barks orders for the archers to strike, and Esther shrubs it off like it's nothing. The boy snaps up an air shield. Dan fires off a proud, "Nice," then immediately says, "Now give it to me too." He snaps that, thanks to those Nazar people, they made him take a sip of bitterness. They're stunned when Rosalt sees what Esther is up to, and one of them swears they'll keep going with the same fire. For glory up on that roof, the battle is still raging. Soldiers sprint forward, screaming with pure joy because they finally smashed through. Dan says the wall is finally cleared and shoots, "Esther, are you okay?" Esther answers, "I used recovery magic, and I'm fine, no real injuries." Then Dan turns to the exhausted soldiers who'd been sizing him up and asks if they've seen what this kid can do. One of them nods, like, "Yeah, we have." He goes on, sounding genuinely positive as he apologizes for being so stupid, and the second one says that because of them, they don't lose nearly as many people. Dan just drops down a little, because he knows Esther won't stay crushed for long now, and the man says they're racing into the city for reinforcements. City, he asks again if the boy's okay, and the boy gives a bright yes, while a full-on battle rages in the middle of the city. Esther tears through soldiers from the Tsar, and as the dust settles, sadness hits. He realizes him and the bank are split apart, and now they've got to wait in a cramped little square in the city. A boy spots something and bolts off, trying to figure out what's waiting out there. Esther has arrived at this place, then shouts "Crash in," begging the monster to stay away, and he panics because he swears he can't be here. He rushes toward the noise, and there it is, a man with an arrow buried in his throat, another lodged in his back, and a spear pinned deep in a soldier with his own hand. Esther's heart drops. She realizes it's her father. He can't stop thinking about what he's heard. Nazar's trump card, necromancy. Because it's way easier to use corpses that never get tired or ache than to lift a living arm. Me too, but he's convinced that's not the whole story. And Esther swears the sheer horror of hauling corpses murders the will to fight, especially when one of those corpses is family. Esther can't even process it as she and her father get ripped back together in the worst possible way. The man blurts the boy's name, then shoots his father a furious question, "Tell me, is he awake?" Gordon breaks down and apologizes for being an unworthy father, then admits he never left a single legacy behind. Suddenly, Esther spots a walking skeleton gripping its own skull like a trophy. Then it turns to her and calls her grandson, insisting that their long-awaited meeting has finally arrived. The boy snaps to it this stranger is his grandfather, a noble army general, and Esther shoots back that Nasser gathered the bodies of the executed, just like her brother said. Then Gordon turns to his son and demands, "Tell me, what can I do?" He says that before a soul slips into the next world, getting possessed by a monster can wreak real damage, Then Grandpa chimes in, saying a monster-haunted blade fights like it has almost no will of its own. He blurts that the boy's father is already dead, yet he keeps slaughtering anyway, and soon he'll hand his soul over to the monster. Then, out of nowhere, he snaps that the boy comes from an aristocrat family. So, he declares, he's got to dig deep and find strength in the elders. The son, Esther, has to be the head of the country, and he says he's still not forgiven for what he did, and he'll never forgive him, not even if he drops dead. Esther chimes in that he's grateful for the support. Then the boy murders his own father, and Gordon sets the whole place ablaze. Esther snaps and murders her grandfather. He tells you, no matter what that boy tries next, their blood is already inside him. The boy finally catches it. The two bodies are moving. It means a necromancer is lurking somewhere, and Esther decides to fire up the power her brother handed him, presence detection. Nazar's army commander seethed with rage after two bodies were killed and nothing was done to stop it. He blurts out that they're completely useless. Suddenly, Esther bursts onto the scene and whips them with an air cyclone, sending the soldiers flying out of the fight. Razalal's army finally decides to tear into them and finish the job. Nazar's army's necromancer is furious this kid just wiped them out, and it's not sitting right with him. And then it hits the ground. Esther lunges forward and drives her spear straight into his throat. The boy solemnly tells the others grimly, like a death sentence, the enemy necromancer has been keyed. Hilt Jinky grips the bottle with both hands and blurts out his thanks, confessing he has no clue whether he'll even like it. At the clan house, Luke snatches up the gift with a grateful grin and tells him it's a 50-year-old wine from the Olga region. The man laughs back that he's thrilled Luke has turned into his rival for the rank advancement exam. Jink tells Luke he's insanely strong, then admits that during the exam, his life felt like it was on the line. Luke rushes back from the maze, instantly apologizing for pulling Jinky into it. Then Jinky shrugs it off, saying that even if he's hunting for a rival, Hamel has no rank adventurers left anymore. Luke tells us the Gamel control team is wiped out, and every E-rank adventure has plunged into the maze. Then he says everyone's cheering because those guys just crushed two evil clans. Because of that, the country feels safer, and Luke boasts that they're now the strongest in Hamel, with only the Jinka clan even able to compete. Luke tells him to make a deal with the big tree, insists he's got no plans to fight, and shuts down any collusion monopoly on the profits. Luke tells everyone the war is packed with dozens of big tree volunteers, and he's determined to stay steady, because if anything goes wrong, he'll be right there to back them up. Dzing shrugs it off, says he's cool with it, and promises to sign the contract later. At the guild, then the guys jump into planning an event to get the clans talking. A few days pass, and boom, word hits that the Golaz army has seized the royal capital. Before anyone can blink, they decide to execute the king and his entourage. And through the magic tool reflection, Jink watches everything unfold inside the Colapoles. King Rosalto kept screaming brutal insults at his son right up until the boy hurled him into a boiling cauldron and watched him die. Think didn't feel a thing when he watched his real father die. Lloyd Jin K thinks the moment hits like a rush of relief, like a huge weight finally slid off his shoulders. Realizes all he wants now is his comrades fighting on that battlefield. Jink just prays they're still okay. He admits he's terrified for Rosalt, but now Call can finally reach the sea he's always dreamed of, and Dzing realizes this whole war wasn't really about revenge at all. But that sea isn't open to the world. It's trapped inside the continent, so the land has no choice but to haul in essentials like salt and water. If Yamato can get Rosalt's seaworthy kingdom under their control, they'll open up trade with far-off countries and unleash naval battles that crank their power sky high. After the war, Princess Nagdo steps up as the new ruler of Rosalt, and she isn't just ruling, she fought as an army commander. Dzink only demanded a tiny slice of land where the Rosalt labyrinth sits. Duke Funker tried to push for more, but the young man shut that down fast. So what now, he said, and when it landed, his answer was clear. He'll search for new talent. Nina, who just caught sight of the fairy, leans in and insists with total confidence that she's unbelievably nice. She shoots Jinka a sharp question, "Who are you?" And the fairy sweeps in like a reveal, introducing herself. Her name is Marina, and she's already buzzing with excitement. She swears she can't wait to team up with them. The Enchanter says he's about to invite this girl to join their group, and the reason is, Wild, she's got serious magic talent, especially when it comes to summoning spells. Yang and Jink snapped up a dozen slaves to work as servants and maids, beefing up security for the mansion since the clan's opening demanded more hands, and the enchanter lets Elsa handle the maid's training. He even offers her the chance to earn an official commoner citizenship. She shouts her thanks to Dzink, but makes it crystal clear she'll still keep serving him. Marina snaps, asking if they're really sure E doesn't need a cage. Jink says she can roam free. Nina blurts in shock about the cage. Then Yang explains that the fairy used to belong to someone who had one. Family, her master, chained her in a birdcage, and the moment trouble sparked, he flew into a rage and beat the slaves, over and over. Bad mood hit him hard, and he refused to feed Marina. Jizink leans in and tells you this aristocrat got kicked out, deposed by fate, and he was tied to purgatory itself. Nina grabs the fairy and demands to know where her mom and dad went, and the fairy breaks the truth. They died when she was little. Then Nina wheels on Marina, asking if she can teach her to read and write. The fairy shakes her head, and Nina scoops her up in her arms, tears blazing in her eyes, swearing that she'll stay right there to feed her those delicious cookies and teach her everything. Jink tells Marina to spend the day with Nina and finally breathe. Then they'll start teaching her magic while Jan takes care of the boys. And Jink immediately orders drinks and food for the big tree event. Suddenly, the young man stops dead in his tracks. He suddenly gets a gut punch premonition that something huge is coming.